Live, local, late breaking. This is WLKY News at 5.
Obviously, with the weather that came in on Sunday night, they've said from the beginning that this could actually be worse than Sunday night.
Right now at 5, brace yourself. We're preparing for another night of severe weather. It is a severe alert day as we're bracing for strong storms, possible tornadoes, and potential flooding.
We have live coverage on how the city is getting ready, but first we go to Jay, who's timing all of this out for us. Jay, when should we batten down the hatches?
Yeah, Vicki, anytime after 8 or 9 o'clock tonight in the viewing area, starting first in our western counties and then working gradually east towards the metro, late evening, midnight. After that, the farther east and south you go. So the bottom line, severe alert in effect. Showers and storms increasing through the evening hours. Some of these storms will be severe, no question about that. All hazards on the table here, damaging winds, hail, and tornadoes as well, and even a possibility of flash flooding with tonight's storms, especially the farther south you go across the Commonwealth. My goodness, a lot to talk about. Let's get to it. Outside right now, it's quiet. It's windy out there. The wind advisory continues. Some of the wind gusts up over 40 miles an hour, but no storms around the metro or the viewing area just yet. 82 degrees, humidity 49%, a south wind 22 miles an hour. There's your radar scan. Maybe a brief shower in northeastern Marion County, but that's just about it. But look what's happening out here in Illinois through Missouri and Arkansas. There's the line of storms taking shape. Supercells now developing down near Memphis into Mississippi. We have tornado watches mainly to the west of our region. One watch does catch Lawrence County in Indiana, but I am expecting these watches to be issued farther east to include our region a little bit later on this evening. All right, so here's the severe storm risk. A rare high risk has been issued for areas off to the southwest of us. Basically Paducah down to Memphis on into eastern Arkansas. This is the area that will see the greatest concentration of widespread severe weather, including those long-tracked violent tornadoes. Now, that's not to say we're not going to get our fair share. I do think we're going to be under the gun for severe weather as well a little later on tonight. We have an enhanced risk on a scale of 1 to 5. That's a 3 in our eastern communities, and a moderate risk, a 4 out of 5 from the metro and points north and west. So again, pockets of damaging winds, large hail possible, and even several tornado spin-ups. A pretty good bet as the night wears on. Let's time it out for you. Here we are, 6 o'clock. We're quiet, and then showers and storms begin developing in our western communities. Some of those could be supercellular. We'll have to watch for that. Here comes the main line impacting the metro and really the northwestern one half of the viewing area by midnight, and then the storms will sink off to the southeast after midnight and then kind of just stall out in our southern communities, and that's why there could be some flash flooding the farther south you go. So storm arrival, our northwestern communities 7 to 10 p.m., the metro area, the central portions of the viewing area 9 p.m. to about 1 o'clock in the morning. That's the window for the chances for severe weather, and that window will sink off to the south and southeast as the overnight period wears on. Bottom line, folks, that severe alert in effect, strong to severe storms likely tonight. And then Rick, Vicki, we're not done. Multiple rounds of rain and storms will continue right through Sunday. Very, very heavy rainfall tallies, and that's why we're really worried about flooding. Both river flooding and flash flooding later in the work week will highlight just how much rain we're expecting on your 7-day forecast that's coming up next.
All right, thank you, Jay. Now, this next round of storms heads for the area. Preparation is important.
Our Norman Seawright is gathering some tips for us to keep you safe. He joins us now live from downtown Louisville. Norman?
Hi, Rick. Hi, Vicki. You heard from Jay. Agencies from around the region are preparing and bracing for this round of storms, including Metro Louisville. Look at this. This is the 10th Street flood wall. It's going to be closed, MSD tells us, tomorrow morning, along with the 27th Street flood wall. If they're taking this seriously, and that's just a precaution, you should too.
For our lower elevation spots like this means that there could possibly be roadway flooding.
Louisville MSD spokesperson Cheryl Lauder says while they're not alarmed, they are taking precautions.
Earlier this week, all of our stormwater drainage crews were out checking spots that may clog.
With an estimated 7 to 10 inches of rainfall.
Because we're going to get the severe weather tonight, but we're going to get a lot of flooding over the next 4 days.
Metro Emergency Services Director Jody Mayman says it is important to avoid standing water on roadways.
Going to be a lot of roadways that are flooded potentially. You know, we put barricades up for reasons, but we still have people drive around them.
More advice. Have a way to get alerts. Charge your battery-powered devices. Have food and other supplies stocked. And be careful if you lose electricity and need to use a generator.
Making sure that they're safe and operable, you know, not inside of a house or a garage or, you know, anything that can put carbon monoxide inside of.
Austin Collins owns Monarch Restoration. He says if you're worried about your home flooding, prevention is the first step. Keep your gutters clear. Keep water away from your home's foundation.
Get some of those long black pipes, corrugated pipes that go onto the end of the gutter. Just get that water away from the foundation as much as possible.
And make sure anything valuable is in a safe place. Collins also says now's a good time to check your insurance. Your policy might cover water damage from a backed up toilet, but flood damage may be a separate add-on.
You've kind of maybe bought something online or you kind of went with the cheapest policy available. You may not have the right insurance.
And make sure you have enough coverage.
$5,000 is like going to get us there for 2 or 3 days, and we're just going to maybe tear out your house, and then you're left with having to put it all together again.
Okay, one more thing for you. There's a number on your screen right now. If you text the word Lens Alert to 67283, that'll get you signed up for the Metro Louisville alert system. Anything that they want you to know, you'll get it that way. And otherwise, just please stay safe. If you see standing water, stay away from it. That's all you need to know. Reporting live in downtown Louisville, right outside the 10th Street flood wall, Norman Seawright, WLKY News.
Good stuff. Thanks, you, Norman. Now, be sure to stay up to date with us as we head into another round of impact weather tonight. Jay will be here throughout tracking stuff for you. You can go to our free WLKY mobile app and also on WLKY.com. You can also pull out your phone and scan this QR code to get our severe alert guide with everything.
This November.
Now, your WLKY weather with Chief Meteorologist Jay Cardosi.
All right, what a windy day across the region. Those winds really kicking in midday through the afternoon. Some of those gusts 40 to 50 miles an hour. Right now, we have partly sunny skies. It's breezy, it's windy, and it is warm and soupy. That warmth and humidity really coming into the region throughout this day. 82 degrees at last check. Humidity about half 100, a south wind 22. But gusting higher than that. Now, here's the good news. The radar scan is still clear all across the viewing area. Yes, this will be changing as we roll deeper into the evening, as strong and severe storms are anticipated as the night wears on. Already, they're breaking out from Illinois through St. Louis, down through Missouri, Arkansas. These cells closer to Memphis, out ahead of the main line, are more discrete, more supercellular in nature, and many of these are producing hail, strong winds, even a threat for tornadoes. As a matter of fact, a lot of warnings along that line. Everything you see here in the pale red area, those are tornado watches. And they, for the most part, are west of us. They do catch Lawrence County, but I am anticipating additional watches to be issued for our region as we move through this Wednesday evening. Okay, there's that rare high risk for severe weather off to the west and southwest of us. That's where the greatest concentration of widespread severe will be located, including those really big long track tornadoes. That's not to say we're not going to see our fair share of severe weather. I think this is going to be a very, very active night. Off to the east of the metro, we have an enhanced risk for severe weather, a moderate risk really for the metro and points north and also west. Bottom line, as this line of storms moves through, pockets of damaging winds, some large hail, and still the possibility of several tornadoes could spin up around the region. Let's really time it out for you here. Again, for a couple of hours early this evening, I think it's quiet. Then that severe alert will go into effect between 8 and 9 o'clock tonight as some scattered strong storms try to form in our western communities out ahead of the main line. So we'll have to watch these for possible supercellular development. Those are the storms that can produce tornadoes and large hail and damaging winds. Then the entire line moves in from the west and northwest. Here we are about midnight, and you can see about the northwestern one half of the viewing area getting hit pretty hard with rain and severe thunderstorms. The severe storms will be on the leading edge of this larger band of rain, and those storms will continue to sink off towards the south and southeast as the overnight period wears on. Notice what's happening here late tonight. Notice how the storms are becoming oriented more west to east very late, especially off to the south. That's because that front is going to be stalling out. This means that our southern communities have a chance to see some training thunderstorms, one after another, and that could lead to some flash flooding in our southern communities on top of the severe weather aspect later on tonight. Okay. After we have tonight's severe episode, we're not done. We're expecting many rounds of showers and storms through Sunday. So flood watches have been issued for much of the lower Ohio Valley, and that's because that front, it's going to stall out and oscillate back and forth across our region. Every time a little disturbance rides over the Ohio Valley, that'll bring another round of showers and storms and some torrential downpours as well. And by the time everything's all said and done, look at this. Still expecting 6 to 10 inches of rain, really widespread across much of the viewing area, and just a little bit lighter tallies the farther north and south you go. That much water, we're going to have an issue with river flooding and flash flooding later in the week into the upcoming weekend. Here's your 4-day forecast. No question about it. Impact weather through Sunday with these periods of showers and storms producing locally heavy rainfall. And then, Vicki, Rick, as we move into Sunday night and early next week, the pattern breaks. We dry it out. It gets cool. It gets kind of chilly there, especially Tuesday. But at least we'll be done with this stormy weather. We'll have several days to dry out. And, guys, we're going to need it by the time we roll on into Sunday and especially Monday of next week.
So
pretty rough.
8 o'clock tonight's when we need to start paying really close attention.
Yes, ma'am. Our western communities, and by the metro, probably 11 o'clock to midnight.
Okay. Thank you, Jay.
Sure.
Amazon is already convenient, but check-in date.
Now, your WLKY weather with Chief Meteorologist Jay Cardosi.
Okay, outside right now, we're looking at partly sunny skies. Boy, is it windy. It's been windy for the better part of the day. Some of the wind gusts up to 50 miles an hour. It's 82 warm degrees, the humidity about 50%, a south wind at 22 sustained, but gusting over 40. And these gusty winds will hold on right through the evening. Other temperatures, look how warm it is. Upper 70s, low 80s everywhere. Please keep in mind that wind advisory continues this evening for those gusts up over 40 miles an hour. The south winds pumping in that warmth and also the moisture, that which is needed for strong and severe storms. Now, much of the viewing area void of any watches, the exception Lawrence County, tornado watch until 11 o'clock tonight. Having said that, I do think additional watches will be issued for the rest of the viewing area, likely tornado watches as the evening hours unfold. But the radar looks great. Nothing much happening, and I think for the next couple of hours, we will stay quiet. After that, things will be changing rapidly. You can see this is a big storm system. Boy, we've got snow in the cold air to the north. In the warm air, we're talking severe weather blowing up from Illinois and points south. All right, so here's the future radar. 6 o'clock, maybe an isolated shower. Most will be quiet, just on the windy side. But by 8 to 9 o'clock, we're expecting at least chances for some isolated to widely scattered storms developing in our western communities west of 65. And for that reason, the severe alert will go into effect at that time, because some of these could be rather strong to severe. Discrete supercells are a possibility. Then the main line starts moving in from the west and also the northwest. This is midnight tonight. Notice the leading edge of the showers and storms, and that's where the severe weather will be located, kind of straddling the Ohio River, Heavy rain to the northwest, to the southeast, still fairly quiet, but these storms will continue to sink south and southeast as the overnight period wears on. And again, severe weather is likely on the leading edge. Also, look what's happening late tonight. The storms to the south are becoming more oriented west to east, so we're going to see training over some areas, additional storms running over and over the same locations. That means there could be some flash flood issues, especially in our southern communities, a little bit later on tonight. All right, so the bottom line, let's talk about the severe storm risk. Our region, yeah, it's running pretty high right now. An enhanced risk, a 3 out of 5 in our southeastern communities. The rest of the viewing area, including the metro, it's a moderate risk, a 4 out of 5 to include pockets of damaging winds, some large hail. I think the better chances for large hail will be west, but nonetheless, several tornadoes are certainly possible. Folks, we're going to be here all night keeping you up to date. The entire weather team will be in as the evening hours wear on. Okay, that's the severe aspect for tonight. Now, the rain, the heavy rain aspect. This front, the front responsible for tonight's severe weather, is going to get hung up over the lower Ohio Valley. It's not going anywhere. It's the battle zone between the cold air to the north, the warm air to the south, and that battle zone will be over us for the next 4 days, and that simply means periods of showers and storms, some of which will produce torrential downpours. So by the time everything is all said and done, and by Sunday night, 6 to 10 inches of rain is likely in the metro, a good chunk of the viewing area along the Ohio River Basin, and that's why we're expecting not only flash flooding, but river flooding. Look at the latest river forecast from the National Weather Service. It takes the Ohio above flood stage Friday night, almost to a moderate flood by Saturday afternoon. So it's going to get kind of messy. We'll be here keeping you up to date. Here's your detailed 12-hour forecast. We're 82 now. The severe alert goes into effect by 8, 9 o'clock tonight. Scattered strong to severe storms increasing as the night wears on. Temperatures bottoming out in the mid and upper 60s. And we'll hold on to impact weather with high rain chances on occasion anyway. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Then we get rid of the mess finally as cooler air, drier air builds in. And boy, are we going to need that break next week. It doesn't look all that warm next week, but at least it will dry out. Okay?
Yep. Thanks, Jay.
All right, guys.
Now, your WLKY weather with Chief Meteorologist Jay Cardosi.
Okay, outside right now, we're talking about quiet conditions. I mean, it's still windy out there, don't get me wrong, but it's a warm wind. It's dry for now, but showers and storms will be pushing in a little bit later on tonight. We're 83 warm degrees, the humidity 48% of south wind, 23, gusting over 40 at this point in the game. Boy, is it a warm afternoon, upper 70s, lower 80s. And with those gusty south winds, the moisture continues to increase, and that's what you need for a potential severe weather outbreak. You need a lot of moisture, you need wind energy, and we have both of those. Now we're just waiting for the cold front to move in and spark off those storms. And unfortunately, I think that's going to be happening later on tonight. All right, the wind advisory. I mean, some of the wind gusts earlier today around 50 miles an hour. Well, that wind advisory continues this evening as we'll continue to be rather gusty right through midnight and a little bit beyond. Outside any thunderstorm activity. Watches, we have one watch for one county in the viewing area. That's a tornado watch for Lawrence County until 11 o'clock. The rest of the viewing area void of any watches and warnings. This will likely be changing, though, a little bit later on this evening. Radar still looks great. Nothing showing up, obviously. The storms will arrive a little bit later on, and things will get quite stormy, I should say, all across the viewing area a little bit later on this evening. Storms off to the west of us will sweep in here later on tonight. For that reason, we have a high risk for severe weather in our far, far western areas. We're talking out near Paducah. So this is west of the viewing area, but inside the WLKY viewing area, we have a 3 out of 5, an enhanced risk. We have a moderate risk, a 4 out of 5. The bottom line, what you need to know, is that I think everybody has the threat to pick up pockets of damaging winds, some large hail, and also some tornadoes. We're going to have to watch for that as the evening hours unfold. So let's time it out for you. Watch the Futurecast around 9 o'clock tonight. Scattered storms start to form, and then a bulk of those really start pushing in from the west late this evening up until about midnight or so. You can see about the northwestern one half, including the metro, really getting into some nasty weather at that time, and that will continue to sink its way east and southeast through the overnight. I think the severe weather very late tonight will wind down, but there could be a flash flood threat that shapes up in our southern communities. So this is going to be one active night across the region, no question about it. And not only is it going to be active tonight, I think we're going to see additional rounds of showers and storms the next 4 days as this front gets hung up across the region. That's why the flood watch has been posted for virtually the entire lower Ohio Valley. There's that front just oscillating back and forth, back and forth. The next 4 days, we'll see multiple rounds of heavy showers and storms, and the rain, it's really going to be adding up. At this point in time, expecting 6 to 10 inches of rain total by Sunday night along the Ohio River, a good chunk of the viewing area, including the metro. And that means some flash flooding is likely. River flooding is also a pretty high bet at this point in the game. Matter of fact, the National Weather Service is expecting the Ohio to go out of its banks by Friday night, almost reaching the moderate flood category as we move into Saturday. So here's the forecast now. Next 12 hours, 83 now, it's quiet, but that severe alert will go into effect a little later on this evening through the overnight. Watch out for those strong showers and storms. We'll be here keeping you up to date. Impact weather continues for the next 4 days, Thursday through Sunday, with pockets of heavy rainfall. Then Vicki, Rick, we finally break the pattern, cools off, but we dry it out, more importantly, for early next week. So, guys, it's quiet right now, but later on this evening, late evening through the overnight, we're going to have some severe weather. And keep it tuned here. We got you covered.
And you're going to be on top of it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks, Jay.
Sure.
Let's check in with our lottery jackpots. Tonight's Powerball, $30 million. Friday's Mega Millions is up to $43 million.
Hi, folks. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jay Cardosi. We're going to take this commercial break, just give you an update as to what's happening around the viewing area. A tornado watch has been issued. Now, this goes until 2 o'clock in the morning for much of the WLKY viewing area. So far, no warnings in our region. They are all off to the west of us, though, cruising towards southwestern Indiana, on into western Kentucky, far, far southern portions of Kentucky. There was a tornado warning in effect for portions of Bowling Green. That has since expired. That storm has weakened, but you can see the intense storms holding off to the west. Many of these are rotating, and that simply means they have at least the capability of producing severe weather. Tornadoes, large hail, damaging winds, and everything you see here moving off to the east. The individual cells in southern Kentucky into Tennessee are moving off to the northeast. What I'm expecting to happen is the line will eventually overtake some of these cells as everything moves in a little bit later on tonight. In the metro, scattered showers and storms will become possible anytime after 9 or 10 o'clock. The main line will likely reach the region between 11 o'clock and midnight. And again, as it sweeps on through across all of the viewing area, chances are fairly high that we'll see warnings. So be ready to go, stay calm, get to your place of safety. We will definitely keep you posted as more information comes in. Back to regular programming. Hi, folks. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jay Cardosi here at WLKY. We're going to take this commercial break, give you a quick update as to what's going on with this impending severe weather. You can see behind me, we do have the watch, the tornado watch, that is in effect for pretty much all of the viewing area. That goes until 2 a.m. And the warnings, the storms themselves, not too far away. Look at the line of warnings extending from west of Indy down to near Paducah, and then south of there into eastern portions of Arkansas. Out ahead of the line, a few supercells are breaking out, causing at least the threat for a tornado spin up or some hail. Everything you see here moving off towards the east. The individual cells northeast, the line moving off to the east. Now here's the deal. We have a lot of instability out there. We have a lot of wind energy in the atmosphere. So these storms are tapping into some of that wind energy. and bringing it down to the ground in the form of damaging straight-line wind gusts, tornado spin-ups as well. And we think that wind energy will continue to push eastbound with the storm. So as the storms shift across the viewing area, there's still going to be that threat for damaging straight-line wind gusts, a few tornado spin-ups, and some hail. Right now in the viewing area, not much happening. We have a couple of showers off to the south. There's a bigger storm southeast of Bowling Green that is rotating a little bit. Another one holding off closer to Hopkinsville. And then we have the big storms as you move off to the northwest, closing in on Evansville, where there is a tornado warning in effect, and a number of severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings across Illinois down into portions of Arkansas. And again, all of this nasty weather pulling off to the east. Right now, we are expecting showers and storms to invade the viewing area over the next hour. Some of these will likely be severe. We're expecting the line of storms to impact the metro around 11 o'clock or so, give or take. And again, as they come on through, again, they could be on the strong to severe side. Bottom line, the entire weather team is here. Matt, Suzanne, Eric, myself, we're going to be tracking these storms throughout the night for you, keeping you and your family safe and informed. Remember, away from your TV set, we have you covered, WLKY.com, and also on all of our social platforms. Until the storms arrive in the viewing area, we'll continue to let you know and update you on what's going on as we interrupt the commercial breaks. Once the storms pull on through and start getting into the viewing area, we'll likely do more updates with you than just the commercial breaks. All right, that's it for now. We'll see you at the next commercial break. Let's get you back to programming. Hi, folks. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jay Cardoso here at WLKY. Okay, here we go. A little bit before 9 o'clock. We're going to be taking this commercial time, keep you updated on our weather situation. Tornado watch continues for just about the entire viewing area. This goes until 2 a.m. You can see the warnings lining up. Here's the metro. There's Indy. Warnings lining up just west of Indianapolis, down near the Wabash to near Memphis, a couple of cells out ahead of the main line. Individual cells passing off to the northeast as the line moves off towards the east itself. Now, here in Louisville, we're expecting the main line to move through around 11 o'clock, give or take. A lot of wind energy out there, so any one of these storms has the potential to produce wind damage, maybe even a tornado spin-up, and also some hail. We have a pretty decent cell holding east of Bowling Green. It was severe. No additional warnings are planned at this time. It is heading off to the northeast. Will impact Hart, Greene, and Taylor counties if it holds together. We have a tornadic storm very close to Evansville. This one is passing off towards the northeast rather rapidly. If it holds together down the road, we're going to be looking at Du Bois County and especially Orange County in southern Indiana. That storm could impact you folks. That's the way it's looking right now. Again, we have Matt, Suzanne, Eric, and myself. We're tracking these storms. We will definitely keep you posted throughout the course of the evening. Back to regular programming. Hi, folks. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jay Cardoso here at WLKY alongside meteorologist Matt Milosevic, Suzanne Horgan, and Eric Zernick as we are tracking these storms as they're getting closer and closer to the WLKY viewing area. Here it is 9:02 on this Wednesday evening. No warnings in the WLKY viewing area, but notice that long line of warnings extending from near Indy, down near the Wabash, on into portions of eastern Arkansas. These warnings include severe thunderstorm warnings. They include tornado warnings. Numerous reports of tornadoes on the ground out in this batch of stormy weather. A few other showers holding south close to E-Town and then farther off to the south into Hart County. At one point in time, these storms were strong to severe, but they have severely weakened as they've moved off to the north. So again, we don't have to worry about that activity right there. We do have to worry about these storms the farther west you go. There is a huge thunderstorm right now very close to Evansville. Obviously, that's west of our viewing area. It is right there. It is producing some very large hail and a possible tornado. There's still a tornado warning on that particular cell, and you can see the black core. There's Evansville proper, just off to the northwest, that black core corresponding to at least baseball-sized hail. And that supercell is moving off in a northeasterly direction. If it holds together, maintains its intensity, we could be looking at some problems for Du Bois County and Orange County a little bit down the road. Now, this batch of storms that's farther off to the west will continue to make steady progress east, likely moving to the viewing area inside the next hour. Approach the metro, we're thinking around 11 o'clock or so, 11 o'clock to midnight, and then farther off to the east after midnight. As it comes through, the possibility of damaging straight line winds, still some tornado spin-ups and some hail. All of those severe hazards on the table the next several hours. Folks, we will keep you posted as this severe weather gets a little bit closer to the WLKY viewing area. Please keep in mind the tornado watch goes until 2 a.m. and we got you covered. If you're away from your TV set, be sure and check out WLKY. In question is coming out of southern portions of Martin County. So we're going to be on the air now, continuous, tracking these severe thunderstorms. And these storms, they mean business, even outside any tornadic weather. As these storms come across any one location, high probability for some damaging straight line winds on the order of 60 miles an hour, maybe even a little bit more. All right, so here we are. We're zoomed in tight on Orange County. This is Martin County, and a very nasty looking velocity couplet. The brighter shades of red, winds blowing towards the top portion of your TV set. Green, the opposite direction. That's the velocity couplet. That's the tornadic rotation. By the way, this storm has had a history of actually producing a tornado on the ground, as it was back in Pike County, and it moved across Du Bois County and is now slipping into northwestern Orange County. So if you're watching from places like French Lick, West Baden Springs, Orangeville, Orleans, up to near Lipsick and also Scarlett, please get into your tornado warning shelter area. Stay there until the danger has passed. This is the rotation detector now, and see that area of red right there? That's where we have the sudden change in wind direction down near the ground, and that's why the tornado warning has been issued for portions of northwestern Orange County and now up here in sections of Lawrence County as well, the southeastern one half of Lawrence County, from Bedford down to Mitchell to Orleans to Orangeville. All of this area under the gun for a possible tornado coming out of this supercell right there that continues to track rapidly off towards the northeast at speeds of around 40-45 miles per hour. And you can see a well-defined pendant hanging down on the southwest flank of this storm. That's an indication of strong rotation in this thunderstorm. It's actually wrapping that heavy rain and or hail around the rotation, and that's what takes on that hook appearance. So we're tracking the most dangerous part of the cell as it moves off to the east-northeast, 45 miles an hour. Orangeville, be on the lookout. 1035, the most dangerous part of the cell, will be impacting your community with the potential for possible tornado. Orleans, 1042. Mitchell, 1043. The Lipsick area around 1048. Down towards Bono and Saltillo from 1053 to 1054. All right, now let's pull out. Let's take a look at all of the viewing area and get a perspective as to what's going on. Here's the metro, and you can see some of this rain just off to the west of town. Now, this rain, it's not severe, but what it is doing, it's pulling down some very strong winds just off the gate there, just off the surface. So we're getting numerous reports of winds of 50 to 55 miles an hour where there are no severe thunderstorms. So we're getting quite a few reports of some trees coming down, some branches coming down, some limbs coming down on power lines, things like that, underneath that batch of rain. So just something to keep in mind. In the metro, not much is happening. It's gusty out there from the environmental winds. It's very warm. We're right around 80 degrees, but you can see there is the strong line of storms that extends from central Indiana back into southwestern Indiana. Very wavy in appearance, and all these little waves, if you will, capable of mixing down some very strong winds aloft, and under the right circumstances, those winds tighten and spin, and we can get tornado spin-ups. And I think this trend is going to continue as we move deeper into the evening. Embedded within this line, we have these little supercells as well, these individual storms that are taking on these kidney bean appearances, these hook echoes, further indication that these storms are rotating and have the potential to produce tornadoes. As far as the wind and the hail, the other hazards that these storms can produce, you see that shade of pink right there? That indicates hail that could be the size of 1 inch in diameter. And then you have winds that are twisting and turning, also associated with that cell. Boy, that is a nasty looking velocity couplet at this point in time. If there is an actual tornado on the ground, as we zoom in very, very tight, it's just north of West Baden Springs, just north of US Highway 150, just west of Orangeville. So again, anywhere in this area in west central, northwestern Orange County, folks, be in that basement, please. Stay there until the danger has passed. This is one of those situations where it's going to be very, very stormy, very volatile throughout the course of the late evening and the early overnight. And you can see some of the winds that we're pinging and some of the differences going on here. 60, 70 miles an hour in one direction. This might be just off the surface. 23 miles an hour in the opposite direction. So the gate-to-gate shear right now is upwards of almost 90 miles an hour, and that is certainly strong enough to produce tornadic weather, especially with the environmental winds and how the atmosphere is set up tonight. There is so much twisting and turning away from the thunderstorms, just in the winds themselves as you go up through the atmosphere. All right, so we're tracking it. It's right around the Scarlet area right now, and it looks like it will continue to pass off towards the northeast quickly. Mitchell 1041, Orleans 1041, the Lipsec area around 1046, and this could take it into far northwestern, could come close to far northwestern Washington County and maybe southwestern Jackson County in southern Indiana if it holds together, if it maintains its strength, its integrity, and continues to hold on that path. All right, as far as other thunderstorms, meteorologists, we got the full team in here, folks. We've got Suzanne Horgan running the radar. We have meteorologist Matt Milosevic also running the analyzer right now. I've got Eric Zernick checking out storm reports, checking out the bigger picture, because after tonight, we're still talking about that threat for flooding, big time flooding as well. We could be looking at 6 to 10 inches of rain by Sunday, and that's going to cause flash flooding. That's going to cause river flooding as well. Severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect just off to the west of the metro. For more on that, I want to send it over to meteorologist Matt Milosevic. Matt, boy, some of these storms packing a punch, not only with rotation, but just straight line winds, and it looks like that's heading towards the metro here in relatively short order.
Yeah, Jay, that's a severe thunderstorm warning that you were just pointing out, and it's a large swath of a lot of locations west of Interstate 65. That's going to go until 11 o'clock, and that yellow line gets just west of the Louisville area. So once we get beyond 11 o'clock in town, we're really going to start to put our guard up for this line of thunderstorms. Now, the whole line has a warning for severe weather on it, mainly straight line wind gusts. And there's been a lot of reports, 60 to 65 miles per hour straight line winds between Princeton down towards Evansville, Indiana, as this rolled on through. So it is definitely a severe storm. Within that line, though, we're going to watch for little areas that can also rotate within that line and perhaps prompt some tornado warnings as we make our way through this evening. That's why we have the tornado watch in effect until 2 a.m. But yeah, watching that individual cell in far northwestern Orange County going into Lawrence County, but also watching this line right here that's going to roll through southwestern Indiana and into the WLKY region over the next several minutes. Jay, would definitely have eyes on everything, because there's even more back off into southwestern portions, and western Kentucky and western Tennessee we'll have eyes on through the late night hours.
All right, Matt, thank you so very much. Yeah, here's the deal. This is going to be a long night because there's just so much energy in the atmosphere. There's lots of instability. You know, you walk outside and temperatures are still in the 70s to near 80 degrees out ahead of the rain, and that's what's feeding all of these showers and storms. We are zoomed in tight right now. This is Orange County. This is about 40 to 50 miles or so off to the northwest of greater Louisville, and we are looking at a very nasty looking what we call velocity couplet, i.e. that could be a developing tornado. Zoomed in tight, street level mapping, West County Road, 725 north, just off to the north and west of Orangeville right now. Ground zero for what could be a developing tornado. Now, this storm has had a history of spawning tornadoes as it was west of the viewing area. Out through Pike County, we had a confirmed touchdown. We had a lot of rotation move across Du Bois County, through Martin County, and now it's here in the WLKY viewing area. The leading edge of some of these storms now working in, spawning the possibility of tornadoes, and at the very minimum, damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour and even some hail. You can check out the rotation detector here, and you see that area of red. That's intense wind shear in a very small spot just north of French Lick. And you can see the hook echo, very clearly defined hook echo precipitation that's wrapping around the rotation. And this indicates it's a radar signature of strong low-level rotation and that possible tornado. Moving quickly off towards the east-northeast, speeds of around 40, 45 miles an hour. So Mitchell area, 1041, the Bono area around 1050, Millport, 1105, Brownstown, if it holds together, will be moving into central portions of Jackson County a little after 11 o'clock tonight. All right. Now, that's the tornado warning. Let's pull back out. Let's kind of reset here, get our bearings, and take a look at the entire region. Here's Interstate 65 right there. You have the Western Kentucky Parkway, the Bluegrass Parkway, of course, the Metro. Rain just off to the west and north. The thing about this rain, it's bringing down some pretty strong winds in spots. We've had numerous reports of trees down, even outside the main line of storms, just because of those environmental winds. And you can see this well-defined what we call bowing segment. Notice how it's kind of shaped like a backward C right there. That too is a radar signature for some damaging straight line winds blowing out and moving rapidly off to the east. This is Spencer County, this is Du Bois County. So heading towards you folks in Perry County, Crawford County, and the remainder of Orange County. Looking at some of the cloud tops, some of the storm tops where you see the brighter shades of orange and red, that indicates those clouds growing massively in the atmosphere, upwards of 45 to 50,000 feet. So the stronger the updraft, the stronger the storm, the taller the cloud top. You can tap into that jet stream energy and bring it down. So that's why we look at those cloud tops as well. So a very nasty looking storm now centered on the orange Lawrence County line. As we go into 3D mode, check out the vertical and kind of zoom in there. You can see that precipitation, that pink zone being suspended way, way up there in the atmosphere. Again, that is a classic signature for what could be some hail in addition to a possible tornado spin-up. We have severe thunderstorm warnings now for places like Salem, Corydon, Brandenburg, Hardinsburg, back to near Crawford County and Paoli. And again, that's for that strong bowing segment that's rapidly racing off to the east that will likely cause scattered wind damage reports. That warning goes, guys, until 11 o'clock tonight. So, and we'll likely see additional warnings issued farther off to the east. One thing I am noticing, the amount of tornado warnings. Go ahead.
Breckinridge County, tornado warning. Tornado warning for Breckinridge County now.
Okay, new tornado warning just now issued for Breckinridge County. Let's take a look. Is that storm right there, guys?
Right there.
Right there?
It's right. It's for this one right here.
All right, let's zoom in tight on that, if you would, for me. Looks like right now it's entering portions of northern Ohio County and rapidly racing off towards the east. We'll soon move into Breckinridge County. And yeah, you know, all of these have some pretty decent rotation. You can see those those greens and reds right on top of one another right there likely. And again, this is all quickly racing off towards the northeast. So please, if you're in portions of Breckinridge County, most notably far west central Breckinridge County and just west of Hardinsburg, get into your basement, just like you folks in northwestern Orange County in Indiana. West central Breckinridge County, get into your basement and stay there. The actual most dangerous part of the cell is still off to the west of you quite a ways, so we're giving you ample warning to find that place of safety. And what is that? Obviously, it's a basement. If you don't have a basement, it's the lowest level of your house. Interior room, get into the middle of the house to help stop and slow down any debris that could be flying around outside, whether it's caused from straight line winds or tornadic spinning winds as well. This thing is flying. Is it actually moving 70 miles an hour?
It's moving actually 60 miles per hour. I'm just making the track for you to take it into Breckinridge County.
Gotcha.
So I do want to just extend it out a little bit longer so that we know exactly where it's going. And for the viewing area, since it's just outside of the viewing area, we're letting people know before it gets there where it's going. So near Glendine at about 11:01, McQuady at about 11:03, near Hardinsburg 11:08, Kingswood at about 11:09. So again, it's just outside the viewing area right now, but it is knocking on the door of Breckinridge County.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. Eric, are you checking in with any reports to this point in time?
No reports at this point.
Okay, appreciate that. All right, folks, so we're going to continue to track this. We're going to be on the air now going forward, tracking this severe weather as it races in from southwestern Indiana, western Kentucky, out of Illinois, where we've had numerous reports of tornadoes on the ground, a lot of hail, a lot of wind damage as well, and all this activity, as we've been talking about the past couple of days, is now moving into the region. That is one nasty looking cell right there, Suzanne and Matt.
Yeah. Most definitely that one right on top of Mitchell right now. So unfortunately, you can see this looks actually a little bit worse, right near 37. So again, it's maintaining its strength. And this was the same storm. If you look a little bit farther back out to the west, actually in Shoals, it uprooted trees. So certainly an indication of the destruction, unfortunately, of this particular storm.
Okay, folks, so again, a tornadic thunderstorm on top of you folks in Mitchell. Boy, you need to be in your basement and stay there until the danger has passed. At the minimum, hail and gusty straight line winds capable of causing wind damage. A large severe thunderstorm warning immediately west of the metro. In town, if you're watching from in town or actually east of I-65, not much happening just yet, and it's going to be a little ways until something does move into your vicinity, but it will. These storms are expected to maintain for much of the late evening through the overnight, and then finally start to fizzle some very, very late tonight and turn into more of a heavy rain threat, especially for our south and southeastern communities. As it stands right now, we have tornado warnings.
So that's a new one right there.
Northwestern Orange, for sections of Lawrence County, for far southwestern Jackson County, and another tornado warning the farther south you go.
Yeah, and they've just issued another tornado warning now. Matt, I know you wanted to talk about that.
This is out of some rotation, Jay. The last couple of scans of the radar out of Du Bois County between Jasper and Huntingburg. Yeah. This is now pushing off to the north and east. This has prompted tornado warnings for the southern one half of Orange County. It includes Paoli. This goes until 11:15. And also about the western half to 2/3 of Crawford County, including the English area.
Yeah, Suzanne, take me back to that rotation detector, if you would, please. This is classic right here. Notice how the brighter shades of green are actually taking on an S appearance. It's usually at the apex of that curve right there that you can get tornado spin-ups. It's something like what we saw this last Sunday night as the storms rapidly intensified as they moved across southern portions of the metro and point south. Well, again, that Boeing segment is indeed, as it cruises out of Du Bois County, out of Spencer County, Indiana, has a lot of notches, has a lot of differences in wind direction and speed as well. So we're seeing the possibility of these little spin-ups happening once again, and that's why the tornado warning has been issued farther east. And this is a big tornado warning. So basically what we're saying is anywhere along this Boeing segment, the leading edge we could have little spin-up tornadoes, much like what we saw this past Sunday night. And it is quickly racing off towards the east, towards sections of Crawford County, towards places of northern, let's say the northern one half of Perry County, and on into perhaps northwestern Meade County in relatively short order. Schnellville, 1043, Riceville, 1050, the Wickliffe area, 1051, Eckerty, Doolittle Mills, and Gatchel, right around 1053 to 1054 or so. So, folks, just be on the lookout. If you're in the tornado-warned area, that red polygon, get into that place of safety and stay there until the danger has passed. And if you would, please, a lot of folks may not be watching TV tonight. Help me out if you would, spread the word. If you have friends, family in the tornado-warned zones, give them a quick phone call. Give them a quick text. Tell them what's going on. Help us spread the word that there's some pretty dangerous weather moving through right now our western third of the WLKY viewing area. Here's the tornado warning that continues for the western sections of Breckenridge County, basically west of Hardinsburg. And you can see we've got the rotation right there. And that warning, that pink polygon that's flashing, that means there's actually a tornado on the ground that's coming out of western portions of Kentucky. We got to watch this. A lot of energy.
On that one, the most recent warning on that is a confirmed tornado on the ground with weather spotters. They're saying this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado located, and it is just north of Madisonville, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So obviously for our friends and family in western Kentucky, this looks to be the most dangerous storm in our immediate region, but also one as it moves off to the north and east. If this supercell storm can hold together, it's one that may threaten the WLKY region as we get a little closer to the midnight hour.
Okay, Matt, thanks so very much. You can see the main line really lighting up with lots of tornado warnings now across western portions of Kentucky, and that's all moving in our direction. So, yeah, this could be an extremely long night for us as we continue to track these strong and severe storms with tons of wind energy, rainfall as they move off in an east and northeasterly direction. All right, in the metro, let's zoom in tight for the metro right now. Check out what's going on. No severe thunderstorms per se, nothing close by, but what is happening, some of this rain is trying to bring down just the environmental winds that are blowing quite strong just off the gate, just off the surface. So we've been getting reports of 45 to 55 mile an hour gusts well ahead of this line, and even some tree limbs coming down as a result. There you go. There's Brandenburg. This was before any big thunderstorms even approached. This was earlier this evening. Suzanne, where is this Brandenburg? And
yeah, it was Brandenburg, and it was actually bringing down a tree that was blocking a road. So you can see we had winds gusting the upwards of 40, 50 miles per hour just in the environmental winds when we have that wind advisory. Now we are talking about a very turbulent atmosphere. We are warm. We had temperatures in the 80s, mid-80s this afternoon. We're still in the 80s right now. We have dew points in the 60s. And now this really potent storm system is slamming into our area. And we are seeing those warnings just lining all the way up. Tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings for pretty much the entire viewing area. We had talked about this for the past couple of days that we suspected they were going to be issuing warnings all along that line. So certainly something that bears close watching as that continues to overspread portions of the WLKY viewing area. And as Matt was mentioning, a large and dangerous tornado that you're tracking right there near Hanson.
Yeah, near Hanson. This is north of Madisonville. Jay, looking to be the gate-to-gate shear or the rotation indicated on the radar in the 130 to 140 mile per hour range.
Wow.
So that is a strong and violent indication of a strong and violent tornado on the ground. There are also confirmed, these are spotter confirmed tornadoes in far western Kentucky near Murray. Both of those are weather spotters that have confirmed on the ground there. That's over near, that's Callaway and Trigg County. If you have friends and family out that way, they're getting into some of the worst of this severe weather so far. So we've got eyes all the way out to the west on some of these stronger and severe storms that are ongoing, as well as what's immediately off to the west of the WLKY area.
That storm that was near Hanson that you're talking about, the gate-to-gate, what, 140 or so, you said?
It's been oscillating between about 130, 140 right now.
If it holds together, where is it going to impact? Who will get in the viewing area? Where will it hit?
I believe the first would be, let me make sure I get this straight here for you. I believe that would be in the northern Breckinridge County, northern western Breckinridge County. So if you live, let's say near Hardinsburg and off to the north and west, that would be the one that I watch very, very closely. And that's not to make too secondary the tornado warning that's immediately off to the west with rotation on that storm right now as well. So it's one really right behind the other. In this particular setup. So yeah, we'll have to watch that closely over the next about hour or so.
Okay, sounds good. All right, thank you, Matt. All right, Suzanne, let's do this. Let's kind of pull out, let's reset. Let's take a look at the entire viewing area here, see what's going on, so we can get our bearings, and you can see, all right, there's the metro right there, the entire viewing area, southern Indiana, Kentucky. In the metro, if you're watching from the Louisville area, surrounding regions, no warnings in effect right now. Some gusty winds, some rain, but that's just about it. This is going to be changing, obviously, over the next 1 to 2 hours. Now, you go immediately west, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for portions of Washington County, Harrison County, Meade County, the remainder of Breckinridge County. Then a little bit farther west from there, as you get closer to the actual storms themselves, where you have very chaotic winds going on, we get into the tornado warnings, all right? We have a tornado warning that continues for west central portions of Breckinridge County, immediately west of Hardinsburg. And that's for this cell that's coming out of northern Ohio County. This is Hancock County right there. And notice that brighter shade of green. Okay, that's where we've got some pretty strong twisting of the winds. This is radar indicated. This isn't actually on the ground at this time from what we know, but it really doesn't matter. With an environment that we have out there tonight, these things can spin up awfully quick. We just need you to be in your place of safety, if you would, until the danger has passed on by. So that storm coming across northern Ohio, southern Hancock will soon move in to west central Breckinridge County. We've got the bigger storm that's farther off to the west. This is the one that Matt is tracking. This is on the ground, an extremely large and dangerous tornado near the Hanson area. This is outside of our viewing area, but we're watching it closely because these storms have had a history of maintaining their intensity for really several hours. These are long-tracked supercells that have the potential to produce these tornadoes on occasion. If that storm holds together, as Matt was talking about, could impact portions of Breckinridge County down the road there just a little bit. And additional warnings the farther west you go into southwestern Kentucky and Tennessee. All right, Suzanne, let's go to the tornado warnings west of the metro in places like Crawford County. Because what we have is we have a bowing segment. You see this kind of looks like a backward C right there. It's Du Bois County on into northwestern Perry County. This is Orange County. This is Crawford County, Perry County.
And
what do you got?
So we've got the tornado warning right there. Excuse me. And then I was just going to say, and out ahead of that, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like another tornado warning has now been extended, Jay, for Jackson County as well, for that storm that we were tracking just a few moments ago.
Okay.
As it was moving from Lawrence County into Jackson County. So now we have it for Lawrence County. So just want to let you know about that.
Okay. Let's go back to Orange County. Let's go back to Crawford County. Let's look at the wind field right there, if we could, please. On the leading edge of this heavier rain, you see little knobs, little, you know, indentations, if you will. You can see the brighter shades of green indicating strong winds blowing towards the right portion of your TV set. And we have these little notches every so often. There's one right there, green right next to red, indicating some quick rotation. This would be quick tornado spin-ups, much like what we saw this past Sunday night. They're quick hitting, they develop, they dissipate, they redevelop, and they can be really anywhere along that little wind shift area. You see that very chaotic wind flow that's moving quickly east now into southwestern Orange County near Patoka Lake, western portions of Crawford County, and northwestern Perry County. That will continue to head off to the east. We have a new tornado warning, as Suzanne was talking about. that extends now into northwestern Jackson County, all right? So as we get our bearings here, here's Brownstown, Seymour. You folks are not in this tornado warning, but just off to the west-northwest. Clear Spring, Norman, the Kurtz area, Houston, Spraytown, Freetown, you folks are. And look at that couplet right there. This is coming out of Lawrence County. Exactly where is that, Suzanne? That is nasty.
Near Pinhook right there, just south of Crawford in Lawrence County. So we were tracking that storm just a few minutes ago with that storm track as it was moving into areas of Lawrence County. So Lawrence County, and then it's going to be moving northeast into portions of Jackson County. So that really, as Matt pointed out, really ramped up. Certainly it did. It's right near Buda, heading a little bit closer over to Leesville in the next couple of minutes. And then it will be knocking on the door, it looks like, of areas of Jackson County in very short order.
Yeah, so if you're really along and especially south of U.S. Highway 50 here in east central Lawrence County, you are in a incredibly dangerous situation right now. That is a nasty looking, what we call velocity couplet, a possible tornado that is maybe on the ground. We're trying to get ground truth for you, making phone calls to law enforcement, storm spotters, things like that. And as soon as we get that information, we'll pass it on. But just know it's nighttime now, very dangerous time of the day. Really any time is when you're talking about tornadoes, but especially nighttime when you can't see anything and everything's moving so quickly. Our storm tracker tracking the most dangerous part of the cell, that is the rotation, the strong rotation, showing Freetown 1116, Brownstown 1118, the Spraytown area right around 1118 as well. And as we kind of get a few more towns on there for you, Pleasantville 1107, the Kurtz area around 1112. So we'll continue to monitor that nasty looking cell. So we've got tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings just west of the metro.
And tornado warning coming out for the one extending from Breckenridge up into Meade County. There you see it popping up.
Wow.
That goes until 11:30.
And that's, I suspect, for that same tornado that Matt was talking about. That was a confirmed tornado on the ground, so perhaps they've decided to extend it out.
Well, no, that one's behind it
Or no, is this for the one behind it? Oh, excuse me.
Okay.
This is the one that's currently just off to the east of Whitesville, and that is also right now it's in the southern Hancock County. The latest scan, Jay, just put that best rotation in southern Hancock County. So for the WLKY region, that's going to be just off to the southwest of Cloverport in Breckenridge County, and immediately due west of Hardinsburg, right about the Hancock County line.
Okay, Suzanne, if you would, please, let's track that. Let's track that area of rotation right there out of Whitesville, cruising across southern Hancock and then into portions of Breckenridge County, southern Perry County as well. So we're getting heavy rainfall, gusty winds with this cell, and that potential tornado as well, moving quickly off to the northeast. So some of the communities in the path of this potential tornado: Mattingly 1103, Cloverport 1104, Hardinsburg. We got to be on the lookout. I mean, this storm could come very, very close to you folks in Hardinsburg in central Breckenridge County, that is around 1111, Irvington 1122, finally down to near Painville by 1124. So we are lighting up the warnings right now in the western sections of the viewing area with severe thunderstorm warnings and quite a few tornado warnings as well. It is going to be a nasty, long night across our region, gang. All of this is still west of Interstate 65. Just now tuning in, here we are shortly before 11 o'clock. And it looks like the storms will impact the metro between 11 o'clock and midnight, closer to midnight, obviously. But we're still getting just a ton of warnings, and tornado warnings at that, west. Jackson County, Orange County, Crawford County, back to near Owensboro, back west of Hopkinsville along this line as it continues to pull off towards the east. Any damage reports, Eric, coming in just yet?
Nothing on Facebook or in Slack.
Okay, I would expect that, being it's nighttime and a lot of folks are just hunkered down inside. And you should be doing that. Yeah, Matt.
Jay, there are a couple of reports farther into western Kentucky coming out of Callaway County near Murray.
Yeah.
This is from the Paducah Weather Office and the Ballard County Emergency Manager that said in Callaway County, Pasco Farms is destroyed, that the family of that farm is reporting it, that barns destroyed, maybe even home damage around Rayburn Road, so other parts of that county with those stronger storms out to the west. So this is an overall storm system that we've been watching and monitoring for days, and obviously means business in a violent form with some of these supercells that are out into western Kentucky. But yeah, not getting any reports from the storms in the immediate WLKY region as of yet, and hopefully it'll stay that way. But we've got eyes on it.
Sure thing. All right, Matt, thank you so very much. So we still have some nasty rotation ongoing as it's pivoting across eastern portions of Lawrence County, also on into Jackson County. You can see that brighter shade of green right there that extends from Olytic, Bedford, just west of Mitchell, and then down into northwestern Orange County. A sudden wind change, a sudden speed change, and where you get a little bit more rotation in the atmosphere, you can get a quick tornado spin up, and that's why these tornado warnings have been issued. Now we have the tornado warning that extends into northwestern Jackson County. That's one tornado warning. Another tornado warning that would be southern orange on into Crawford County, down into Perry County, and then we have yet another tornado warning, now northwestern portions of Meade County, northwestern Breckenridge County, southern Perry County, and that arcs back into areas just west and southwest of our viewing area, Hancock County, Ohio County, that is, excuse me, and then just south of Owensboro. And reports of some of these tornadoes actually on the ground causing damage. Flashing in orange, severe thunderstorm warnings, and we can't put down our guard there, Suzanne.
Yeah, in fact, it's interesting that you should point that out because they've now actually added a severe thunderstorm warning where there is the tornado warning for Jackson County. So Jackson County, time to hunker down here. Obviously, we have that tornado warning with those winds that we were pinging at about 98 miles per hour as that was continuing to move off to the north and to the east. So that is a very dangerous storm. So we're watching that one. It does have some rotation showing up. But the bottom line, if you're not under that tornado warning, you now have likely a severe thunderstorm warning for some very strong winds in your area. So basically, if you are to the west of Interstate 65, we are getting ready for more warnings to be issued basically along the line because that's been the case so far.
All right, Suzanne, if you would, please, can we cut out the severe thunderstorm warnings? Let's just look at the tornado warnings, and let's go one by one.
Okay.
Start south and move our way off to the north. The cell, that looks like it's immediately off to the northwest of Hardinsburg. Does look fairly mean on the radar scan. You can see a little bit of a pendant hanging down into Hancock County. This is right around the Cloverport area right now, Victoria Crossroads, and this is moving into northern sections of Breckenridge County, all right? It's this storm right there. How's the rotation next to the red, implying that cyclonic rotation? This is radar indicated, but again, it's nighttime, and you just don't want to go outside looking for this stuff. Please stay inside. If you're in the tornado warning zone, get to that shelter and stay there until the danger has passed. And that danger right now is running pretty high here as we're in portions of Breckenridge County. Suzanne, is that correct?
Right near Cloverport.
Right near Cloverport? Okay.
That's going to be right along, and it looks like city proper right there, so right along West Highway 60.
Yeah.
So we're going to be looking at very strong winds right there, and then as you mentioned, some rotation right near Dukes. It's a little bit difficult to see because we've got so many warnings, but that's right over into sections of Breckenridge County there. As we give you kind of a wider look here, it gives you some perspective on what's happening. So you can see that rotation right on top of Cloverport, right in the heart of Cloverport, right along 60, and as you know, Breckenridge County hard hit on Sunday as well.
Oh, you better believe it, yeah. And then we have additional tornado warnings the farther southwest you go, and a lot of rotation coming out of the Calhoun area. This is west-southwest of our region, but this is the storm that did indeed have an extremely large and dangerous tornado associated with it, and it's continuing to move off to the northeast. So we'll watch that one very, very closely. So here, northern portions of Breckenridge County, northern Meade County, southern Perry, please be in your basement right now. Stay there until the danger has passed. Farther north now, we have tornado warnings. Now, here's the deal. If there's a tornado in the warning zone to the north, it's going to be across south central portions of Orange County or central Crawford County, where you get the sudden change from red to green. And notice we have a lot of what we call little couplets that are trying to develop here. There's one holding just off to the north of Greenbrier. There could be another one near Ethel and Fargo, and also the Brownstown area. That's in northern Crawford County. And you can see the sudden wind change that's occurring right across central portions of Crawford County. So it's these little tornado spin-ups that are certainly possible in that tornado warn zone. We'll have to see if that's extended farther east to eastern Crawford, Harrison, and Washington counties in relatively short order. And then finally, we have the other tornado warning, guys, that's farther off to the north there.
Yeah, and that's up in Jackson County for Lawrence County, moving into Jackson County. And we were mentioning that not only do we have the tornado warning there for the rotation, but also we have a severe thunderstorm warning that's also for Jackson County as that storm continues to kind of race in there. And we were pinging some very strong winds when it was right near the Pinhook area. So it's going to be moving right near Brownstown and Seymour, where we're going to be watching for the potential of some very powerful winds there. Let's go ahead and dissect that storm just a little bit for you as it's moving throughout areas of northern Jackson County. For our friends in Freetown, winds of 60 miles per hour, near Kurtz 54 miles per hour, near Clear Spring about 64 miles per hour. This is just to the north of Brownstown here. So to give you some perspective here, this is outside Seymour at this time, but you have right now, when we take a look at all of those warnings, when we add on the severe thunderstorm warning, you can see not only do you have the tornado warning, but you also have the severe thunderstorm warning. Matt?
Yeah, maybe cycling a little bit, Jay and everyone. It's not as a tight rotation right now. It looks to be a little more straight line wind in the last couple of scans of the radar there as it moves and starts to get into portions of northwestern Jackson County there. We don't quite have the same velocity couplets that we did earlier. So that's kind of, I say weakened a little bit, but still some very strong wind associated with this storm. But as we look back a couple of scans here.
It was by Pinhook, it was about 90 miles per hour, 99 miles per hour that we were getting those winds. And I think you're right, it has weakened.
Yeah, when it was off to the southeast of Bedford. So that's hopefully some good news there. Continue to monitor some of the other storms. And Jay, like you said, we're kind of going in and out of these quick spin-up tornadoes. Show for a few scans of the radar, some for a couple, some for longer. But we've seen a little bit of weakening here and there as well too. So, and then other spots also start to spin back up. So I think we're going to find that in the squall line, you know, for the next several hours here.
It kind of looks like we're transitioning from more supercellular to a linear fashion, right? So we're going for those big, what could have been wedge tornadoes that were occurring off to the west of us to more of these quick spin-ups like we had Sunday night.
Yep, definitely looks that way, I think.
Okay, all right, guys, thank you so very much. All right, so here we are, the entire viewing area, a little after 11 o'clock on this Wednesday night, as Matt, Suzanne, Eric, myself in tracking these severe storms, and this line continues to push its way off to the east at a fairly rapid clip, around 40 to 50 miles an hour, a very chaotic zone of showers and storms, and any one of these little kind of backward seas that are developing rapidly can spin up a tornado, can produce a damaging straight line wind gust of 60 to 70 miles an hour as these storms sweep across any one location. That storm right there near Cloverport, for example, still rotating, and still we have a tornado warning in effect for the Cloverport area, the rest of north and northwestern Breckinridge County for the next several minutes. So if you're in here, northern Breckinridge County, stay in that basement, stay in that tornado shelter area, the lowest level of your house, an interior room. And there's the most dangerous part of the cell, kind of straddling the Ohio River and moving quickly off towards the east and also the northeast. That's going to take it towards Stephensport, as well as the Sample area, perhaps even Clifton Mills, basically holding just off to the north of Hardinsburg here as that storm races East-northeast at speeds of around 45 miles an hour, impacting places like Union Star, Irvington, Painville, Ekron, Lockport, Buck Grove, and potentially Brandenburg as well, if it holds together.
New event for the tornado warning now for Jackson County and for Lawrence County. That's been extended to 11:30. So that's that storm where we were picking up some rotation that we were saying was kind of cycling through. It looks like now we have a new tornado warning. So warnings up and down this whole line of shower and thunderstorm activity, Jay.
All right, Suzanne, Matt, Eric, thank you so very much. Eric, any damage reports that you have seen?
Nothing yet really substantial because it's just now starting to get into our viewing area like Suzanne and Matt mentioned. We're getting some reports out west and up towards Indy where we had some of those confirmed tornadoes up in that area, some damage to warehouses and things like that in those locations, but nothing here locally within Louisville in the WLKY viewing area other than some of those trees that were down from the earlier winds that we had throughout the day, as we've still had winds ahead of this main line anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour throughout a good bit of our Wednesday.
Yeah, you can see some of these various pictures coming in, trees down like in the Brandenburg area. Those were from the environmental winds earlier, and we're still getting reports of some pretty strong wind even in town and areas off to the east that aren't seeing strong and severe storms at this time. In the metro, some light rainfall coming in here, some gusty winds, but that's about it for now. We have the line of severe storms off to the west, and these will continue to surge eastbound as the overnight hours wear on. Should be impacting the metro around midnight or so is what we're thinking, and a little later off to the east and also the south. So everything flashing on your television set right now or your computer, we have severe thunderstorm warnings in the orange, in the pink, and the red. Those are tornado warnings. The pink indicates a tornado has actually been spotted, is on the ground, or is definitely on the radar that might have a debris signature with it. So, and those are the pink ones that you can see. Those are still immediately west of the viewing area, but they are passing quickly off to the east and also the northeast. Very strong winds associated with all of these storms as they race in to our region. Decent velocity couplets showing up. That's still in Breckenridge County right there, Suzanne.
Yeah, and that's the one that we were tracking when it was kind of in the heart of Cloverport. So I'll be interested to know if we do get a damage report from near there, because it looked like it was right kind of in the heart of the city. So we're going to be watching that as it kind of tracks off and moves a little bit closer over into the Brandenburg area. Brandenburg, just with those environmental winds, did have some reports of some downed trees. So we'll be watching that very closely as it continues to move off to the north and to the northeast, heading into now northern sections of Meade County in relatively short order.
Okay, as we go a little bit farther off to the north, Corridon getting into some pretty strong activity, some heavy rainfall, thunder and lightning, and you folks are underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. There's the tornado warning for Crawford County, for Perry County, for Orange County, but it looks to me that the most dangerous part of that Boeing segment has now pushed east of that tornado warning. So this tornado warning may be allowed to expire, may be canceled early, as well as the most dangerous wind threat is now pushing out of the tornado warning zone and pushing towards Washington County and northwestern and western portions of Harrison County. Another tornado warning off to the north coming out of eastern Lawrence County and in effect for you folks who reside in northwestern Jackson County for the next several minutes, as we have little spin-ups that could be occurring with the chaotic wind field that's moving rapidly off to the east and northeast. Hail has really not been much of an issue, guys. The big supercells that are transforming now into a linear fashion, more of what we call a squall line, it's becoming a wind event. You can see there's the latest hail tracker. Notice all those hail cores, they were farther off to the west. This is also when the storms were supercells. They were cells that were creating not only damaging straight line winds, but the possible wedge type tornadoes, those very large tornadoes that can occur, and also the large hail. Well, as they've been moving eastbound, that transformation indeed is taking place to more of a linear system, so to speak. Yes, sir, Eric.
So that big tornado warning that you were talking about, where it looks like the stuff has moved to the east in southern Indiana for English and Paoli, they're going to let that expire. Doesn't look like they're going to add anything to the east of that. It's becoming more linear in nature. And then we are getting a report out of Cloverport of a trampoline destroyed, which makes sense with how gusty the winds were down there. I'm sure that thing got picked up and thrown around like a leaf in the air.
Okay, Eric, thanks so very much. Notice that we had a new severe thunderstorm warning, too, a little bit farther south to include places like Grayson County, especially western Grayson County, for high winds that are going to be coming out of all of these heavier showers and even thunderstorms coming in from the west and also the northwest.
Yeah, and we're going to be watching these storms, Jay, as they continue to kind of knock on the door of the metro as well. As we go ahead and give you kind of a look around the city, you can see the cameras every once in a while still shaking around. When we take a look at, you know, unfortunately, this dynamic storm system was rolling in when we had temperatures that are incredibly mild for this time of year. Our normal high temperatures in the lower 60s. You can see we're still at 79 degrees with a dew point that's pretty soupy at 63 degrees. At Bowman, still 77 degrees and still 81 degrees in Fort Knox. So this environment is ripe for these storms to come hammering in. When you take a look at all of these warnings. They go from sections of northern Ohio all the way back into portions of Arkansas still. And where you're seeing that purple shade, unfortunately, those are areas where we have confirmed tornadoes. And this was a widespread severe weather outbreak for portions of Arkansas, back across portions of Tennessee with some very powerful storms. Now for us, Jay, you were mentioning it looks like this is turning into perhaps more of a linear event, basically moving in kind of a line of shower and thunderstorm activity moving through the region. Quite a light show, lots of wind. It doesn't mean you don't see a tornado spin up right along that line, however.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. Matt, from the storms you've been analyzing a little bit farther off to the west, what are you seeing?
You know, I think a little bit of good news here, Jay. First off, that tornado warning in Jackson County, which is the bulk of it is going to expire here in 2 minutes at 11:15. Most of that rotation is gone and looks like at worst is up towards maybe Brown County, Bartholomew County. As we head farther off to the south and west, that northern Breckenridge County storm, still some rotation with that, so definitely eyes on that storm. And even further off south of to Owensboro and stuff, we see those purple shades of that polygon, which was where we earlier had that confirmed tornado. But I tell you what, I'm going to go back in the scan here a little bit, and the storm was looking worse several scans ago. There's still a rough go of it in and around the Owensboro area right now, but some of the at least most recent scans of the radar that I've been looking at have shown more indications of some straight line winds. We're getting into these Boeing segments that you've been talking about, these squall lines that are beginning to involve. And obviously within those, I still think we'll see some areas of rotation and perhaps some quick tornado spin-ups, but at least recent trends in the radar from some of those indications earlier, especially out in western Kentucky and even up towards Lawrence County, Indiana, of more violent rotation. Those have come down in the last several minutes, and that's definitely some good news.
Yeah, great to hear there. I mean, we're still dealing with some chaotic winds, no question about it, especially just west of the metro, west of I-65. But again, somewhat of a weakening trend seems to be taking place.
And you know, Jay, that's what you were talking about over the past couple of days as well. Even where the Storm Prediction Center had set up their higher risk, the higher risk category was back across areas of western Kentucky, back across portions of Arkansas. We were under that moderate and enhanced risk, and that looks like it matches up pretty well with what we're seeing right now. We are still seeing some very powerful storms, but more kind of like a squall line of that thunderstorm activity with some rotation showing up here. That doesn't mean that it's not very, very significant, but it is different than what, unfortunately, those in Arkansas and across portions of Tennessee and western Kentucky dealt with. So west of Interstate 65, perhaps some of those stronger storms, and as they're getting corroded, I guess you could say, with some of the rain out ahead of it. Hopefully continuing to weaken. I do want to point out we do have some people on our Facebook page that were asking about counties that are still a little bit farther off to the east. And I think it's important to note that we still will have days and days of rain, Jay.
Yeah, so here's the deal with that. This line of storms is just really the first of what's going to be multiple bands of showers and storms that'll pass across the viewing area from now until Sunday. It won't rain continuously, but what's going to happen, the front, the cold front that's responsible for tonight's activity is going to get hung up over the lower Ohio Valley. It's going to oscillate back and forth. Every time there's a disturbance that comes through in the jet stream levels, it's going to actually enhance showers and storms. And these storms will travel over the same regions. That is our zone, southern Indiana, much of the Commonwealth. And by the time everything's all said and done, I mean, 6 to 10 inches of rain is certainly possible by later Sunday. Well, that's going to cause flash flooding in spots. That's going to cause river flooding as well. Matter of fact, National Weather Service is already saying that the Ohio River here in Louisville will go out of its banks by Friday night. So we'll be watching for that. We'll keep you posted on that scenario. This is the rainfall as it occurred just over the past 1 hour. And you can see in excess of an inch in many, many spots, ½ inch to an inch, maybe a little bit more than that. So certainly some torrential downpours along with the gusty winds coming through with these storms. All right, so as we kind of reset here, take a look at what's going on. Number one, a tornado watch remains in effect anywhere along this band of warnings and points off to the east across much of the viewing area until 2 a.m. Now, for the warnings, Metro Louisville, we have warnings just west of Jefferson County. A large, severe thunderstorm warning for portions of southern Indiana west of 65 on through sections of Kentucky, again, west of 65, for the potential for at least scattered pockets of winds that could be in excess of 60 miles an hour. Embedded within those larger severe thunderstorm warnings, we're getting the potential for little spin-ups, okay? And that's why we have little tornado warnings that have also been issued, like this one here in Breckinridge County, northern Breckinridge County, northwestern Meade County, in southeastern Perry County. That storm right there, we're still watching it very closely. It has shown persistent low-level rotation over the past half hour and continues to show a little bit of that as well as it's moving in a northeasterly direction. So as long as it maintains its intensity, it's possible we could see another tornado warning issued for portions of southern Harrison County. It does look to be weakening somewhat. That's some good news, but we'll watch it closely. So as that rotation comes out of Breckinridge and Meade County and crosses over the Ohio River, it could impact Painville, Malkport, Brandenburg, New Middletown, West Point, and Elizabeth anywhere from 11:22 to about 11:45 Eastern Daylight Time tonight. The Metro, just some light rain. It's gusty out there. It's warm. The worst of the weather is still off to the west. And these storms, I will say, seem to be weakening somewhat. Let's hope that trend continues as they push off in an easterly component there. No doubt, there's so much wind energy that there is going to be sporadic wind damage across the viewing area as the overnight period wears on.
We have a new tornado warning, Jay, that we need to let you know about in Clark County and also into portions of Washington County. So this is for our southern Indiana communities. That is for that line that you can see right here that is racing through areas, again, of Washington County back through northern Harrison County. That will be knocking on the door of Clark County, Indiana in the next couple of minutes, and then moving into the very, very western sections of Scott County as well. Matt.
I think it's important also to note, Jay, it's kind of been what we've been saying too. The National Weather Service said these are severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage.
Yeah.
And so we can look like here on the rotation detector, and we do see a lot of straight line wind energy in these storms. And then, as you mentioned, kind of some of those S's or kinks there in between, that can be areas of those brief tornado spin-ups like what we saw a couple of days ago, typically on the low end of the scale, EF0, EF1 type tornadoes, but can still put up some very strong wind gusts and can do some isolated areas within the counties here that are in the tornado warnings, like Washington County. You could get some damage out of these. So we'll continue to watch some of the bends and curves in here. I see a couple of those, Jay, on radar, mainly south of Salem. Right now, there's some indications, perhaps, of the best rotation there. Let's say maybe between, let's go Salem to, between Salem and Palmyra.
Yeah.
There through the county. Nothing that has been significant through a long duration here on the radar, but definitely something to mention, and has obviously warranted the tornado warning from the National Weather Service.
Yeah, I mean, definitely transitioning from those large supercells to just these little spin-ups, no question about it. And these things are quick hitting. You know, they can develop and then they can rapidly fall apart, and they are racing off to the east at speeds of 70
miles per hour.
70 miles an hour. Wow, this thing is flying now. So just the sheer movement of this band of storms could cause 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. And then you add a little bit of twisting and turning that you could spin up a quick tornado. And it's no wonder the National Weather Service has just gone with a broad tornado warning for much of Washington County on into Scott County, the northern sections of Clark County, on into far northern Floyd County. Let's call it up near Greenville, just north of Galena, and then that catches northern Harrison County for you folks in places like Palmyra and the Bradford area as well. So if I called out your city or you reside somewhere close to those communities I called out, please get to that tornado warning shelter area. Stay indoors, stay hunkered down until this line of storms moves on through. And as Suzanne just talked about, it's flying 70 miles an hour. It won't be around any one location for all that long. Basically, as the severe threat moves across any one spot, you'll probably have chances for some strong winds, maybe a spin up 10, 20 minutes, and that should be just about it. All right, so there's one tornado warning, all right? Then we have another tornado warning the farther south you go, and it's basically for that cell that's now in Meade County. This is going to be crossing over the Ohio River. Could come close to you folks in Brandenburg. Right now, the tornado warning is just west of you, but again, don't put down your guard. This is some pretty strong wind energy, and it's racing off to the east-northeast. So right around Painville, Malkport, Brandenburg, New Middletown, Elizabeth. If it holds together, the southwestern parts of the metro could start to see some pretty strong wind energy move into, again, southwestern Jefferson County over the next half hour to 45 minutes or so.
And certainly we'll be probably getting a lot more information as that line continues to move through very populated portions of southern Indiana at this time. So what we have right now, if you're just joining us, you're hearing the thunder, so you've decided to tune us in. We are watching for a number of tornado warnings that have been issued. We have not, in the WLKY viewing area, had any reports of confirmed tornadoes. But we are, of course, watching for some very powerful winds with these storms. And we're going to continue to see these storms racing off to the east at about 70 miles per hour. So we're going to continue to watch the southern flank of this storm system, where unfortunately we have had confirmed tornadoes just outside the WLKY viewing area. Bottom line, we're watching for very strong winds out there. If you were out today, we had winds of 50 miles per hour just in the environment that knocked down some trees. So, Matt, I know you've got eyes on that southern Indiana storm system right now as it's moving a little bit closer to Interstate 65 in the next couple minutes.
Yeah, I've been looking at the main line, Suzanne, is immediately west and honestly maybe right on top of Palmyra right now. And as I look at some of the velocities of the winds inside of it, if you kind of keep your eyes on the Palmyra area, you could see that's a pretty decent straight line wind gust that just moved through there. So that's going to be your 50 to 60 mile per hour straight line winds. But as we kind of analyze, looking at the storm relatives too, and Jay, you can see here, I'm going to go back a few. I mean, there are some kinks in that line, but it's nothing that screams strong rotation out there, but definitely a developed, this is no doubt a severe thunderstorm, a line of severe thunderstorms that is moving through. So whether or not it's a strong straight line wind gust or one of those brief spin up tornadoes, you know, these could easily take down trees, power lines, and do some damage out across this part of the region there near, let's just say, northern Harrison County up into this, especially the southern portions of Washington County right now. And I would say also if you're in, you know, Greenville, Floyd County, Borden, New Pekin, you'd be on the lookout here in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, wind damage is wind damage, you know, straight line, twisting and turning. And in tonight's environment, we can get both, obviously, but we're going to have to watch out for northern Harrison County on into sections of Clark County, far northwestern Floyd, Washington, and now into Scott County as well, because it's this storm complex right there that has a lot of wind energy associated with it. Suzanne, if you would, let's go over to the rotation detector, because I think what that shows, it shows the actual strongest wind field the best for us. And you can see it's pretty much right through Washington County and now moving into far northwestern Floyd County. It's this line, that's squiggly, if you will, that extends from west of Seymour to near Corydon. The twisting, the turning, the kinks in that wind field causing some wind damage, some straight line wind damage, and there can be a little spin up as well. And this is just flying eastbound at speeds of around 60 to 70 miles an hour. So bottom line, we'd like you to be in your place of safety for the next several minutes until this thing has passed on through, and it will quickly as well. Borden 1128, Daisy Hill 1129, New Salem 1131. We get towards Little York and the Starlight area right around the bottom of the hour. Still in the metro, we are okay. It's windy, it's rainy out there, but no warnings to speak of for the metro just yet, Suzanne.
Yeah, no warnings right now in the metro. Right now, you're taking a live look at the upper deck of the Sherman-Minton Bridge. We're starting to see a little bit of rain overspreading the region. And I wonder, Matt, if we want to, on Storm Analyzer, go ahead and pull up the NDOT site, because then we can pull up some of the graphics that can show Interstate 65 right into sections of Clark County. Then we will be able to show everyone exactly what's happening as that line moves through, because you can see in the metro we're doing just fine, but we have that line where it is just howling through the region. We are talking about speeds of 70 miles per hour. So when you couple that, of course, with the environmental winds, we're going to be watching for those winds to be absolutely screaming. So this is going to be right on top of New Salem in the next couple of minutes, near Starlight at about 11:32. So it is heading rapidly across areas of Scott County as well as into portions of Clark County, kind of brushing by the very, very northern sections of Floyd County. So if you're in Greenville, if you're in Borden, right along 60, you're going to experience some very, very strong winds in the next couple of minutes. Moving into the Memphis area, moving into Charlestown in the next couple of minutes, and that will be heading a little bit closer over to the Scottsburg area.
Matt, from that tornado zone that's farther off to the south and southwest, the tornado that was a large, dangerous tornado, we were telling folks we're going to stay up to date on that one coming out of western Kentucky. What's the latest on that from the scene?
The last couple of scans, Jay, in fact, for the last several minutes, as that rolled through closer to the Owensboro area.
Yeah.
And I'm going to show you here. I know this kind of looks messy, but we're going to go back several scans and notice we had quite a few more of those purple polygons on the Storm Analyzer radar, just off to the, if you're looking at Storm Analyzer, it's kind of on the bottom left-hand side of the screen. As we go forward, we got less of those purple polygons. So the confirmed tornadoes that were earlier confirmed by spotters, those have faded away. It is still a storm, as I'm going to go back over here to the radar image. There's still that line, another squall line, very similar to what we're talking about up into southern Indiana, into Washington and northern portions of Harrison County moving on off to the east. These storms now starting to take on that linear fashion and becoming more in the way of some straight line wind gusts. Obviously heavy rain, thunder and lightning with them as well, so they're going to be big time noisemakers and big time rain producers. But the overall trend from what was very violent. There were at times we were getting radar indications, 130 mile per hour plus winds on here. We do not have that anymore. So that's definitely good news. There are still some tornado warnings that are in place for that particular storm. But again, it is much more of that squall line with some embedded, perhaps, tornado spin-ups, I believe.
Yeah, exactly right, Matt. You know what? Let's go over to the Doppler radar if we could. Guys up in the booth, give me the Doppler. Okay, thank you.
Hey, Jay, they just added another tornado warning to that one Matt was telling you about.
On the northern edge of that line, Jay,
okay,
that's a new tornado warning for you. That includes northern Meade, northern Breckenridge, back into Perry County. That's going to go until midnight.
Okay.
Or 11 o'clock for those in Central Time Zone.
Okay, let's pull out here. Let's take a look at all the viewing area. If you look real close, Suzanne, let's go in a little bit tighter. And all right, so it looks to me that we've got 2 zones where we could see some decent wind damage, whether it's from straight line wind damage or quick spin ups. And you got one, what we call Boeing segment right through this zone that stretches from eastern Washington County, Scott County. And then you have another Boeing segment right here, kind of taking on that backward sea. And if there is a tornado, a lot of times it's on the northern side of the apex of the bow, because that's where you get cyclonic curvature from winds that are blowing extremely strong on the apex of the bow, and it might be, the wind speed might be just a little bit weaker just north of that stronger zone, so it causes a quick spin up. Okay, and that's why we've got these tornado warnings that are being issued again on the northern side of these Boeing segments. That's what it looks to me. That's how it looks like to me, guys, at this point in time. I don't see any major, you know, supercellular type rotational couplets out there anymore anyway.
Go ahead, Matt.
Okay, I was going to say, I think that's the main story. Anything major.
Okay,
brief tornado spin-ups, definitely a possibility.
Right.
Some of the worst rotation right now, just north of Cloverport into southern portions of Perry County.
Okay, as far as the metro area goes, let's zoom in tight on Metro Louisville. A lot of folks watching from the metro surrounding areas. Again, a lot of this activity has been off to the west, off to the north. So far in town, we don't have any warnings in effect at this point in time.
They're just going to do that line.
There's another new tornado warning for that same line. I think probably.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, and that extends up into Perry County, as well as Crawford County and southwestern Harrison. And now we've got, what, central Harrison, Floyd, on into the Charlestown area.
And that, Jay, is going to go until midnight. So I think, you know, they're lighting up these lines. They're obviously severe storms, and that capability of those tornado spin-ups. The rotation in that one, at least at the last scan, looks to be near just south of Corydon, New Middletown area there, southern half of Harrison County, moving off towards the north and east. So if you're watching us, Lanesville, Edwardsville, even up towards the Knobs and in towards the southern portions of Clark County like Sellersburg, Memphis, even the New Albany area. These are some locations where we're going to watch this closely for you, but you're going to want to start making your way to your tornado safe place.
Yeah, it looks like State Road 135 there in south central, southwestern portions of Harrison County, as Suzanne is right down to street level mapping. That's some decent wind energy right there. You can see the darker reds and the yellows especially. We've got some extreme shear going on in that particular cell as it moves quickly off to the northeast. So zoomed in tight, we're talking, what is that? We have Lake Road southwest, Shiloh Road southwest. All right.
Now it's moving quickly though, so it's heading to Shiloh Road southeast, Highway 135 southwest, right near Corydon, Middletown, New Middletown Road, Highway 62, Kingstore, Turley, heading closer over to Hillcrest, maybe right by Corydon near Harrison Grange, New Middletown. That's going to be pushing right along 62 to the Lanesville area. So that is, I think, probably the strongest shear that I have seen so far. Matt?
And y'all, some of the last 2, now 3 images. So for about the last 6 to 10 minutes, some of the highest wind gusts out of that area of rotation, getting close to 100 miles per hour. And Jay, that's under 1,000 feet up on this radar scan. So very low level, high, strong winds in this particular area. Suzanne zooming in on that right now. The Highway 135 to Shiloh Road. There you see she's just put on the radar where at least we're starting to get. And again, Jay, this is about 930 feet up on the radar scan. So a very low level. high wind gusts there.
Okay, so we're talking just a few miles south of you folks in Corydon. That's where the most dangerous part of this cell is presently located. And you can see the Corydon area right up there, and this is quickly racing off towards the northeast. Speeds very, very fast at around 50 miles per hour or so. This is going to take it right across Lanesville. It's going to take it maybe near the New Albany area and north of there as well to near Floyd's Knobs. That is an intense cell that has really spun up all of a sudden. And that's what these things are doing tonight. That's why we can't put down our guard, even though it looks like there could be some weakening going on.
Yeah,
as stated right there.
Most definitely, and that has been one of the stronger storms that we have seen. Where now the other one was near Pinhook up in Lawrence County, moving into sections of Jackson County. Matt, I see that you're pointing right near the New Middletown area, in between basically Corydon and New Middletown, as kind of a trouble spot here. So right along 337, guys, heading right towards the Lanesville area. This is going to be near Georgetown at about 11:49, back over near New Albany, and if it holds together, it would be heading into the metro as well. There we go. You can see we might want to switch back to the Lynx 1 product to show you what's going on there, because we do have that storm track for you. Heading near New Albany just before midnight. This is when you want to go ahead, head to your place of safety. You want to go to an interior room. I know it's really tempting to look out the window to see what's going on. Bad idea with winds of 100 miles an hour. Go ahead, head to the basement. If you don't have a basement, that's when you want to go into an interior room. Matt, you got something to add?
No, I was just saying, I was showing some signs on the radar that we might have one of those little, the old bounded weak echo regions, you know, within there, Jay, just in the last couple of scans of the radar immediately south of Corydon, that shows some of those signs of the stronger rotation that has just really zipped up here in this particular storm just in the last couple of minutes. Still some signs of, let's see, we're still in the 65 plus range, 71, you know, there on this storm. So maybe not quite as strong as just a scan or two ago, but also very strong, you know, to deal with. Also, Eric, I want to send it on over to you. We've had some severe damage reports too coming out of southern Indiana.
Yeah, coming out of southern Indiana, especially in Washington County, where we've had those tornado warnings come through. They're not saying it's tornado damage. They're more or less just calling it high wind damage, but we got numerous trees down throughout the Salem area and trees blocking roadways throughout portions of Main Street in Salem, too. So starting to get some definite wind reports of trees down along roadways throughout Washington County.
Okay, Eric, thanks so very much. All right, so we have a number of tornado warnings lining up near 65 to the north of the metro and just west of Jefferson County to the southwest as well, down near Brandenburg and Hardinsburg for these little line segments that are capable of producing quick-hitting tornado spin-ups, in addition to the straight-lined wind damage as these things roll on through, caused by these what we call bowing segments, these backward seas that are showing up, and in between a fairly intense rotational couplet that is very close to Corydon, just south of the Corydon area, and this is pushing towards Lanesville, could be pushing towards Georgetown, maybe New Albany. I think it might go just north of New Albany, but Floyd's Knobs. Don't put down your guard. You're underneath the tornado warning as well. And there's the chaotic wind right there, the velocity couplet that we're picking up, the possible tornado. There's a lot of shear going on out there. Suzanne, if you would, let's go over to the rotation detector, as that really picks up things the best, I believe. And you can see all of this chaotic wind that could cause quick-hitting tornado spin-ups. And that rotation, quite nasty right now, very close to Corydon, the Hillcrest area, King's Store, and then moving off towards the northeast, towards Lanesville as well. Is that Highway 62 there right now as it cruises out of Corydon across eastern portions of Harrison County?
Basically, it looks like riding basically along Highway 62 here at this point, where that rotation now moving, as I mentioned, over right along 62, now into Breckenridge, so perhaps into Lanesville in relatively short order. And you know, Eric was mentioning some of the wind damage across areas of Salem. That's that line that's now moving right along 65. Matt, are you picking up anything from like our Scottsburg cameras that we have up from NDOT?
You know, I was just looking looking here at the Memphis one, but I'll go up towards the...
Scottsburg would be perfect.
Yep, let me see.
Yeah, you can see that brighter shade of green there on the rotation detector, so we're trying to catch a camera up that way there in Scott County, Scottsburg area, and give you a good idea. While Matt's doing that, let's go to the rotation detector, guys. There you go, and you can see that area of brighter green that stretches now immediately east or along Interstate 65. It's east of Seymour, pushing into sections of Jennings County. It's down through Scottsburg, and then south of there as well. Matt, what do you have there?
That's I-65 at Scottsburg right now, off the Indiana NDOT cameras. So you can see quite a bit of wind, quite a bit of rain. It gets pretty gusty. You get the lightning flashes there, so it's getting a little rough there in Scott County.
So I think what you're looking at is Indiana 56. That's kind of the overpass, and if you look a little bit closer kind of to the top of your screen, I think that is 65, Matt.
Okay.
And then everyone drives under that right there. Not obviously many cars. Let's go hit that video again, refresh that so everyone can see what's happening. So this is as that storm is moving right on top of Scottsburg. We're seeing it basically in real time. And if you look at the roadway, look at how that water is just kind of being whipped along the roadway there.
That's some rough travel. You shouldn't be out on the roads at this point in the game, especially when we have a tornado warning in effect for that area as well. Yeah.
The EMS out of Washington County is maybe reporting a tornado could be on the ground towards the South Boston area, which is kind of to the east and south of the Salem area in Washington County. We're starting to see some of those hooks or kinks along the wind velocity in that location, so that could be one of those quick little spin-ups trying to form along that kink. As you look at your wind velocity, you can kind of see some of the in and outbound winds with that in that area.
Okay, Eric, thanks so very much. Hey, Suzanne, let's go back to that rotation detector. I think that shows everything the best, where we're getting the strongest wind flow, where we're getting the rotation, and you can see it up and down 65 to the north. And then you can see it as we zoom in tight to areas immediately west of the metro. Let's zoom into the Corridon area, where a tornado warning remains in effect for all that area. Let's ditch the warnings. We've got too many.
I just wanted to let you know there is a warning now for Jefferson County. That's why I left it up. The severe thunderstorm warning now for Jefferson County, including the Louisville area, Jay.
Okay, so for that strong wind field that's coming on in, there's one reason for the tornado warning here, Corridon and Lanesville, pushing up 64. Then we go a little farther south. Keep going south, Suzanne. There's another batch right out here in sections of Breckinridge County, close to Hardinsburg, northern portions of Hardinsburg, near Union Star. This is pushing towards Brandenburg. We have tornado warnings in effect in that zone as well. So these little areas where very intense wind fields have developed, chaotic wind fields that can spin up tornadoes. And there you go, tornado warnings remain in effect for many of these zones where those stronger winds are located.
Jay, I think what Eric was also reporting earlier with that, the tornado on the ground reported earlier in Washington County.
Right.
Looking back on the radar, especially immediately south of town, this would have been back around 20 minutes ago or so between Salem, and then as it moved from the south of Salem off towards the Scott County line, just off to the west of Underwood. There's a pretty good indication of several scans on the radar of a quick rotation that could have produced a brief tornado spin up, no doubt. And now as it's moved into Scott County, it looks like that's weakened and faded away. So these are quick hitting. They're going to last a few minutes. They might be on the ground a mile or two, and then they lift right back up into the storm. We're also still dealing with some straight line winds as well. And it just continues to kind of be these little quick hitters from time to time that we're seeing on the radar.
Okay, Matt, thanks so very much. The severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued for the northern one half of Jefferson County. And you can see the heavy rain, the thunder and lightning moving towards the metro. Also a very, very intense wind field that's going to be passing across portions of the metro. That has prompted actually a tornado warning just off to the north of town. And we have additional tornado warnings north and south. We're tracking this line of heavy rainfall that is likely producing winds in excess of 60 miles an hour, at least in a few spots along the line. And you can see it's It's going to impact everybody here in Clark County. It's going to impact a lot of folks here in Jefferson County, especially the northern one half of Jefferson County from about the Watterson and points north. So we're talking, Clarksville, the Louisville area, downtown Louisville, New Albany, the west side, the northwest side, the Shawnee area. It's cruising into your location now, and we'll continue to move across places like the California neighborhood over towards Germantown and then up towards Prospect to near the Ford truck plant, probably within the next 15 to 30 minutes or so. And additional heavy storms down in Meade County will be passing towards the rest of the metro area as that backwards sea, that Boeing segment cruises in and has a high likelihood for causing very strong winds and the possibility of some wind damage as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up a few of our cameras there to just give you some perspective as that's moving in a little bit closer to the metro. That's what it looks like over the Lewis and Clark Bridge over in the east end. Taking a quick look at some of our cameras, you can see that rain is starting to come down. Likely going to be dealing with some pretty gusty winds as well as that storm continues to bear down on the WLKY viewing area at this point. So some very strong winds, obviously, and we're going to continue to monitor it as it now moves into areas of New Albany, Clarksville, heading into Jeffersonville, over into the Knobs, Georgetown. You're getting tremendous rainfall at this time. And then, of course, back over into portions of Corydon. As far as those warnings, we still have a number of warnings for the Louisville Metro. Right now, you are under that severe thunderstorm warning just to the north, including our friends in Floyd County. That's where we currently have the tornado warning. That does include areas of Clark County. We're also watching for, of course, the tornado warnings across portions of Harrison County, back into Meade County, and into portions of Breckinridge County as well.
Boy, that is a mean-looking line of wind right there in Breckinridge County, guys. That's moving off to the east. We've got to watch that one real close. Let's go over to the wind velocity, if we could. What do we have there? Is that Lynx 2?
That's base.
Is that base? Is that Lynx 2 showing up?
Yeah.
Okay, there it is. There it is. That's what I want right here. And you can see it's right there in sections of Breckinridge County. Here's Hardinsburg, very strong winds up to near Lodiburg, very strong winds, Raymond, and this is moving towards the Irvington area, the Booleyville area, Ekron, Garrett, and this is also where we have a tornado warning in effect for not only the possibility of straight line winds, but little spin-ups, and this is what we've been seeing across our viewing area the last hour or so, and you can see that very strong, what we call shear that's going on. Raymond down to just around the Hardinsburg area as this moves in a northeasterly direction. So Painville, Ekron, Brandenburg, Garrett, don't put down your guard. This intense wall of wind is moving in your direction and has at least the potential to cause some damage. Pretty good wind field now immediately west of the metro, right on the Ohio River, guys.
Yeah, up and just immediately west of New Albany. Like you said, Jay, the Ohio River, maybe once it crosses, moving over in the Portland neighborhood into the Louisville area. It might go just north. But yeah, for the New Albany up towards 265 Grand Line Road there in the southern portions of Floyd County, and then immediately off to the east from there, be on the lookout in Clark County along that Floyd-Clark County line, the Clarksville area, up towards, I believe that's Veterans Parkway as you head north on 65 from the metro. So be on the lookout for that. There's a very strong wind field there going. It might be getting a little more reorganized, Jay. This is the same storm that was back south of Corydon a little while ago.
Right.
So we might have a little bit of oscillation, fluctuation here back and forth, but I think that might be getting a little better organized here.
Okay, Matt, thanks so very much. So again, we're watching that storm right there now just off to the northeast of Lanesville. We're here in Floyd County. There's New Albany. Here's the Ohio River. This is the Louisville Metro, the Shawnee neighborhood, the Portland neighborhood over towards downtown. Very heavy rainfall, and we have lots of twisting and turning going on right now on interstate, close to Interstate 64, and then as you move into sections of southern Clark County as well. That storm that has all that twisting and turning is moving off in a northeasterly direction, and that's going to cruise right across you know, portions of like Cementville, Floyd's Knobs, maybe the Galena area as well. But right now, New Albany looks like it's getting hit pretty hard. Do we have a camera? Is that the...
One of the better ones that I can show you is the Sherman-Minton Bridge on the upper deck. So what you're looking at right now, those lights that are coming towards you are the lights that are coming from Kentucky over into southern Indiana.
Okay.
I can show you a few more cameras right here to show you as that kind of storm system is bearing down on our area. Obviously, quite a light show at this point. That is the split of 64 and 264 in western Jefferson County that you're looking at right there. Quick look here. This is 264 for our friends right near Dumanil. You'll also notice, obviously, some very heavy rainfall moving into your area. A little bit farther off to portions of 71 and the Gene Snyder, you can see that rain is starting to come down. Taking a look at a few other spots on 64, you're looking okay. That's 64, a little bit closer over to Breckenridge Lane. I think it'll be interesting to watch this camera here at 64 at the Sherman-Minton Bridge, because that storm will be moving right over it. And you can see from our Yum Center camera, I don't know if we want to take that full, it looks like we are seeing near constant lightning from the Yum Center camera as well. A lot of lightning showing up there from that downtown shot that we have.
Yeah, some of these intense thunderstorms now moving into portions of the metro. We have a tornado warning that continues immediately north of downtown Louisville, from New Albany up through portions of Clark County to Cementville, as well as Charlestown. If you're in that area, please take shelter immediately and stay there until this storm has passed on by. It's that storm that has a lot of shear, and it's going to be running really parallel to 265 across sections of Floyd County and also Clark County here in relatively short order. It's just going to kind of skim New Albany. And there it is. There's that strong rotation showing up on the rotation detector, very close to Floyd's Knobs. 64 as you move, and then you get the split there in Floyd County as well. So that is one nasty-looking cell, guys, with a lot of wind energy and the potential for some wind damage.
Yeah, most certainly. And so that's going to be moving right here. Let's get a little bit tighter here to show you exactly where it is right now. You need to be in your place of safety right near Duffy Road, Corydon Pike, Silver Hills, Corydon Pike, near State Street, near Main Street. You want to be certainly taking cover here in the Edwardsville area. Lots of rotation showing up in this particular storm right here, probably close over into Portland. It looks like we're seeing some stronger winds and some rotation basically running parallel to 62. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a pretty decent wind gust right there, moving into areas of 62, about to cross over that Lewis and Clark Bridge there. Let's go ahead and just take a quick look at some of those cameras once again and see what's going on here to give you kind of a live perspective. Now, that's the Lewis and Clark Bridge, guys. Look at that wind.
Yeah.
You can see, if you look closely at those lights, where that wind is just blowing all of that rain really quickly across the bridge here this evening.
So some of that higher wind field moving into portions of the metro, especially the northern sections of the metro, close to the Ohio River, and then back to New Albany. And a lot of twisting and turning going on in Floyd County, and that's going to push into extreme southern Clark County here in relatively short order. Matt, do you see anything in the lightning flashes?
You know,
trying to see that on our tower cam.
I don't think so, Jay. This is our downtown camera, our Cam 7, that I've been looking at recently, and I think it's the one that's on the bottom left of your screen right now. That is the one that, as we do get a few lightning flashes, there haven't been many. I can't make out much in the way of any solid identifiable lowering or anything that, you know, out of this, because while we do get an occasional flash, it's very quick and very tough to see. I think I may need to get the camera also turned a little more to the right, which is more so going to go towards that Floyd and Clark County line. So we're going to...
I'll do that.
You got it?
Yeah.
All right, so Suzanne's going to try to...
It looks like someone else is moving it.
We're going to try to move it over a little bit here.
Okay, Eric, you move it. Too many cooks.
And there you can kind of see, I think you can get the idea there. I think we're seeing the Clarksville area with the lights. And you can even make out the clock there, the little red pixel there toward the bottom right-hand side of your screen. So we're looking over into Clark County across the Ohio River from downtown. And this is going to be the meanest part of this storm, the high wind gust. We've had evidence of rotation on the radar from time to time with this as it's cruised through Floyd and now into Clark County. It's why we have the tornado warning in effect. And so we're keeping close eyes on it. Suzanne, you also have a camera that's
this
showing.
is actually exactly where we're seeing some of that rotation right now. If we want to pull up Storm Analyzer for you really quickly, this is right along areas of the Lee Hamilton at Grant Line Road. And look at the visibility is so poor here because that rain is coming down. So you can see that camera bouncing around quite a bit. Usually these cameras are pretty stable. So unfortunately, you can see some very gusty winds here. Again, this is right along areas of the Lee Hamilton, right near portions of Grant Line Road, where you can see visibility is basically down to nearly nothing. I can go ahead and show you a couple more of our cameras here. This is a little bit closer over to State Street. And again, we're seeing some rotation showing up on the radar here, Matt. So perhaps indicative of some very strong winds continuing to move through right along the Lee Hamilton.
And I know it's the midnight hour, but I like to see a lot of people off the road. We're not seeing a lot of lights here. I was checking the weather service out of Indianapolis. There was a water rescue earlier up in Brown County, Indiana. And so not only just for tonight, because we know overnight heavy rain situations, flooding can be downright deadly. We saw that a couple of days ago, unfortunately, into Nelson County. And we're talking about even after the storms tonight, several days through the weekend of heavy rain and flooding concerns. So make sure we are not driving through any water-covered roadways. There will be more of those, I believe, in the coming days. Don't drive around barricades, but it's especially tough to identify at night, so be extra, extra cautious.
Matt, Suzanne, thank you so very much. Great analysis, and you can see that wind really picking up now on the Sherman-Minton. So it's some nasty weather pulling into portions of the metro right now.
And it really shows you how quickly this happens and how quickly things deteriorate, Jay, because right now we were showing you just moments ago what it looked like. This is on the upper deck of the Sherman-Minton Bridge as you're heading from Kentucky over into southern Indiana, and you can see visibility obviously significantly compromised. That rain is coming down in buckets here. So certainly a very dangerous situation. And unfortunately, we're going to be watching for the potential for some very dangerous conditions over the next couple of days on the roads, unfortunately.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. Let's go back to the radar scan. I kind of want to reset.
Let's look at that.
That is nasty right now. Okay, so here we got, this is portions of Clark County, that's Floyd County, the Lee Hamilton, and we've got what looks like an intense wind gust that could be tornadic as well, as it's moving kind of parallel to the Lee Hamilton. There's Cementville. This is 65, so just north of downtown Louisville, just north in the northern portions of Clarksville and Jeffersonville. We've got an intense wind gust that could be tornadic, no question about it. Certainly strong winds that are
ramped up here in the Cementville area, right near Watson. That has really strengthened in just the past couple of seconds, really. So, and we are seeing this storm rotate a little bit. You can see a little bit of that rotation showing up here.
New one for Jefferson County.
All right, guys, let's pull out there. Let's. We got new warnings coming in, and there you go. You can see the wrapping up. There's the hook echo that has formed. And it's right there on the Lee Hamilton. So we have a very intense storm that is likely a tornado that is forming, traveling the Lee Hamilton and pushing off towards the east. If you are in portions of Clark County here, even Floyd County, close to the metro, please, I need you to be in your place of safety right now. A basement, if you don't have a basement, the lowest level of your house. Suzanne, if you would, please, let's pull out here just a little bit, give folks all across the metro a good chance to see exactly where we're talking, all right? So here's downtown. Here's 71 up towards Green Spring, Prospect, the Glen Oaks area. It's immediately off to your west and northwest. It is moving in this direction. It is moving towards the east-northeast across southern portions of Clark County and may clip northeastern Jefferson County, and certainly we have to be on our guard as we look into western and northern portions of Oldham County here over the next several minutes.
Yeah, most definitely. So we want you to head to your basement.
Yes.
If you're in the Louisville Metro, this is your time that you go to the basement right now and be prepared for the potential. Obviously, this is a very highly populated area, so we will get, obviously, a lot of reports out of this. If nothing else, we are seeing very strong winds, but we are also seeing a storm that is exhibiting quite a bit of rotation here. I wonder if we can pull up... Eric, maybe you can hop on the storm analyzer, try to get us a shot right there, because we do have some cameras that are right over by there from the NDOT site. So that would be right along 65 and 265. And then, of course, we're going to watch that a little bit closer over into the River Bluff area if that all holds together. So bottom line, if you're in the Louisville Metro, if you're in Clark County, Indiana, Floyd County, get into the basement, and certainly to an interior room if you don't have a basement.
And this is racing eastbound along the Lee Hamilton. That is the zone where there's a possible tornado and likely causing some damage, just straight line wind damage, if that's all it is, or the twisting and turning. But no doubt this storm has wrapped up quite rapidly just within the past 5 to 10 minutes or so. And you can see the intense wind field associated with this storm as it's cruising off towards the east and also the northeast.
Yeah, this is a very strong storm right here. It's right near Prather, Cementville, right along 62. I know we have a lot of industries that are right along here as well. Those locations, those businesses need to have their people in their safe place right near International Drive, heading over into the Longview Beach area, right along the Lee Hamilton and Highway 62. Near Cementville, near Charlestown Pike. So if this is somewhere, if you're hearing your street name, basement time right now. So again, we're seeing this storm exhibiting quite a bit of rotation right here. It is wrapping up right now, moving over Prather, 62, right near the Watson area.
And pushing off in an east-northeasterly direction, heading towards the Prospect area, maybe just north of there, on into western Oldham County. So watching from Skylight, watching from Goshen, anywhere up 62, as Suzanne was just talking about, the Prather area, River Ridge. Please, please, please get into that basement and stay there until the danger has passed on by.
Go to the links too, and I have some of those times out for some of the neighborhoods that are next in line for that cell. So if you flip over there, you got it. You can see River Bluff about 12:08, so that's about 6 minutes. So you should start heading to your lowest level and most interior location. Goshen, 12:10. Out towards Owen as you get closer to 12:14, along with Skylight at 12:14. And then as you continue off to the north and east, you have a little bit more time. But definitely, if one of your towns is on there, you got LaGrange is included as that as well. So we'll continue to watch those. But definitely, if you live within those areas, you should be heading towards your safe location, because this is a very powerful system that could definitely bring maybe a little bit of some rotation with a tornado, but definitely some very strong straight line winds too with that cell that's just near the Sellersburg area that is pushing off to the north and east.
Okay, Eric, thank you. Matt, Storm Analyzer, new tornado warning.
Yeah, and this is the one that is in effect for the Louisville area from downtown off towards the south, down Interstate 65 in the west. So this is going to include Okolona. It's going to include Hillview, Valley Station, down to Shepherdsville, even Mount Washington. So you may hear your tornado sirens going off there, as well as southern Harrison, far northern Hardin County. This is pretty much Fort Knox. It's north of you in Radcliffe, and down into Meade County near Brandenburg and Ekron. Watching a storm that's shown some signs of rotation, Jay. This is going to be between Ekron and Muldraugh right now. And I wouldn't say it has wrapped up a lot, you know, recently, but I also think that in the scenario that we've been in, that these storms also show some quick, real spin-ups and rotation that is produced, you know, just like the storm we're watching north and east of town. So that's the latest warning. That's going to go until 12:30. So for the next 26 minutes here, but that does include portions of the metro, northern Bullitt County, back over to Meade County, and also includes the Fort Knox area there. In fact, right where the Weather Service radar location is.
Okay, Matt, thank you so very much. Let's go back to the wind velocity if we could as we continue to track the storm that's here in south and southeastern portions of Clark County, right around Prather. You can see Cementville right there, the Lee Hamilton right here. You got the East End Bridge right there, and just off to the north, soon crossing over the Ohio River into Oldham County. A lot of strong wind rotation, a possible tornado, and no doubt high potential for some wind damage right now. You can see a well-defined, what we call almost a hook echo, the precipitation, the heavy precipitation wrapping around the rotating part of this cell, which is pretty close to Charlestown right now, immediately east of Sellersburg, and this is heading straight towards Owen, Skylight, and Goshen along the Ohio River on into western portions of Oldham County, just north of U.S. Highway 42. Quickly racing off to the east. We'll do a storm track for you. So if I call out your community here or you live around these communities, stay in your place of safety. River Bluff, Goshen, Owen, Skylight, Westport, the Buckner area, and Russell Corner, anywhere from 12:10 to about 12:25 Eastern Daylight Time. That's when that storm, the rotating part of that cell, will impact your community. Okay, Suzanne, let's go down towards the southwest now to the other warned zone. Okay, there's that Boeing segment, very well-defined backward C, and it's on the northern flank of this Boeing segment where we're getting some cyclonic curvature, certainly wind damage, straight line wind damage threat running very high across extreme southern Harrison County on into Meade County, close to Brandenburg now, just off to your east, and this is cruising towards far northern portions of Hardin County on into Bullitt County and Jefferson County as well. Southwestern Jefferson County, south central Jefferson County. So we've got to watch the potential for tornado spin up and also straight line wind damage. So Muldrow, 12:10. West Point, 12:11. Okolona, 12:24. The Hillview area, the Pioneer Village area in northern portions of Bullitt County. Get to your place of safety, folks, and please stay there until this danger has passed. These are the two most intense cells we have right now in the WLKY viewing area. They are being warned for possible tornadoes. No question about it. The threat for wind damage running quite high right now.
Sky high at this point, Jay. We're going to be watching for those very, very powerful storms. So if you're just tuning in, your phone's gone off, you're scared, we understand. So here's the deal. We've got 2 tornado warnings. We have one for the northern sections of the WLKY viewing area in the metro. That includes Sellersburg, Charlestown, starting to move into sections of Oldham County, then farther down to the south, right on top of the Brandenburg area, racing off to the northeast at about 70 miles per hour. This is going to impact the southern sections of the WLKY viewing area in the metro. Shively, PRP, right along Dixie Highway, guys. Also, unfortunately, Fairdale, you will likely see this storm head your way as well. I know you saw a huge storm on Sunday. We're looking at another chance for you to see some gusty winds and potentially some rotating storms here. That's then going to be pushing into sections of Jeffersontown, Fern Creek, and Glen Mary, also including sections of northern Bullitt County. So these are the 2 tornado warnings that we have in the viewing area right now.
And they're right through the metro area. Eric?
Yeah, so the one just north of the river that is impacting southern Indiana and getting ready to cross back over the river in Oldham County, we're getting reports out of Floyd, where it was before this, of numerous power lines down across roadways due to that high wind energy that came along with that, along with the possibility of some rotation as that storm moved through Floyd County.
Okay, Eric, thanks so very much. So there's U.S. Highway 42. Of course, the Ohio River, and as we're moving into Oldham County, southeastern portions of Clark County, that's where the most intense part of the northern tornado warning is located. That cell capable of producing, no question about it, some wind damage, whether it's straight line wind damage or a tornadic wind damage. There is the potential for some pretty nasty weather straddling the Ohio River and pulling off towards the east and also the northeast near, let's say, Skylight, Hall's Landing, just off to the east of Charlestown now. Really anywhere there in northern Oldham County, southeastern Clark County. Zoomed in tight on street level mapping as Suzanne was doing for us right there. You can see what we're talking about. Highway 62. That's Charlestown Bethlehem Road. So, boy, intense weather there, guys, at this point in time. That's that storm. Now, let me take you back off towards the southwest. Matt, you're looking at it for me right now down near the West Point area. What do you see?
Yeah, I'm on the SDF terminal radar here. That's out near Mount Washington. Gives us a little better view because it's right on top of the Weather Service radar there in Fort Knox. And we've definitely had some signs of rotation, similar to what we've had often so far this evening, of a storm that moved very close to the Brandenburg area and then off towards, and now moving closer to, and really right on top of West Point. So if you're listening to us right along that Bullitt and Jefferson and also Harrison County line, I think that's going to be the area where we'll watch that extremely closely. And this is just the straight base velocity image, Jay. And we're talking, This is pinging upwards of 80 miles per hour. And that scan is about 738 feet up, so it's not that high. So we could bring down some very powerful wind gusts. Just got the latest update. I can get an 82 mile per hour wind gust into some of these within the core of this storm. I'll get back to the reflectivity so you can see it really syncs up well with the leading edge of this bow echo right here along right along the Ohio River right now, coming into extreme southwestern Jefferson County and very close to the Bullitt County line, too.
You know, really anywhere from, let's call it Elizabeth, down to, the New Boston area, West Point, and then you get into the Stites region, the Jefferson County Memorial Forest, Valley Station PRP right up here. Really anywhere here in southwestern Jefferson County, down to near the county line, the Bullitt Jefferson County line, and then northern Bullitt County, we really have to be on the lookout for wind damage. This is a zone that picked up tornadic weather this past Sunday night and wind damage. Well, here comes another very intense cell capable of producing a tornado, and certainly some wind damage as it rolls on through. So that's the southern system that's going to cruise across portions of Jefferson County and northern Bullitt County. So if you're in that zone, please stay in your tornado warning shelter area. And this does include a big chunk of the metro now, really the western 2/3 of Jefferson County. No doubt the tornado warning sirens are likely blaring. Same can be said here in northern Bullitt County, anywhere from Shepherdsville up to Hillview, over towards the Mount Washington area, and then back towards West Point. A very intense, chaotic wind field moving rapidly off to the northeast. Let's go back off to the north now on this analyzer, and there's the other cell that's still looking very nasty. Now through Goshen, passing off towards the east-northeast, kind of running parallel there to the Ohio River and U.S. Highway 42, heading towards the West Point area. Still got some decent rotation in that, Matt and Suzanne, no question.
Yeah, and we can actually pull up, if we want to, pull up some of our Trimark cameras and show you some of what's going on, kind of give you some perspective here. This is right along 264 and Dixie Highway, and you can see, obviously, the rain coming down in sheets. You can also see that that camera is shaking quite a bit here as we give you another live perspective here. So this is what it looks like at the Lewis and Clark Bridge, and obviously it's raining very heavily. 71 and the Gene Snyder, you can see some of those trees blowing around a little bit. Over here, this is at 64 and 264. I know we have a number of power outages. This is 264 right closer over to Dumanel. And obviously, we're seeing lots of heavy rainfall and some gusty winds at this time. And I know Eric is telling us that obviously we have seen a number of power outages and down trees and power lines associated with this storm when it was across areas of Floyd County. So now bearing down on portions, of course, of Oldham County. And right now, Valley Station, just right along Dixie Highway, it looks like we are going to be watching right along East Orel Road, right along Medora Road. Watch for very powerful winds there. This is right along areas of Dixie Highway, just south of the Gene Snyder. So this is going to be moving into Bear Camp Road in the next couple of minutes. For our friends in Valley Station, Waverly Hills, certainly you need to be in your place of safety. We are looking at some very strong winds there, a little bit closer over to portions of Hollyville. So this is obviously really very, very strong. And this is a very low perspective that we have here. Where's the height there?
Yeah,
376
feet is the radar beam that's hitting these wind velocities that Suzanne is overlaying right now. And it's where you start to see the yellows in that bright shade of pink. And I mean, they're obviously extreme, Jay, where we're getting, and this is in an area that is really right along that leading edge of that bow echo that we've been looking at in the southwestern sides of the metro here. This is extreme southwestern parts of the Louisville metro. So very close to Valley Station, right along the Gene Snyder, the Dixie Highway there in the far southwestern parts of the city.
Okay, Matt, Suzanne, thank you so very much. So it's that powerful cell, that wind gust, that could also be a tornado spin-up that is moving really adjacent to and very close to the Gene Snyder, heading towards Fairdale. It is heading towards Okolona, heading towards possibly Highview, Fern Creek, and areas off to the east from there if it holds together the next several minutes. You can see the brighter shades of red, then you get into the pink. This all came out of places like southeastern Harrison and northern portions of Hardin, and it's cruising southern Jefferson, northern Bullitt. Wind damage potential running quite high right now, and a possible tornado spin-up as well. That's why we have the tornado warning in effect. Now, as you go a little farther north, up near PRP, Bridgeport, Shively, yeah, some gusty winds certainly ongoing right now, and we do have the tornado warning for that portion of the metro, but it looks like the greater threat for extreme wind damage and a tornado is now here in the Valley Station area, close to Waverly Hills. Here's the Gene Snyder, Dixie Highway, and then the Jefferson County Memorial Forest, and this is going to be running off towards the northeast along the Gene Snyder and eventually just north of there as we move across south central and even eastern portions of Jefferson County if it holds together.
Yeah, we'll zoom in really tight, try to get you some streets here. Deering Road, Sawmill Road, watching for near Logwood Avenue, Ray Mary Drive, Lemont Drive, looks like right near Pierce Way, Mahogany Drive, Poplar Wood Drive as well. Tish Road, we are seeing very powerful winds right in this area. 97-mile-per-hour winds, and because this is so close to the radar site, getting probably a pretty accurate reading out of here, Matt.
I would think so too, especially as we're looking at, you know, the scan here under, 500 feet and under, Jay. So this is really strong stuff that's moving on through. There's also a little farther north on this line too, not to leave out the intense rainfall and probably a strong wind gust moving through the Shively area and heading in toward downtown as well, even though those winds do not look to be twisting and turning as much as what we've had a little farther off to the southwest or intense. But the metro's really starting to get the brunt of this storm system now as it's moving on through.
Okay, Matt, Suzanne, thank you so very much. So again, stay in your basement. Tornado warning in effect. Whether or not it's a tornado, a straight line wind gust, we're talking winds that could be upwards of 80, 90, maybe 100 miles an hour in a few spots. Just very intense winds moving through southwestern and south central Jefferson County as we speak. And you can see some of the rain that's just being, flown across portions of the interstate there on our Trimark camera network. It is nasty outside in portions of the metro right now.
That's 264, a little bit closer over to Dixie Highway. This is just maybe a little bit north of where we were seeing that strongest of wind. Obviously, lots of heavy rainfall associated with this. Now, this is the Gene Snyder, guys, over right by New Cut Road. And you can see the storm is kind of bearing down on this area. Look at the wind. If you see in, obviously, the lights there, you can see that wind is just whipping all of that rain out here. Very strong winds currently moving through. Again, that's right along the Gene Snyder and New Cut Road that we're seeing here. So that is an indication of what we're seeing. And Jay, look at that wind.
Yeah. Yeah, that extremely intense winds moving across the area. Matt, real quick, I want to get back to the warning that's southern Jefferson County, but can you give me a quick update on the northern warning as it's moving up through Oldham County, heading towards Trimble County? What do you see? Guys, go over to the storm analyzer as Matt's working on that right now.
Sure can, Jay. We're looking at the last couple of scans, and this was back about 5 to 7 minutes ago.
Okay.
Closer to the Westport area, looked to be the most intense, but that has, now we're to the normal, the latest updated scan, and that looks pretty okay.
Yeah.
You know, for right now. We've gotten into still a strong storm there, and you still see a lot of heavy rain right along the Ohio River, the Clark and Oldham County line there, and moving up into Trimble County as well. Carroll County, you've got some strong storms in your area too, pushing on through. But when I start to look back again at the rotation, and I'll go back a couple of scans just to give us a little bit of a look, and then going forward, I think a lot of more straight line wind gusts would be a concern with these. There's a lot of wind energy in the atmosphere, Jay, so I think these wind gusts would be on the order of 60 at the highest. The radar's pinging higher, but we also get higher into the atmosphere, upwards of 4,000 or 5,000 feet, where the winds really are blowing that strong, but they may not, and likely might not, be making it down to the surface. We'll check in. There's some Kentucky mesonet sites in that area as well. We'll give a look to those to see what is going on. Also, this storm in the metro is going to be getting a little closer to SDF as well, so we'll likely get a good reading of some of the winds that are moving through there immediately.
Yeah, Eric, real quick.
For the cell, the tornado warning that's along the Ohio River north of town, looks like they're going to let that expire, but what they're going with is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning along that leading edge for the possibility of wind gusts of 70 to 80 miles per hour for that. That goes until 1 as you get up towards the north and east, out towards Madison.
Okay, gotcha. So we're talking up near Trimble County, Carroll County, gotcha. Okay, great information there. Now the other warning, we have an intense wind field that's right through the downtown region. I can hear it on the building right now. I can hear it blowing around outside as we speak. Here's Interstate 64, and you can see down to the Gene Snyder, this brighter shade of green. This is all working off to the northeast, okay? It is gusty, no question about it. In the St. Matthews area, extremely strong winds heading towards Linden, heading towards Northfield, heading towards the east end, and also on off to the north from there. So if you're watching from the east end, be on the lookout. Some very intense winds are pushing in your direction. If you're watching from St. Matthews right now or surrounding areas, Germantown, for example, over towards Beachmont, the International Airport, no question about it, the Newburgh area, very intense winds, the possibility of some wind damage and quick tornado spin-ups as the tornado warning continues. And as we go a little bit farther south, Suzanne, if you can take me down into far southern Jefferson County here and on into Bullitt County, check out what's going on down that way. There we go. If you could, let's go back to the radar. There we go, and go a little bit farther south. Okay, here's that intense wind field as it's moving through places like Hunters Hollow, Hebron Estates, Hillview, Pioneer Village, down to Gap and Shepherdsville. That leading edge, no doubt, is causing at least the potential for some wind damage. And there it is, the rotation detector. Notice all these little batches of red. That's where we're getting sudden change in wind direction and wind speed. And when you have something like that in a situation like this, you can get little spin-ups. So straight line wind damage, little spin-ups from tornado, that possible wind damage, the threat running pretty high from Bullitt County up through sections of Jefferson County into the metro at this time, as this is surging in an easterly direction.
Really strong winds out there, Jay, with this particular storm and this particular line basically running parallel to Interstate 65. We were showing you some of our cameras that we have with that heavy rainfall moving through and those really gusty winds passing through. That's 265 right at New Cut Road. And you can see the torrential downpours there. Very difficult to see. Please don't drive out. This is 64 over at Breckenridge Lane. And this is what looks like at 64 at Blankenbaker. If you look at the light You can see all of that heavy rainfall moving through areas of St. Matthews. And then we can get you a quick look at a few other locations. We were talking, Jay, you were talking about Bullitt County, 65 right along areas of Lebanon Junction. Actually, it looks like that camera may be out at this time, so we'll have to see. But bottom line, that line of strong storms running right now, right along, it looks like Interstate 65 at this time.
Eric.
So we're getting a bunch of reports out of Clark County for that cell that kind of moved through the Sellersburg and Charlestown area. So we're getting power lines fell on an abandoned building in Sellersburg. Trees down all throughout Sellersburg, trees down in Charlestown, and even power lines down towards the Memphis area. So a lot of damage coming out of the Clark County where that cell moved through that possibly maybe had some rotation.
Okay. Jay, to add on to that too, the Floyd County Emergency Management Office is reporting 13,000 without power in Floyd County. So there's going to be, you know, as these strong winds move through, a lot of power issues. Remember, if your lights go out, you can still, on your phone, the WLKY free mobile app, WLKY.com on your laptops. Hopefully they're all charged up for tonight if you come into some power issues as these strong storms roll on through, Jay. But they've definitely been on the radar. That we've been tracking for you here the last several hours, and they've done some damage across the area now too with those strong winds.
No question about it. All right, let's kind of reset here, guys. And what I'd like to do is take a look at the viewing area as a whole, all right, and see what's going on with the warnings top to bottom across portions of Indiana down through Kentucky. So we have the main line that's moving through the metro as we speak, and then up Interstate 71. It curves back off towards the south, southwest, close to E-Town, down just west of Litchfield. And this is a very wavy line of storms. And every time it takes on a backward sea, we can tap into some of those stronger winds and bring them down to the ground. A lot of twisting and turning, too. So tornado spin-ups are still possible along the leading edge this line as it moves off to the east. We have severe thunderstorm warnings right now for the potential for extremely strong winds in excess of 60 miles an hour for portions of Grayson County on into Hardin County, close to E-Town, but just west of you. I will say this, very heavy rainfall, thunder, and lightning is getting ready to move into E-Town, so watching from E-Town, yeah, you've big storm on your doorstep. It will have gusty winds and torrential downpours as it moves through. We have the tornado warning. Suzanne, let's go ahead and zoom in tight on the tornado warning. There you go. It is northern Bullitt County, basically Shepherdsville, up 65 over towards Mount Washington. That's where the threat is right now for either straight line wind damage or tornado spin-ups. So anywhere in northern and northeastern Bullitt County, stay in your place of safety. We still have some strong rotation, it appears, now moving to near the 71 Waterston split.
Yeah, that's right. That's right along 42. If you are in Glenview, I know that's an area that tends to lose power because of all of the mature trees there. Yeah. Certainly a big heads up there. Glenview Hills, Northfield, so right along 42 where the new VA hospital is. This is where we're going to be watching for some rotation associated with this particular storm. So this happened relatively quickly where Matt had eyes on it, and it just kind of wrapped up in relatively short order as well. Kind of came out and started to spin just a little bit. So we'll be watching for that. Again, that's right along 71 and 264 here. So obviously that's an area that we're going to be watching closely. It's not under the warning at this time. It is just outside the polygon, but the bottom line, it is still rotating, it looks like, quite a bit. Matt?
I think, Suzanne, they just went severe thunderstorm warning on that line, and that's going to go until 1 o'clock in the morning. And Jay and everyone, this includes the metro down into Bullitt County, Interstate 65. It includes Shepherdsville, Mount Washington, the eastern one half of the metro. It's also going to go in towards that 71 corridor and south through into Oldham, Henry, Shelby, even far north and western portions of Spencer County, really to account for this entire line as it moves on through.
And if you go over the links too, you can see on the shear rate how that line extends also down 61 all the way towards E-Town. And so we'll likely be getting a severe thunderstorm warning for along that, because we could definitely see some strong winds associated with that getting ready to cross over 65 for some of those areas from Shepherdsville down the E-Town, and then as you continue farther south.
Yeah, and we can take a quick look here and show you where we were seeing that storm rotate. So this is right along areas of 264, right near Brownsboro Road. And I think, Matt, we need to tell about a new tornado warning for Oldham.
Within that severe thunderstorm warning, everyone, just that I was just mentioning, the Weather Service just immediately came out with another tornado warning. And on the storm analyzer, I'm zooming in very close to the Jeffersontown area. And this is another, again, quick spin up that we're showing. So if you're in J-Town, this storm is the one that you need to go ahead, wake everyone up, get into the basement. It's going to be very brief, but over the next, it's on top of you right now, but over the next 5 or 10 minutes, it's going to move on through. But I want heads up and everyone watching this too around Middletown, Anchorage, also into far southeastern portions of the city. This is going to go around Taylorsville Road and the Gene Snyder on the southeast side of town. And again, moving right up towards that I-64 corridor, heads up to in the Simpsonville area as well.
Yeah, and so we're going to be moving towards the big elbow there of the Gene Snyder, Pee Wee Valley, and then on into sections of Shelby County. You can see the tornado warning right through this zone that basically almost to 71, just south of 71 in Crestwood, southern Oldham County, Shelby County. This is Henry County. The actual spin right now is very close to J-Town, all right? And it is moving rapidly off towards the east and northeast. There is your velocity couplet. Red winds blowing towards the right portion of your TV set. Green the opposite direction, a lot of twisting and turning, and this rotation has just rapidly developed over the past 5 minutes or so, and this is racing off towards the northeast. So we have the 64 right here. We've got Shelbyville Road right up this way over towards Simpsonville. So this is going to carry itself along 64 to Shelbyville Road and then off towards the northeast from there on into western and northwestern portions of Shelby County. Wow, that is nasty looking on the storm analyzer right now. What are we pinging there, guys?
Jay, those are, once again, we're above 80 miles per hour, 83. There at about 1,500 feet. So we do get into some of the strong environmental winds aloft too, but I mean, this syncs up, and I'll show you, I'll switch right over to the reflectivity. I mean, that does kind of sync up with the main line there in bringing down some of those strong wind gusts.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a little bit of a hook trying to form there as well, very close to the J-Town region. So bottom line, wind damage threat sky high right now, eastern and southeastern Jefferson County, moving off towards the northeast. This is holding just off to the south of you folks in like the Prospect area, just south of Crestwood. Having said that, you still have some intense wind in your regions, along with very heavy rainfall. But a possible tornado, J-Town, outside that zone, stretching from Oldham County down through eastern Jefferson County on into Bullitt County right now. No doubt wind damage threat is running very, very high along that Boeing segment, that heavy rain that's taking on a backward sea. Suzanne, what do you have?
You know, Jay, if we want to take a quick look at Links 1, we can show you actually you're tracking that storm right along Bardstown Road and the Gene Snyder. That is Bardstown Road and the Gene Snyder that you're looking at right now. It is very difficult to see here. Obviously, with that rain coming down, it is being whipped up with those powerful winds. Matt, you were reporting winds 80 miles an hour, and you can see that camera is shaking like a leaf. This is usually a camera that is quite stable and quite clear. So bottom line, visibility down to only a few miles at this point, and obviously the wind is doing quite a bit of damage out there.
Let me show you the live Super Doppler radar, okay? We're zoomed in tight around Jefferson County, and this is the actual what is happening right now, and you can see that shade of red. Suzanne, Matt, any way you can pull out just a little bit on Super Doppler radar, just a touch.
You got it.
And you can see this brighter shade of red there on the east end, all right? It runs now from the Oldham, Jefferson County line near U.S. Highway 42, through Glen Oaks, through Springhurst, near the Ford truck plant, down to Middletown. This is the Gene Snyder. We have Pee Wee Valley over here, and then down close to Fern Creek, now just east of you, to Mount Washington. That entire zone, that's where winds are extremely strong, capable of producing some wind damage, straight line wind damage. And inside that, we've got tight rotation that's going on now just east of J-Town. And that's why the tornado warning has been issued for the east end up into sections of Shelby County. Wow, look at the wind velocity on that. Yeah, go over to Lakes 1, is that?
It's Links 1, yeah.
Links 1 right now. Look at what we are pinging right now on our wind velocity scan.
Yeah, that's right near Electron Drive and Real Road, near Tucker Station. So we're going to be watching that. Again, very powerful winds right along Electron Drive here. A little bit closer over Constant Comment Place. Obviously, a lot of industry right around there as well. So this is near Tucker Station, right near Plantside Drive, Technology Drive, a little bit closer over to, it looks like you can see the Gene Snyder right here, and then that's 64. Yeah. So heading a little bit closer. Guys, this is going to be riding right along Taylorsville Road, heading into the Fisherville area. If you live in Eastwood, close to Valhalla, maybe Lake Forest, it might brush by you. Long Run, heading a little bit closer over to Shelby County. So right along Taylorsville Road and the Gene Snyder, we're seeing that. Blankenbaker Road, obviously seeing that, and it's moving, guys. It is flying over into the eastern part of the county. You can see that here.
Okay, stay in that tornado warning shelter area if you're on the east end, Middletown to Hurstbourne Acres, Eastwood, J-Town, and then over towards Simpsonville, just north of Shelbyville, and that takes it also into southern and southeastern portions of Oldham County. Tornado warning in effect, threat for wind damage running quite high with an intense thunderstorm, an intense wind field rolling through your area. Down to street level mapping right now. Echo Trail on the east end, Taylorsville Road. Boy, oh my goodness.
Right near areas of Beckley Creek. This is right near the park there, guys. Obviously, I would not be surprised if we saw some tree damage here. Right near there's kind of the egg lawn, if you're familiar with that. That 63-mile-per-hour wind gust there, 91-mile-per-hour wind just south of the Gene Snyder, just right next to areas of 64 in the Gene Snyder. Heading a little bit closer over into the Eastwood area, Long Run Road, right near Valhalla. We are watching for this very strong storm. That's going to be moving in Shelby County in the next couple of seconds, guys. This is moving really, really fast.
It looks like they're confirming that might be a tornado on the ground now.
Yeah, I see. I can actually see the rotation. Keep that right there, Suzanne. Okay. It would be right here when this scan came in. That's the rotation. That would be the tornado 64 in the Gene Snyder. It's likely farther off to the east, northeast right now. Perhaps the golf club, Valhalla Golf Club, Eastwood, Long Run, just north of there. So we're talking eastern portions of Jefferson County, getting into west and northwestern Shelby County. Please be in your place of safety. A very intense rotating storm, and now we do have the polygon that has turned pink, as you can see, which indicates a confirmed tornado on the east end. Matt, take it away.
Yeah, Jay, we're looking at something this is called dual pole radar on the storm analyzer, and this is something called correlation coefficient. And what I want you to watch with this is right on that Gene Snyder and Interstate 64 line, where you see that little kind of bluish green area. That is what I'm looking at very closely, and this very well, Jay, it syncs up with the reflectivity and where we're getting the strongest winds on the radar. That can be debris lofted into the atmosphere, so that's considered a debris signature on this particular rotation and tornado with this storm. It is only one scan, Jay. The last one didn't have it. This one did, so we'll continue to watch right along 64 and the Gene Snyder. These updates come in every about 2 to 3 minutes on the radar, so we'll get the latest information. But this is a strong signature, and it is the reason why the National Weather Service went with a confirmed tornado on this. It's considered radar confirmed, but you saw we just got into the latest scan, so we went from I-64 and the Gene Snyder immediately off to the north and east. That's along Shelbyville Road. So we now have the indications of a confirmed tornado on the ground, at least through every way that we can confirm using a radar now, especially with this correlation coefficient and the debris signature from the tornado, Jay. So we'll have close eyes on this, but it very much looks like a tornado on the ground in eastern Jefferson County.
Okay, Matt, thank you so very much. And we're doing some tracking here for you. Let's go over to the Doppler radar as we're tracking that debris signature as it moves off in an east and northeasterly direction. Take the Doppler radar for me, guys, if you would, up in the booth there. Not Super Doppler. Let's go over to, is it Lynx 1?
Lynx 1, yeah.
Lynx 1. Okay, there we go. Now, it would be located basically in this area right here. Susanna's got it placed right there. It's moving quickly off to the east-northeast. So we're talking long run now. Simpsonville. Getting very close to you as we speak. Todd's Point and Chestnut Grove. Next few minutes, if it holds together, the Eminence area up in portions of southwestern Henry County in relatively short order. Yeah, that's perfect, Suzanne. Simpsonville, 1240. Todd's Point, 1241. 1247, Chestnut Grove. Eminence and Bethlehem, 1256 to a little after 1 o'clock in the morning, as it looks like the tornadic signature is probably now moving into northwestern Shelby County. Just a little bit ahead of the heavier precipitation there showing up on that radar scan anyway. Looks very close to Todd's Point right now over on the Super Doppler, certainly. Take Super Doppler really quick. You can see what I'm talking about there. Okay, there you go, and it would be right there on the Shelby Oldham County line in between Todd's Point, very close to Todd's Point, and maybe up towards Ballardsville, quickly racing off to the northeast. So if you're watching from Smithfield, Eminence, northern and northwestern Shelby County, man, get into your place of safety immediately.
Right near Aiken Road, Hannah Road, a little bit closer over to Chestnut Road, right at LaGrange Road. We're going to be watching for that as it heads your way. And as Jay was mentioning, right near that Todd's Point, that's where you can pick up some of that rotation right there, showing us on that radar that we're watching as it continues to push into sections now of Henry County, Smithfield, Eminence in the next several minutes here. So, and you know, Matt, you were pointing out some correlation coefficients showing up here on the radar.
Yeah, and that is still the case with this particular storm, Suzanne. I'm going to go back over to it. But we look right along the Jefferson and Shelby County line. Jay, I think this is the third, maybe fourth scan that we've had this. I'm also seeing there's a concerning post on the chat here, and I'm trying to figure out if it is for the Louisville area, but talking about significant damage, mile marker 21 on 64 eastbound. So I'm trying to find out mile marker 21, because I was under the impression that it reset once you cross the Ohio River. So this may be for another area, but that's one of the things that's coming in on one of the chat lines that we communicate with the National Weather Service. So I'm trying to get some clarification on that. But obviously, we've had now for several scans. I'm going to go back a few. And we picked it up right northeast of J-Town, right on that 64 Gene Snyder interchange. And then, so that was the first one, second one, third one, and that's where we're live. So we're now 3 scans into this. And it also, I'll put on the reflectivity. I mean, you can see it syncs right up with where we have the line moving through, the strongest rotation as well. So that's what we look for in radar confirming tornadoes. And that's what's ongoing right now in the far northeastern portions of Shelby County there, just north of Simpsonville. Heading very, very close to the Oldham County line, too.
And you were saying something about mile marker 21. Is that right? Yeah,
and this is one of those things, it was reported from Vandenberg County.
Okay.
But it's in the Louisville Weather Service. So I'm trying to get some confirmation on that because we also know our friends out west near Evansville and Vandenberg County have also had some very strong storms as well. So we're going to work on getting some information on that in regards to if it means the Louisville area and Interstate 64 or farther out to the west.
Because Interstate 64 and the Gene Snyder, if we pull up TriMark really quickly, we can show you what it looks like there. And it does look like people are stopped on the roadway there. It's difficult to see. So this is right where that tornado would have hit if we're able to pull up one of our Trimark cameras, guys. I don't know if we're able to do that. So fairly clearly showing something on the debris tracker. I don't know if we want to show the debris tracker or if we're able to pull up any of our Trimark cameras really quickly and show you what's going on there. So bottom line, we are talking about a very significant storm now heading over into portions of Shelby County at this point where we have that confirmed tornado. So we'll certainly be watching for that as it continues to move through areas of Henry County, through northern Shelby County as well. So certainly something that bears very close watching as we're making our way throughout the rest of this evening. Quick look here. This is what I was talking about.
Okay.
This is what it looks like at 64 and the Gene Snyder here. You can see it looks like we may have some emergency crews out here. Difficult to see from this perspective, but Jay, that was exactly where you were pointing out where it looked like that tornado was.
Nasty, nasty weather tonight. All right, let's go back to the radar scan. Let's go back to if we have the correlation coefficient, you can still see a little bit of a debris field right there. It is likely a little bit farther east now. Suzanne, if you would, on the debris tracker, let's go to the reflectivity again for me, if you would. Okay, so it would be right in this general area, in between Todd's Point and Chestnut Grove, if it still is indeed on the ground. It looks like the debris field is weakening somewhat, so hopefully this thing has lifted. But let's do a storm track. Let's do a storm track from there and take it off to the northeast, kind of inside the middle of that polygon. It's going to carry towards places like, Bellevue, Eminence, Bethlehem, maybe the Cropper area, Defoe, and we're talking northern portions of Shelby County. We're talking southern Henry County. Certainly the potential for some strong damaging winds and maybe even still a tornado out there. And you can see the brighter shades of green right there. That indicates the strong twisting of the winds ongoing. Really quick, a storm track, Chestnut Grove now, Eminence, 1253, Bethlehem around 102, Slabtown 107, Lockport about 110, and the Gratz area the same, about 11 minutes after the top of the hour.
Yeah, I think, Matt, you had some new really important information to get out about that confirmed tornado right along Interstate 64.
Yeah, it looks like there was a storm chaser out on Interstate 64 for this line, Jay, that may have seen this. They said they're turning around. They said significant damage near mile marker 21 on Interstate 64. That's just east of the Gene Snyder on Interstate 64 by about 2 miles, which is exactly where we've been tracking this. Their report is significant damage in that area, and in fact that they were turning around to see if anyone was hurt. So that was the latest that we've gotten from that. But just to confirm, yeah, mile marker 21 is just a little bit east of the Gene Snyder with this storm. So there is some damage, and we're going to continue to try to get the latest reports out of that. LG&E reporting about 2,600 without power. I expect that number would go up in the coming minutes as things get assessed out there, but we'll keep close eyes on the ways, at least without people on the ground, that we can kind of try to verify what's going on out here.
Eric?
So he responded to your message. He is in the East Louisville area on the confirmed tornado, and he's going to be checking for anyone that needs help or maybe injured from the storm as it moved through.
I think that's what we're seeing right now on that live camera, because that's 64 at mile marker 18, which is right at the Gene Snyder, so that might have been closer over to Echo Trail, perhaps right in that area. So it does look like it looks like disabled vehicles there with flashing lights, so I don't know if they're just people pulled over, but obviously if there's a tornado there, it could have flipped some semis or something to that effect. So we'll, of course, continue to monitor that.
All right, guys, let's go back over to the live Super Doppler radar. Matt, if you would, run this thing for me. Let's pull out here just a little bit. And because this is actual live radar, this shows us where the most intense wind field is presently located. And you can see it running from now Henry County, very close to Newcastle through Eminence, down to near Shelbyville, to near Taylorsville, and then arcing back off towards the southwest on into Nelson County, immediately north and west of Bardstown. A very intense, what we call bow echo, and in the middle of that bow, we've had the tornado spin up right on the 64 Gene Snyder interchange, very close to there, immediately east of J-Town. We picked up that debris signal as it moved off towards the northeast. And if there is still the possibility of a tornado, it would be located close to Eminence, but perhaps just south of there, just west of the Cropper area, moving off in a northeasterly direction. One thing's for sure, even though it looks like the tornado may have weakened or lifted altogether now with the latest dual pole technology we have, there's still a very high potential for some straight line wind damage now to the east of the metro, moving into our eastern communities. So intense weather on this Wednesday overnight, now early Thursday morning across portions of the WLKY viewing area. And the tornado warning continues.
Right, Jay, and that's really important to notice as you were pointing out that tornado warning. You can see that here on our WLKY Doppler radar on Lynx 1, and you can see that they have decided to extend that tornado warning at this time after a confirmed tornado did impact areas of eastern Jefferson County. So now this is going to be affecting portions of Henry County and the northern sections of Shelby County. So if you're in areas of Bellevue, right near Pleasureville, Smithfield, Eminence, and then after that, Newcastle, Bethlehem, and then perhaps Slabtown and Franklintown. So the tornado warning has been extended, and they decided to do this obviously instead of a severe thunderstorm warning since it is a confirmed tornado. We're continuing to watch for the very strong winds. This storm is still exhibiting rotation at this point, and very strong winds right along, it looks like 322 in the Chestnut Grove, Raymond Hill area. Winds of 71 to 74 miles per hour just outside Todd's Point at this juncture, guys. So it is a messy night, unfortunately, and a really rough night for so many people who are just trying to get some sleep.
Matt, what do you have?
Jay, I was just trying to get, I was just kind of alerting our newsroom to what was going on out there, because we do have photographers available that we're going to, try to start to assess
dispatch
exactly what has been going on there over toward the east end of town and get some ground truth. Unfortunately, we've seen it all on the radar and everything that we need to know, in terms of that we very much believe a tornado was on the ground there. But now, I believe we'll start to see more and more damage reports come in. Of course, it's the middle of the night. People are trying to either go to sleep or keeping one eye open and keep one eye on the storms. And so sometimes this time of night, those are a little slower to trickle in. So I was just continuing to check with the newsroom to see if we've gotten anything from LMPD or local law enforcement around the area about these storms.
And that's exactly what happened on Sunday. We were tracking all of those very strong storms and the tornadoes, and the damage reports really didn't start coming in until the next day.
Exactly.
And obviously, we don't want you chasing the storms. Stay inside. We don't want anyone getting hurt. So,
Eric?
The good news is they have now canceled all warnings for Jefferson County. So Jefferson County is now in the clear. It has shifted off to the east and is pushing towards the Henry, Spencer, Shelby area. That's where we still have the active tornado warning, but also active severe thunderstorm warnings, because that is where the leading edge of the system is producing the strongest winds. So the good news is Jefferson County is now out of the warnings for now.
Very good. Thank you, Eric. And it looks like to me, I can safely say if you're watching from Jefferson County, give it just a couple of more minutes, but we're pretty much out of the woods as far as the severe threat is concerned. It looks like the severe threat is now moving east and south of the metro. Give it another 10 minutes or so, get some of that heavier rain, the gustier winds, even out of the southeastern portion of the county. And folks, you can go to bed if you are in the metro area or points west and north. Now, if you are down near E-Town, south of E-Town, near Bardstown, we still have some intense weather going on. We still have some heavy rainfall and some gusty winds pinging on the radar right now, 50 to 55 miles per hour. As these storms race across any one location. There you go. You can see where the most intense wind field is located, basically just off to the south of E-Town. This would be down near White Mills, Summit, Eastview, just west of Sonora, west of Upton, on into far southeastern portions of Grayson County, near Peonia, let's say, and also Annetta. And then as you travel off to the northeast from there, we get into Nelson County, the Bardstown area, intense winds. Getting ready to cruise through Bardstown over towards Bourbon Springs, just east of Samuels right now, soon to be in the Bloomfield area, and then up to near Taylorsville Lake. Still some intense winds. Then you get up into where there's some twisting and turning still going on, Suzanne, in northern Shelby County.
Yeah, and that's where we still have that tornado warning, guys. And you need to take this one very seriously. This was a confirmed tornado when it moved through areas of eastern Jefferson County. It is not exhibiting the same tight rotation that we saw earlier. That being said, I don't want you to let down your guard, simply because sometimes these storms can circulate, they can strengthen, weaken, and then kind of wrap back up. And you can still see that this storm is still rotating. So you're under a tornado warning. Just go ahead, hunker down for a little bit longer as this continues to move through your area. If nothing else, you are hearing absolutely howling winds in your area with winds of, let's say, 76 to 63 miles per hour. That's going to be right along 55, heading into the Bellevue and Pleasureville area in the next couple of minutes with some very strong winds out there. And again, we're watching for that to be our only tornado warning at this time, but we still have other warnings. And we certainly don't want to discount the fact that those warnings are significant because they will likely contain some very strong winds, basically running right along 65, where we have warnings completely up and down the line, all the way up into portions of Ohio. This is a storm system that certainly needs to be taken very, very seriously. Matt?
We're now getting reports of installation debris at the cloverleaf of the 64 to 65, so that probably goes with that echo that we saw of damage of homes maybe being destroyed and that installation getting picked up and then thrown into the roadways. So that leads us to believe that, yes, this really was a tornado that came through the Eastwood area in far eastern Jefferson County, continuing to now move into Shelby County and continuing to work off to the north and east, with the new tornado warning extending it farther off to the east now just being issued.
Okay, Eric, thanks so very much. Okay, so there we are, zoomed in tight on the tornado warned zone. We have the tornado warning that continues for sections of Henry County here, from Franklinton down towards Slabtown, Bethlehem, and just close to the Eminence area east of there. That catches far northern and northeastern Shelby County. As you go a little bit farther off to the west, these warnings have pretty much expired, especially in eastern Jefferson County, western portions of Shelby County. The threat has ended there, but still the threat for damaging straight line winds and maybe a tornado spin up as this cell continues to track rapidly off to the northeast, now into Henry County. Suzanne, may we pull out here just a little bit? Let's go ahead and put on, the reflectivity and all the warnings, and we can really see where the danger is still alive and well, and where those areas are pretty much done with the severe threat. If you reside in the metro and points west and north, okay, you're done with the severe threat for the night. It is now south of the metro. It is now east of the metro. It's basically just south of Interstate 71. Across our northeastern communities, but it arcs back off to the south-southwest. So basically the Bardstown area, in the E-Town area, down towards Litchfield. On either side of the parkways, we still have that threat for high winds, maybe a tornado spin-up, and this entire zone will continue to sink its way off towards the southeast. Rain will continue in the metro for the next several hours, certainly, and we'll get back into more heavy rainfall as we move into the next several days. But tonight's severe weather threat, at least for Louisville, has ended. It's now off to the east. But we still have that powerful wind field farther east. And you know what? I would like to go over to Super Doppler radar, because that really shows it quite nicely where the highest winds are located. Live Super Doppler radar, guys, can we show that? Do we have that up in the booth there? The live Super Doppler radar. There we go. Thank you. Okay, Matt, could you run this for me? And let's pull out here just a little bit. So here is Henry County. And notice that area of orange and red. This is where the highest wind field is currently located. It's now in eastern portions of Henry County on into east and northeastern Shelby County, arcs back off towards the southwest, right through Taylorsville Lake in Spencer County, and then that cruises back off towards the southwest as you get into places like the Bardstown area, Nelson County, down to near E-Town. Okay, and that continues to move rapidly off to the east and also the southeast. Matt?
Jay, on that far southern and eastern portions of Henry County, too, this would be east of Eminence, a little bit closer to the Shelby County line and Franklin County line. There are also still some indications in the correlation coefficient that from time to time we may have, it's not to the same level that we had when it was in the metro going into the Shelby County line, but we've still had occasionally, I'm gonna go back one scan, and it may not look like much, but if you look just east of the Eminence area, and I'm gonna zoom in a little bit, yeah, this was still associated with the main area of rotation and also the radar indications of this tornado. It may not look like much, but this is kind of the leftover rotation from what was the stronger part of this storm back farther off to the east. So this is still a tornado-warned storm and is still a very strong storm that we're going to be dealing with here for the next at least maybe 15 or 20 minutes as it continues to push in out of Henry County and out of the WLKY area.
And you know, when we were tracking that storm in the J-Town area and we were talking about it's in that industrial area, we are getting some reports of constant comment. So I guess we are now seeing some reports of some damage over in that area as well. And we were tracking that part of the storm that looked really, really significant as well. So we'll have to see, of course, how that all shakes
It kind of
out.
seems that's where it developed in that general area, really got going on the east end. Yes, Eric?
Yeah, and Kentucky Emergency Management is out there as well and continuing to look off to the east and is continuing to find more scattered tree debris, wood, installation. So this is showing all signs of a good-sized tornado came through and really did some damage in the east side of Jefferson County, also working into the far western portion of Shelby County.
Guys, any reports of injuries from what you've heard?
No injury reports so far.
I'm not seeing any either,
Thank
Jay.
goodness.
We've got reporters and photographers who will be coming in, going out, dispatched to that area in an attempt to look for and to get, you know, confirmation of this tornado and where the damage is, and we're kind of starting to see that trickle in a little bit more. And I would think through the duration of the overnight, but especially tomorrow morning, we'll probably see more on that. And so we plan on giving you all those updates. We're going to have live reporters in the field with WLKY Morning News. That's going to start at 4:30. So over the next couple hours, we'll be getting more on that story as it comes in.
And we'll be tracking the storms, obviously, up until they move out of the viewing area, right? So.
And some other good news is they are now expiring that tornado warning for Henry and Shelby, so that will eliminate all tornado warnings for the area. And they're also starting to cut back on a lot of the severe thunderstorm warnings. That includes Franklin, Spence, Henry, Oldham, and Shelby County. They're going to let that one expire as well. So it does look like things are beginning to maybe weaken a little bit. We shouldn't completely let our guard down, but it does look like things are starting to transition a little bit as we move deeper into the overnight hours.
Okay, Eric, thank you.
And Jay, I'll also say too, earlier reported, this was back when the storm was moving out of Floyd County, what was a 13,000 outage report was up over 20,000. Floyd County is probably the hardest hit with power. LG&E is reporting a little over 5,000 on their entire grid, about 3,250 right now in Jefferson County, which I would think for the storm that went through is on the low side, so it looked like that may have fared pretty well, but total it's about 5,200, so we do have some power outage issues, and of course with that many outages, we're in maybe down to 12,000, but there have been varying reports. But you got to watch out for down not only trees, but power lines. Treat everything as live too, especially through the overnights and in the kind of early hours post the severe weather. So just be very, very careful with any early travel this morning.
Something else to point out, that Trimark was reporting that about 8 vehicles were involved in a crash or some sort of weather-related incident on 64 right at the Gene Snyder, and so that's what we were showing you from that live camera. Unfortunately, that was the area that we also think that there was likely a tornado warning. We do have a new tornado warning that we want to let you know about for portions of Shelby County and also for portions of Henry County now. So I guess they allowed that to expire. Now they have decided to reissue at this point for that same tornado, we think, likely. That moved through
and rightly so. Many times when these cells do produce tornadic weather, the chances for them to produce more tornadoes is actually fairly high, especially in a situation like this, as the storm itself, the column, continues to rotate, so it can put down another tornado at a quick moment's notice. And you can see there's some strong rotation showing up right there in the northeastern corner of Shelby County, and this is going to race its way off towards the northeast, out of Shelby County very shortly, if it hasn't done so already, and cruise across northern Franklin County on into southern portions of Owen County as well. So this will soon be moving out of the viewing area, but if you're in this zone, if you're in northeastern Shelby County, northern Franklin County, just north of the capital city, southern Owen County, I know that's not our viewing area, but you know what? If you can still see us from there, get to your place of safety and stay there until this storm has moved on through.
Jay, we have another warning down south, and Matt, I know you actually were pointing this out several minutes ago, where you were very concerned about the potential of some rotating storms here in that area. Now we do in fact have a tornado warning for LaRue County and Marion County at this time, also including sections of Hardin County.
And everyone in J2, it's right on the northern edge of that bow that you see right in far northern LaRue County, close to the Nelson County line. It's south of Boston, to the west of Balltown, and just south of the Bluegrass Parkway is where the strongest of the rotation with this latest round to move on out is now moving through portions out of LaRue County and will be into southern Nelson County. This is east of Elizabethtown, but still, this is the latest one to watch.
Yeah, so anywhere from Boston down on the Hardin-Nelson County line. This is LaRue County. You can see this intense wind field right there, and kind of taking on that crooked appearance. That tells us that we got a lot of wind shear going on, and as the previous little Boeing segments have done on this Wednesday night, early Thursday morning, as they start accelerating, you can get spin-up tornadoes on the northern side of the apex, and that looks to be the possible scenario here. So here's Nelsonville, here's Roanoke, New Haven. We're basically southern and central portions of Nelson County, northern LaRue County. This is Hardin County right here, but we are to the east of the E-Town area. So it is not for you folks in E-Town, but it's basically from Nelsonville, just east of Roanoke, and then over off towards the east-northeast from there. It does catch far northwestern Marion County. But yeah, you can see that wind field, guys, and what Matt and Suzanne and Eric are talking about is this area right here. This is the rotation that we're talking about, just right around Nelsonville. Let's go a little farther south, if you would. There you go. This is the rotating part of the cell that we're looking at, basically just off to the north of Roanoke, and cranking its way quickly off towards the northeast. So that in itself could produce a quick hitting tornado, and at the very minimum, where you see that backward C right there, that is likely a damaging wind gust, as that too is moving into east and northeastern LaRue County, and soon will be moving across southern Nelson County.
And you know, part of the issue with that guy, unfortunately, is that storm right there, that kind of bow. I'm going to kind of jump out ahead of it so we can be aggressive with this. It's moving at 70 miles an hour. I'm going to go ahead and take some of these places off because I know it looks a little bit messy. Trying to find it give you as much information as possible, but also not make it too messy looking. So this is going to be near Culvertown at about 110, Balltown at about 111, Greenbrier at 113, Bardstown 114, Fredericktown 119. So that is for that rotating line, that bow out there, absolutely flying at 70 miles an hour. And when you have a storm moving that fast, that can in and of itself cause problems because you have the forward momentum of a really powerful storm. Now, it's going to move through quickly, and that's one piece of good news. Unfortunately, we're also seeing some signs of rotation with that storm, hence the tornado warning at this time.
So, again, if you're in Bardstown or just off to the south of there, it's kind of straddling what the Bluegrass Parkway there, guys. And it's going to be moving from Bardstown down to Balltown, Culvertown, Frederickstown, and then over into Willisburg, and that takes it, of course, across northern portions of Washington County. But yeah, be on the lookout. Another tornado warning in effect, so anywhere, LaRue County, Nelson County, Washington County, get to your place of safety, please, and stay there until the danger has passed. Bottom line, best spot to go, a basement. You don't have a basement, lowest level of your house, interior room, would put as many walls between you and the outside. And again, notice this is just east of the E-Town area. It's basically for that backward sea right there as it's quickly racing off to the east and also the northeast.
So right now we just have a couple of tornado warnings that still remain. The one on the northern section will be moving out of the WLKY viewing area in relatively short order. The other storm system, obviously, that we're going to continue to watch is the one that's racing through areas of Nelson County and portions of Hardin County at this time. And it is moving super quickly. I want to go ahead and add all of our warnings on there just to give you some perspective. There's a lot going on here, and as Jay has been pointing out, it is right along that line that we are seeing all the severe thunderstorms and all of the tornado warnings that have been issued. And unfortunately, this line has a history of doing some significant damage across sections of southern Indiana and certainly back across portions of Arkansas and back across areas of western Kentucky. Bottom line, take it seriously. We've got a tornado warning for a huge swath of the WLKY viewing area right now.
And I think, Suzanne, too, even as we move through the overnight here, some of our far southern communities like Greene, Taylor, Adair County, I mean, there's still, you know, Jay, 75 to 78 degrees here on an early April overnight. It is very warm, and that warmth, the humidity that we've had has been fueling these storms as well as a strong wind. So we're not quite done yet, even though the severe weather threat is starting to clear the metro. We're still going to keep you updated here for our southern communities that are still dealing with, including that tornado warning near the Bluegrass Parkway.
Okay, having said that, just real quick, just north of the tornado warned zone, south of Shepherdsville, that storm right there, do you see anything in that? Any rotation in that? That's the northern side of that apex, northern side of the bow. Anything in there?
I see what you're saying.
Just want to make sure.
I'm giving a look at it. I don't
Okay, good.
see anything on the storm analyzer with that, Jay. So definitely good news there. It is still likely pouring through Shepherdsville. Still very windy as well, no doubt. So we'll have, but the worst of that line looks to be on off towards the east. So some good news there. Maybe even, I mean, I was going to look, the analyzer kind of pinged some hail, even though that hasn't been a big deal.
We've not seen much hail,
No, maybe some P's there indicated by the radar, but even that looks like it would be little to none. And still, hold on, I got to go a little farther here. On off to the east. Sorry, Jay, that was an older scan. There's the Shepherdsville storm.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You see anything in there?
So still some stronger gusts in that region.
Okay.
But over Shepherdsville proper, it looks like just a ton of rain right now.
Okay.
And you see right along the Bluegrass Parkway, Jay?
Yeah, sure do.
South of Bellwood. If we want to switch over to Lynx 1, we can just take a look at that, because that looks like that sort of picked up a little bit more quickly in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, it's right on the northern side of that bow. Typically, you know, when you have something like this, a situation like this, that's where a tornado can spin up, and that would be basically in this general area right here. This, of course, is the Bluegrass Parkway. That's going to take it very close to Bardstown, from Bardstown and just south. So we really have to watch out for, at the very minimum, some straight line wind damage coming through with this particular thunderstorm as it moves across northern and central portions of Nelson County, from Bardstown up to Bloomfield and the Chaplin area. Matter of fact, it'll be impacting Balltown about 1:15, next 2 minutes or so. Bardstown about 1:18, Bloomfield, Chaplin closer to the bottom of the hour, Willisburg and Van Buren, even in northern portions of Washington County as we get closer to 1:30, 1:35. And there is your tornado warning polygon. So basically anywhere from Culvertown, Balltown, Bardstown, Fredericktown, just north of Loretto in northern and northwestern Marion County, stay in that basement. And Suzanne, if you would go back to that rotation detector, it really shows the wind field tremendously well here. You can see this area of brighter green and red. That's where the very strong winds are occurring, the sudden change in wind direction. The winds pick up dramatically, and where you see some of these kinks showing up, you can get quick hitting tornado spin-ups. So everything you see here moving off in an east-northeasterly direction, right down to street-level mapping there, folks.
Yeah, that's right. So that's going to be right near New Haven Road, Potter Shop Road, Springfield Road, right near Summers Lane, a little bit closer over to Maryland, Hamilton Lane, Woodlawn. So as we get you in really tight here, right near Laredo. Eric, did you have something?
I was just going to say we're getting reports coming out of Floyd County in southern Indiana. Remember, we had that cell move just north of New Albany. We're getting a lot of reports in the Crestwood Drive area, Cleaner Lane, and Kent Drive of numerous trees and power lines down on homes in that area from that system. That was a tornado-warned cell that moved through that location. So it does look like damage is being verifying that might have actually been a tornado that moved through far southern Floyd County near the New Albany area.
Jeez. Okay, Eric, thank you so very much. Do appreciate it. That's a nasty cell that's stretching from Bourbon Springs now down to near Bardstown and Balltown. So be on the lookout, folks, in this portion of Nelson County. Suzanne, can you go a little farther south? It looks like another Boeing segment. Yeah, that's nasty. We'll track that in just a second.
Okay.
Just a little farther south, down into places like Grayson County. That's what I'm looking at. There was another Boeing segment I was a little
put the
concerned
reflectivity
about.
back on and make it look.
Yeah, we just got to watch those two cells. The one that's moving southern Hardin County into western LaRue County, that area right there, and then back towards Litchfield and point south on into Edmonson County. We just got to watch those little areas, because just like before, those little areas, they start out with that sudden wind gusts, and then you get the rotation, and we get little spin-ups. So we'll have to watch our southern communities south of the parkways going forward the next couple of hours.
Yeah, and sort of an atmosphere that hasn't been tapped quite as much, although they are getting some rain. I would love to see a little bit more rain. Rain-cooled air might help just a little bit. But, you know, Jay, we were talking about just even those environmental winds caused damage from earlier today, with winds gusting the upwards of about 50 miles per hour into some areas. So certainly right into Bardstown, we're watching for the threat of some very strong winds there. As we zoom into a couple of spots, getting winds now showing up at about 69 miles per hour, perhaps. A little bit farther away from the radar, but bottom line, this is right near East John Rowan Boulevard, a little bit closer over to Springfield Road and Boston Road, closer to Ben Irvin Road as well.
Little kink showing up there, Matt, on your storm analyzer, too, immediately east of Balltown.
Yeah, and that's one that's been kind of holding steady for a little bit, Jay. Over the last couple of scans, you can kind of see it there. And that's going to be moving closer to the Washington County line right there. More of the straight line wind gust, it looks like, on the storm analyzer farther north through Bardstown. I'm going to check in on Samuels Field. There usually gives us some good updates in and around the Bardstown area to see what those winds gusts, we got anything measured out there higher as compared to what we're seeing on the radar. But yeah, that's that. Still doesn't look overly well put together in all spots, but there's still some stronger storms within this within this line, including within the tornado warning. And then, like you said, farther into southern Hardin County and the central and southern portions of Grayson County down into Edmonson County. There's still some lines to watch. We even go further south towards Russellville. You know, there's more of those bow echoes that we've got to keep eyes on in these squall lines, just kind of lined up. Yeah, off to the south and west. We'll be keeping eyes too for Greene, Taylor, and Adair County as some of those storms get closer to our far southern communities and our friends down there over the next couple hours.
Okay, Matt, thanks so very much. Back to our Doppler radar, our Lynx 1 product. Okay, as we pull out, take a look at all of the viewing area, kind of reset here for you, tell you what's going on. Okay, again, if you reside in the metro, if you are north of 71, if you're west of the metro, let's call it from Breckinridge County, Meade County, and points north, including the metro, you're done with the severe weather threat for the night. You can go to bed, get a good night's sleep if you can do so. The main threat is now just off to the east and south, but it is still alive and well, not too far away from the metro area. You can see on the leading edge of this shower and thunderstorm zone, that's where the severe weather is occurring in the form of some tornado spin-ups still and damaging straight line winds. It looks like the hail threat has dropped off the table. Those big supercellular tornadoes that can be wedge type shape that did occur off to the west of us earlier tonight, earlier on Wednesday, that threat has pretty much ended. But again, these quick hitting brief tornadoes, and they can be quite violent too in an atmosphere such as what we have tonight, because there's so much wind energy out there. You can get some damage, much like what we saw in eastern Jefferson County through portions of Shelby County. So we can't put down our guard just yet, especially for our friends, for our communities to the south of the metro. On either side of the parkways, we have the Western Kentucky Parkway from E-Town over to Litchfield and just south of there into Edmonson County. Very heavy rainfall, gusty winds occurring from E-Town and points off to the south down 65. Then you have the tornado warning that's still in effect close to Bardstown and off to the east of there along the Bluegrass Parkway, south on into sections of Washington County. We have another Boeing segment that is showing signs of rotating from time to time. Certainly strong gusty straight line winds and the potential for some wind damage. And there it is right there. There's the leading edge of that very, very intense wind field, closing in on you folks in the Bloomfield area, soon to be Chaplin too, as it cruises along the Bluegrass Parkway, now just off to the east and northeast of Bardstown. And Suzanne, still pinging winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. It might be a little bit high in the atmosphere, but hey, we've gotten ground truth of that strong of a wind pattern in many spots around the viewing area tonight.
It's about 16,000 feet up, so yes, you're absolutely right. It is certainly up, very high up there. But bottom line, these storms have had a history of producing very powerful storms, and unfortunately now a history of producing what appears to be certainly some damage across the WLKY viewing area. So we're going to be watching for that storm continuing to move across areas of Nelson County, marching off into portions of Washington County. And then, as you guys have been mentioning, we're then watching a little bit farther down to the south across portions of LaRue County and Grayson County. One piece of energy that we want to talk about here, unfortunately, those power outages here. We've got a lot of people that are without power across our area, unfortunately. So when we take a look at some of the power outages, you will notice that they are significant across the metro, about 6,000 into portions of Floyd County, about 12,000 without power. You can see across portions of Clark County, we have about 6,500 without power. In Washington County, about 5,000. Across portions of Harrison County, about 1,000, and Meade County about 2,000, in Breckinridge County about 700. Now in Grayson County, we've added there about 100. So bottom line, these storms certainly packing a punch as far as some very strong winds. And I believe we're going to be, Jay, do you want to send it over to you over in the BAM?
Actually, no, I was just,
okay.
I wanted Matt to talk about that little cell after you're done.
No, yeah,
Suzanne.
by all means.
It's just east of Balltown. That looks suspicious.
Yeah, it does, Jay. And what, you know, one of the things we've been tracking all night long has been this in Storm Analyzer radar. And what I want to show you, this was about 2 scans ago. And we get into these very tiny little indications where you get in that little brighter shade of pink there. That's where we can get a little more rotation here. But as we move forward, and Suzanne's going to go forward another scan or 2, that faded away. So perhaps a quick tightening of that rotation that can put down still a brief tornado. This is an area that is under a tornado warning, so I want you to be advised of that we're still dealing with that. Now on Storm Analyzer, we're still showing you right in there. Now Suzanne's running this for us, and you can see where we have still a little bit of weak rotation, and these have been just quick hitters so far tonight, and it looks like another one. Now, this, if it carries on to its path, now it's moving right along the US 150 corridor there between Bardstown and Springfield. If it goes on its path up to the north and east, this goes north of you in Springfield in Washington County. But I do want heads up in the northern half of Washington County, the Willisburg area, and the closer we get to the Bluegrass Parkway region, that's still, we're going to have eyes on this storm in that tornado warning for the next several minutes. I think at least another 20, 30 minutes, Jay, with this warning in that particular cell. And then, of course, we'll continue to monitor further on it down the line where we still have some warnings into effect. We still have the tornado watch in effect until 2 o'clock this morning. And I know the Storm Prediction Center and the Weather Service will be making decisions on that, moving downstream farther on off to the east through the remainder of this late evening and overnight. So still a lot to watch out there. They're tiny, they're quick hitting. That's why we're continuing to watch the radar very, very closely for you. But right now, between Bardstown and Springfield, that particular area of rotation is the one that we're going to have close eyes on, plus a couple more of those lines farther on off to the south and west, Jay. So we'll send it on back to you.
Yeah, no question, Matt. Great analysis there. We will continue to monitor these little, what we call Boeing segments, as the one just cruised across portions of Nelson County. Still looks a little suspect, although it's not kinked as much, if you will, as it was just a few moments ago. So perhaps the rotating part of this Boeing segment might be weakening just a little bit. But you can see here's Springfield, and this is the area that we're talking about. The heavy rainfall now pulling into portions of Washington County, north of Springfield. No doubt some strong winds here. On the leading edge, where it changes directions from green to red, some very, very intense winds still occurring as this storm is now nearing our far eastern communities from Chaplin down to near Willisburg and then just off to the north of the Springfield area. It's this zone right there that, again, still showing signs of at least the potential for some straight line wind damage. All right, we still have severe thunderstorm warnings in various locations around the WLKY viewing area. If we can go back to Doppler, our Doppler radar, our Lynx 1 product. Here we go, and here's the wide view of what's happening around the entire viewing area. The most intense weather now east and south of the metro with these scattered pockets of very heavy rainfall, enough to bring down some of the stronger winds aloft. Still have the severe thunderstorm warning for a large chunk of Hardin County, LaRue County, Nelson County, southern portions of Bullitt County, although in southern Bullitt County doesn't look to be much going, nor in the E-Town area. It looks fairly quiet. There is that strong wind field, as you can see, across portions of northeastern Nelson County, now into Washington County. Gusty winds look to be just south of the capital city. I don't see much rotation there. And you can see other little strong wind segments, if you will, here. Southern and southeastern portions of LaRue County. 31E right there. You can see another batch that was farther off to the west as well, working across portions of Hart County. So we still have some strong winds out there, winds that we're going to have to watch, certainly. Eric.
We're getting more reports coming out in East Jefferson County from that possible tornado that was on the ground. A trained storm spotter's out there trying to help people, but he's near the subdivision of Beckley Hills. He's reporting lots of tree downs, siding off of homes, roofs gone, windows blown out, but thankfully no injuries to report yet. So that is the best news we can get, but it does sound like there's significant damage in the east side of the area where that confirmed tornado did touch down as it moved into the area.
Suzanne, some of the various Tri-Mark cameras that you're looking at, what are we looking at here?
Well, we're taking a look at some of our cameras that we have over into eastern Jefferson County, a little bit closer to 64 in the Gene Snyder, 64 at the Shelby County line. This is 64 right here at the Gene Snyder, where traffic is moving okay. If you were with us and as we were tracking those storms, it did look like there was something going on with emergency crews. We did get a report of 8 vehicles that were off onto the shoulder, or an accident with 8 vehicles. It's not clear exactly what happened there. Unfortunately, that was still that area where it certainly appeared that we were dealing with rotating storms, perhaps tornado in that area. So that would beg the question if that was related to the storm.
Right.
So this is a live look at 64 on the upper deck of the Sherman-Minton Bridge. And guys, I want to point out, do you see how much water is on the road here? This is our first batch of storms coming through. And yes, it was very significant with very heavy rainfall, but we are not done yet with the very heavy rainfall. And so I want you to be really careful. If you live in an area that typically floods, if you live near a river, creek, or stream, likely many of those will be coming out of their banks over the next several days, with copious amounts of moisture continuing to overspread our area, with torrential downpours expected, with waves of rain moving through. So we are going to be watching for not only the component of heavy rainfall, but also still, Jay, we're still going to be watching for the risk of perhaps some additional strong storms over the next couple of days. We just had another warning issued, this one for a severe thunderstorm warning, now for areas of Shelby County. So not a tornado warning, but rather they decided to go with a severe thunderstorm warning now for portions of Shelby County at this point.
Okay, Suzanne, thank you so very much. Notice all the warnings off to the east and especially the south of the metro area. And this is where they're likely going to stay for the next, what could be a couple of hours, as this thunderstorm zone is starting to orient itself just a little bit differently than what it was. Instead of a more north to south orientation, it's starting to turn just a little bit. It's going more southwest to northeast, and I suspect that turning nature will continue. So basically what this means is we may see multiple thunderstorms going over the same areas, especially south of the parkways, near and south of the parkways, for the rest of this night. And that could really, really add up. The rainfall amounts could cause some flash flooding in spots. Hopefully we'll get this stuff out of here, but that is a real possibility with the type of scenario we are expecting for the rest of the night on into early on this Thursday morning. Look at some of the rainfall amounts just over the last 3 hours or so, and where you see some of those yellows showing up. Well, we're 2 to 3 inches of rainfall. And this is likely, you know, real stuff. We haven't had any hail, so there's no hail contamination.
No contamination.
So basically 1 to 3 inches of rain where the thunderstorm activity has already occurred. Now in our far southeastern communities, obviously it isn't that heavy, but you still have the storms moving in your direction. I'm talking about Marion County. I'm talking about Greene, Taylor, Adair counties as storms are coming out of south central and southwestern portions of Kentucky and even Tennessee and moving in your direction. So we're really going to be adding to these rainfall tallies over the next several days.
And Jay, in the coming days, just to come off of that with the river flooding levels, I know you've been talking about this in our newscast as well the past couple of days. You know, the National Weather Service puts their forecast out for the river levels as well. And one of the latest ones now has that crest on the 5th, Saturday evening, at 29 feet. So moderate flood stage is 30. So that's inching up a little bit. And that forecast is going to be highly dependent on how much rain we get in addition to these storms in the coming days. And we know those amounts have been anywhere from 6 to 10 plus inches across the region and where that falls, whether it's upstream or downstream. So that's another thing we'll be watching, and that's going to be carrying us, you know, beyond the weekend in terms of flooded rivers across the region.
And of course, we've got a big weekend next weekend with thunder over Louisville, so we're just going to have to wait and see what happens there with the waterfront, the Great Lawn, things like that.
And something to point out, we've got a lot of power outages out there, about 6,000 reported. This is an estimate out of Jefferson County in the Louisville area, about 12,000 in Floyd County. You know, Eric was telling us about a number of down power lines and trees out of Floyd County, 6,500 in Clark County, Indiana, lesser in portions of Shelby County, down to 100. We've got 1,000 in Harrison County, 5,000 reported right now into portions of Washington County, 6,500 in portions of Jackson County. So those were the storms that we were checking out earlier this evening. If you've been with us all night, we know it's been a long night for so many who are really afraid of storms as well. And this is a very potent, well-advertised storm system. So we do have a lot of power outages. If you were with us earlier, that was that storm that we saw near Pin Oak in Lawrence County that was picking up winds of about 97 miles per hour. So perhaps that was what did the damage and knocked out power to so many into portions of Jackson County up into the northern sections of the WLKY viewing area.
Eric?
And if you remember from earlier, we had the tornado warning that went through the Fairdale area in southern Jefferson County. Well, we're getting reports from a caller into the station that her daughter's trailer had been ripped off its foundation and part of its roof is now in the middle of the road. So that too could be confirming that maybe a tornado also touched down in that area.
Where was this?
Fairdale.
Again?
Yeah.
Well, we were tracking, you recall, earlier tonight, we were tracking that storm, and we were saying, unfortunately, because as it was moving a little bit closer to the Dixie Highway area, it was kind of hugging along the Gene Snyder.
Going to the same spot.
Going over the same spot, and we were mentioning how terrible it was that an area that was so hard hit on Sunday got hit again. And, you know, people have tarps on their roofs, so now we're talking about heavy rainfall on top of it. It just really... It's a terrible start to spring.
All right, Matt, back to the tracking. That looks like a pretty intense cell there in eastern Spencer County, pushing out of Nelson County.
Yeah, and this is one that right now looks like straight line wind gusts, Jay, from a lot of it, but it is starting to show that bowing. And as we've seen, especially on the northern sides of that bow, we can get rotation. As we look at the velocity scan of it on, if you want to go to Storm Analyzer, if we can flip over to that, you'll be able to see there's a pretty strong wind layer with this that has wind gusts that are, you know, could easily exceed 60 miles per hour here with this. This is moving away from you in Spencer County, but you're still going to have some strong wind gusts around Van Buren, Mount Eden, and the same could be said in extreme northern portions of Nelson County. But this is going to be mainly moving towards south and eastern Shelby County into Anderson County. So heads up if you're watching us in Lawrenceburg. I know sometimes the signal can get out there, the Bluegrass Parkway. And even towards the Willisburg area, you may catch a wind gust just north of you as you're on the southern end of that line there. So that's a pretty intense line of storms. It does have a severe thunderstorm warning on it, and that's going to go until 2 o'clock this morning. So for the next 25 minutes, this part of the WLKY region, extreme southeastern Shelby County, exiting Spencer and Nelson County, but also far northern Washington County, you could catch some wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour. Also watching, there's some hail indication with this. It's small. It would generally be around pea, maybe dime size at worst, but kind of showing the strength of that line as it moves into still some air that's in the 70s with dew points in the 60s. It's muggy out there for the time of year, and that's been the fuel for the thunderstorm fire tonight, as well as the winds aloft.
Yeah, it kind of looks to me that it's basically the parkways now and points south where we have that threat for additional scattered strong to severe storms. And there you go. A brand new tornado warning has just been issued. It's close to the viewing area, Anderson County, including you folks in Lawrenceburg, over to near the capital city. Does it catch Frankfort, or is it just south of them?
It's just south of Frankfort. It's just north of Lexington proper. But if you have friends that live north of Lexington and up towards Georgetown, they're under tornado warning right now for that line. Again, latest analysis, was looking more like straight line. Look, we just go. I just kind of want to show you this because it shows. Look how smooth that transition from red to green is, and then the very next scan, we start to get those kinks, those ridges, and then we get the very latest one, and it looks a little more smooth. So these tornadoes with this particular line, or at least the tornado potential with it, would likely be these brief spin-ups. But as we saw back into the eastern portions of the metro earlier, the potential will be there that we may get one that holds on for a little bit longer. That doesn't look to be the case in this line. And again, most of this is now moving away from the WLKY region and over into eastern Kentucky. But again, just kind of keep an eye on that as it exits the WLKY area. Also a few storms farther off to the south and west. Jay and Susanna, I know we've been keeping eyes on these, but there's also a tornado warning down near the Tennessee line, Franklin, Scottsville, south of Bowling Green with that line. Would look like it would mainly stay south of Adair County, south of the Cumberland Parkway, but remember the WLKY region, that includes you in Adair County. So we'll keep heads up on that for those of you in Columbia and parts off to the south from there.
Suzanne, boy, check out some of that damage right there.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're now starting to see some pictures come in. So this is from Georgetown, Indiana. We are getting some reports into my Facebook page of people seeing some flooded subdivisions up into the Charlestown area, and also, unfortunately, some damage there as well. So that's what it looks like in Georgetown, Indiana. You can see it looks like a tree in the roadway. Something else that we just have into the newsroom here, this is at 64 in eastern Jefferson County, and it looks like certainly some tree damage here. We know we were tracking that storm system moving across areas of Jeffersontown, but also across areas of Beckley Creek, kind of over by 64 Valhalla, Lake Forest area. So I think that's where this is from, and you can see it looks like quite a bit of tree damage done here. So we're going to continue to monitor this, obviously, and also some reports from fire departments of some trees that are down into power lines coming out of Floyd County.
And Suzanne, these reports, and especially when it is safe to do so, you know, watch out when there are trees down and power lines down. We absolutely want to stay safe. But if you can, give those reports, give your address, or at least close to where it is. If you want to send those to us on our social media accounts or to WLKY News, it's actually going to help the National Weather Service too. They've been very busy with the storms as of late. They usually go through and try to assess where was straight line winds, what the strength of the tornadoes were, if they indeed were. And so these types of images can be very beneficial in that assessment in the coming days. So it's not just to post on TV, but you could really be helping out the National Weather Service as they try to kind of reconstruct what happened and just how strong the tornadoes were in the coming days.
Good point.
It really, really is so helpful because, you know, we can see it on radar, but that does not always tell us the full picture. It does not capture everything. And especially because it happens at night, we get fewer reports in. Obviously, people are in bed, and we want everyone to stay safe. We're not asking anyone to storm chase or anything like that, but we saw lots of damage. Unfortunately, it looks like across areas of eastern Jefferson County and across portions of Floyd County. So it remains to be seen about some of those other tornado warnings that we had.
Yeah. Eric?
Yeah, we got a viewer photo or video sent into us out towards the Dixie Highway near the Shepherdsville exit of a large tree that came down and maybe got on the hood of a police car and landed on that, trapping that car stuck under the tree in that area. So just continuing to see lots of tree damage, and when it goes across the roadway, and if you're not ready for it, it can get you and cause lots of damage, including the police as well, as they're trying to keep you safe while you're out there during these storms.
Okay, sir, thank you very much. If you would please, Eric, if you'd set up a little show for me explaining the heavy rain threat going forward, I would appreciate that. Just let me know when you're ready. All right, folks, let's go back to our Lynx One product if we could. And let's take a look at Suzanne. All right, thank you. There is the entire WLKY viewing area. Again, the threat for severe weather has ended in the metro, has ended off towards the west, off to the north. It does continue for areas east of town, especially as you get closer to the capital city. over towards, let's call it Anderson County, and then down along the parkways, even though we don't have any warnings in effect right now, along the parkways from Bardstown to E-Town to Litchfield, we still have some pockets of heavy rainfall and gusty winds. But then you get into another zone, what we call a Boeing segment, that's near Bowling Green and points off to the south from there, down to near Franklin, on into northern portions of Tennessee. And that Boeing segment has prompted a severe thunderstorm warning, and inside of that, where we've got some twisting and turning on the apex of that bow, a tornado warning, which is very close to Bowling Green, but it looks like a bulk of that strong rotation is going to be just south of Bowling Green and Western Kentucky University. But again, some heavy storms moving through the Bowling Green area, capable of producing some pretty strong wind. Otherwise, we still have pockets of moderate to heavy rainfall. Brandenburg, E-Town, Louisville, up to near Madison, but certainly up the I-71 corridor, Oldham County, up to near Carrollton, Henry County. Additional heavy rainfall showing up. Litchfield, over towards, let's call it the Hardinsburg area. So all of this was going to continue for the next couple of hours. And then you have the very heavy rainfall and gusty winds near the parkways. We still have to watch these thunderstorm clusters very closely for some organization going forward. And you can see what I'm talking about here, the wind field associated with those storms. There are the parkways, and especially along and south of the parkways, we have very strong gusty winds showing up close to Hodgenville, south of you, on into Hart County, down near Hammondville and Bonneville. Then here in portions of Marion County, western Marion County, this would be Holy Cross, this would be Loretto, this would be the St. Francis area, down to Raywick. Another batch of very strong winds there moving off to the east. And again, you can see it's kind of curvy, so we'll keep an eye on this thunderstorm complex like a hawk, no question about it. And you can see, yep, there you go, perhaps a bit of some circulation going on, a bit of rotation in between Raywick and St. Francis here in western portions of Marion County. So we'll watch for a potential, not only straight line wind gust, but also maybe even a brief spin up as well. So a lot of activity still ongoing. The number of warnings coming out, not nearly what we had earlier at night. And there you go. You can see where the watches are now in effect. We have tornado watches now to the east and south of the metro. Really, the northwestern one half has been cleared, and the threat is done for the night. Suzanne?
Yeah, we were talking about really shaving off a lot of those tornado watches, so that's some really good news for us as we make our way throughout the rest of the night, so maybe you can get a little bit of peaceful night. Bottom line, if you're in portions of the WLKY viewing area, you're still hearing rumbles of thunder, and that rain is still coming down. And when we take a look at kind of the big picture here, this shows you how impressive this storm system is, Matt, because it goes all the way from Ohio, really up to New York, and all the way back across portions of Arkansas. And still, you can see to the north and to the south of us, we still have confirmed tornadoes that are tearing through portions of Tennessee, back across portions of the Gulf Coast states.
This has been a blockbuster storm system. I will tell you, you saw some of those of the tornado watch starting to be chipped away from northwest to south and east. And tell you what, you'll be able to feel it if you step outside when your tornado threat is over. When you're in the rain-cooled 60s, it may still be rumbling around, but your severe weather threat is done. And that's going to start to include more places like Elizabethtown and Hodgenville and Shepherdsville, and also up through Nelson County for you in Bardstown. I know just a little while ago you had some rough storms in your area, but as that rain-cooled air moves in, that's going to sweep out this energy for the severe storms. But we still have, and you can see, some temperatures that are still into the 70s. Dew points into the 60s. It's still warm and muggy enough to fuel some storms that we've got to keep eyes on over the next couple of hours for you, and we'll do so. But the good news is at least recently, Suzanne, in the WLKY region, and Jay as well, we currently don't have any watches or warnings for our area proper. You know, so some good news there. Hopefully it'll stay that way. I looked at some of the wind gusts recently from some of those storms down towards and south of the parkways. Those have generally been around 30 miles per hour or less. A couple of 35s there. That latest one coming out of Franklin County up near the Capitol, 35 miles per hour. We had a 36 report out of Mercer County, a little just east of the WLKY region with that line of storms. But some of those stronger gusts like we were seeing 50, 60 plus in the damage reports, we have not been getting from our southern communities as of late. So that's definitely a trend for the better as we try to kind of assess and continue to get updates on the tornado and the damage that's currently being assessed on the east side of town in the metro too from that tornado earlier.
Up in Clark County, now we're going to obviously have some people go up to Jackson County as well. We've got a lot of power outages there. We're going to cover the entire community for you. And in the metro, we certainly saw right along the interstate what appeared to have been a tornado and then in turn turned into a confirmed tornado. So I think what we're going to be talking about now going forward is we're going to be looking at the rain risk, which is going to be exceptional over the next several days. We're also going to, all over the newscast, keep you abreast of all of the damage reports because they are still coming in. And I know our newsroom has been, the phone has been ringing off the hook with a lot of people very concerned. Unfortunately, they've had some really tough situations. You know, Eric was telling us about a young woman who had her trailer overturned into the roadway.
Right. We also had reports of that too up into Washington County, Indiana, that they weren't sure if it was occupied or not, but this was a couple of hours ago. The fire department was checking that out, but there was a trailer that was rolled over at least once. And as we go through the coming days, we're going to see not only rounds of rain, but potentially more strong storms. And just know that mobile homes, trailers are unsafe places to be during bouts of severe weather. I know sometimes your options for a safe place can be limited, but I hope that as we go through this active period of weather, you'll be able to come up with some places to go that keep you safe, because it's not just tornadoes, straight line wind gusts can be a big concern with that too, as we've seen tonight in a really large area too.
And the good news is our community does always come together, and in fact, I know that there were a number of storm shelters that were available for people tonight because we had such good warning leading up to the storm. Now we're going to be talking about, for people who live near rivers, creeks, and streams, to be talking about, Jay, now we're looking at that heavy rain threat over the next couple of days. In fact, we were looking, we kept hoping, I know when I worked this morning for you, Matt, I was looking and I was like, oh, I hope this model data comes in much lighter. And that was not the case.
It's been amazing how consistent, the data has been going back several days as to how much rain we could actually pick up through Sunday. It is mind-boggling. So having said that, let's talk about it. Give me links too, if you would, here. And let's talk about the next couple of days real quick, why things are relatively quiet. So the heavy rain threat. Here's what's going to be happening. The front that's moving through tonight, early this morning, with the showers and storms, the storms that have been severe, this front is going to stall out. All right, it's going to stall out right over the lower Ohio Valley, and it's just going to oscillate back and forth across our region the next 2, 3, and 4 days. Add to that little disturbances that will ride the jet stream over the frontal system, and every time one comes through, we're going to get a blow-up of showers and storms. There is a ton of moisture available, screaming northward out of the Gulf, intersecting the front. That provides lift. Then you have the jet stream energy, which provides even more lift, and you get these bouts of rain and storms, torrential downpours. And notice, they're just going to keep coming over the same areas right through Sunday morning, even Sunday afternoon. Finally, as we move on into Sunday night, it looks like the final disturbance will roll through the region, take the front far enough south that will get cold, will get dry. That will end this unsettled weather pattern. But the end result, check this out. There could be 6 to 10 inches of rainfall where you see the red shading. That encompasses just about the entire viewing area. And this is the rainfall that includes, obviously, tonight's storms that move through and the additional bouts of storms we'll likely receive through Sunday afternoon. Notice this purple shading. That's in excess of 10 inches of rain. And it's amazing how consistent the data has been, model to model to model, run to run to run. In other words, going back the past several days, this is the same result. So we are expecting a big-time rainfall event across our area right near the Ohio River Basin, and this will likely cause flash flooding and certainly some river flooding. The Ohio River expected to go out of its banks as we move on into especially Friday night. There's your flood watch that's in effect for the entire viewing area and really much of the Ohio Valley as well.
And Jay, I believe that we have some video that has been brought into the newsroom to show exactly. Our crews have been out obviously hard at work trying to do that safely because it's been dangerous out tonight.
Yeah, we haven't seen this yet, but this is at the stables here on English Station Road. I know it's going to be tough to see, but you can obviously, we have emergency vehicles out there. We have debris on the ground. I don't know if that's a roofing tile, but you can see the tree debris out there, the branches down and kind of scattered about the roadway there. So keep that in mind too. If you're watching us now, but maybe you have some early morning travel plans. I know myself and the morning crew, we make our way in 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and so you oftentimes you're kind of paving the first tracks here into town and getting, you'll have tree debris. You sometimes will have lights out, and you got to treat those as four-way stops and use a lot of extra caution. But this is just a little bit of the footage that we've had coming in. We'll get more in the coming hours. We've got reports of it. We'll have our photographers and our reporters out there through the overnight and get you the latest in the morning from those. Also want to point out this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that is issued, and our viewers down in Greene, Taylor, Adair County, as well as Hart County. This goes until 2:30 Eastern, 1:30 for the Central Time Zone. But this is going to be with another bow echo line of storms that's moving out of Warren County in Bowling Green. And so it still has a little ways to go for you. If you're watching us in Greensburg, Campbellsville, Columbia, in Greene, Taylor, Adair County, this is going to be on the later side of this. So this warning is in effect for the next about 35 minutes or so, and you're going to be on the later side of that in Greene, Taylor, and Adair County. But we're going to watch for winds that could gust up near 60 miles per hour. We'll also keep eyes on it just in case we get any rotation in there. So the possibility still exists because we have temperatures that are still well into the 70s, humidity out there.
It
that
feels
can
like springtime.
Yeah, it can still fuel these storms. So we watch out for that very closely. If we could switch quickly over to Storm Analyzer radar, I'll be able to give you a little better look at that particular system that's moving on in right around Smiths Grove right now. That's going to head towards and near Glasgow, Kentucky, Horse Cave, Munfordville. So be on the lookout for that. But it has to cross those two areas, those two counties, before it gets back into the WLKY region. As I look at the storm rotation in there, I really start to look closely for what's just north of Smiths Grove here on the Warren and Edmonson County line. There, I'm circling it here. I'm going to zoom in. That is going to be an area that we keep close eyes on because just like we've seen oftentimes tonight, those are the areas that following severe thunderstorm warnings, we can quickly get tornado warnings for that. So if you're watching us, Cave City, Horse Cave up to Munfordville, I want you to treat this storm at the very least. Get away from the windows of your home and be ready if a tornado warning is issued to move to the basement in your safe place because again, we see this backward C, this bow echo that I'm highlighting with the cursor, and it's on the northern edge of that we can often get some rotation, and it looks like that's occurring in kind of a broad form right now between Brownsville and Smiths Grove. So as that moves off towards the east and northeast, I'm going to check right now, it's moving off to 80 miles per hour. So just from the momentum of moving a storm over land at 80 miles per hour, you can get some extreme wind gusts from that as well. So that's what we're looking for as I look at the wind velocity in that storm. Now, this is a little higher up in the storm, about 4,300 feet, so it's not the same as what we were looking at with some of the storms in and around the metro earlier, but we still have some very strong wind fields within these storms, and that can still bring down some very high wind gusts as this storm makes its way off towards, again, the east and northeast at close to 80 miles per hour. So that is going to quickly put it in towards Greene and Adair County first if it can hold together. Southern Taylor County, maybe up towards Campbellsville as well. We'll have to watch it as it moves on. So we'll have close eyes on that over the next about 20 to 30 minutes as this storm rolls on through. But again, just like the past couple of storms that in these lines that we've been watching all night long, this is the latest one. Now, farther up to the north, I want to show you, if you're watching us in southern Indiana, the I-71 corridor, the Metro 64, all the way down 65 towards Elizabethtown, Litchfield, as well as Taylorsville, you're out of the severe weather threat for the rest of the night. We're going to continue to chip away the tornado watch that still continues in some of our south and eastern communities. But even if you're close to the Bardstown area, I want you to give this storm system a few more minutes. There's some stronger cells still off towards your west. Right now, just kind of looking at them, and I don't see anything severe with this, but it is one more big downpour that's going to head in your direction towards Bardstown. And once that passes on through, I think any threat of strong to severe storms is gone into Nelson County. Same can be said in Hodgenville. Let's give it a few more minutes, and then we'll clear you from any strong to severe weather threat for the rest of the night. We're going to spend some time with some heavy rainfall. You can see that goes all the way back into Floyd County, Corydon and Harrison County, Clark County. So behind this main line of storms, we're going to have an hour or two at least of some steady downpours. We're already upwards of an inch of rain in and along the Ohio River Basin there through the WLKY region. An inch to an inch and a half has been common so far with the storms tonight. And remember, we're going to have several more rounds of heavy rain in the coming days and through the weekends. And so we will have to concern ourselves with some flooding threats. And also tonight, if you have some travel plans through the overnight, be aware, especially some of the most common locations. And you might be accustomed to those if you're traveling in a normal route.
Right by the temple on 42 every single day.
Big splash there.
Big splash.
Melwood.
Big splash.
Feel like tries to send us into the creek, you know, a few times.
When you're trying to come to work at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Right. But those are the places we need to be aware of.
Yeah, and those are the places that are going to be bad over the next couple of days. We've got a track on that storm that you were talking about a little farther down to the south. You were mentioning it is absolutely flying at about 80 miles per hour. So it is going to be quickly moving across portions of Hart County back through Munfordville, heading into Pierce at about 217. So we're going to be watching that move so quickly with those winds of 80 miles an hour.
Is that on Lynx 1?
That's on Lynx 1,
Can
yes.
we pop that up in Lynx 1 for the directors back there? Thank you.
Yeah. And Jay, I don't know if you want to track that, and I know Matt was concerned about that other storm still up in Nelson County that didn't have a warning on it, but was still looking like it was a little bit squirrely.
Yeah, it does look like it has a nice little wind gust to it, and also the one that we are tracking looks a little suspect just south of Park City there, that little notch there moving off to the east-northeast as it will be taking aim on southern portions of Hart County as well as northern Barron County. So right there in that region and this region, yeah, we're going to have to watch for this very, very closely for some chaotic changing of the winds and perhaps a brief spin up, but certainly the chance for some wind damage as this line of storms moves on through. The severe thunderstorm warning continues in effect. There you go. You can see the leading edge of that stronger wind field as it's cruising now across portions of Barron County, southern Hart County, and this is heading towards you folks in Greene, Taylor, and Adair counties over the next 15 to 30 minutes or so. As Matt, Suzanne have alluded to, this thing is absolutely flying, and looks like, yeah, we do have what looks to be perhaps a little bit of rotation trying to show up on the northern side of the apex of the bow there. So we'll watch it close as it cruises into southern portions of Hart County. Cave City 202, Munfordville 204, same with Horse Cave, and then down towards Powder Mill and Jonesville about 15 minutes after the top of the hour. Let's go farther north. Matt was a little concerned about that storm as it was cruising through Nelson County. There you go. There's the Bardstown area. There's that backward sea. It actually extends all the way down towards the south into far southeastern portions of LaRue County. But a pretty decent wind gust moving through western Marion County. No question about it, near Loretto to Raywick, and this is all pulling off to the east. So at the very minimum, some strong gusty winds along with very heavy downpours still in portions of the viewing area, most notably south of the parkways. That's where the threat is still alive and well and will be for the next hour, maybe two, and then we can probably say goodbye to the severe weather threat for the remainder of this Thursday morning. Heavy rain threat, not so much. We think we're going to see pockets of heavy rainfall from time to time, especially south of the metro through the overnight.
We've got a live picture for you.
Okay.
Live picture from some of the damage from Campus Place, which I suspect was at the Jeffersontown. I just got a text from one of our coworkers who works here and lives in Jeffersontown, and he said that his ride home was pretty hazardous, and unfortunately he was dealing with a lot of down trees and power lines on his way home from 64 all the way to Jeffersontown. So right now this is a live look from Jeffersontown, from Campus Place. You know, Jay, Matt, and Eric, we were talking about right over by Electron Drive, over by Plantside Drive. We were seeing those winds and we were pinging them at close to 100 miles an hour. And unfortunately, it looks like that may have been realized because we are seeing, it looks like a roof has been peeled off one of the buildings there. So obviously very significant damage done across portions of Jeffersontown here.
And you could see some of the debris that was strewn through some of the trees as well. Indication that it kind of looks like this is likely a tornado that went through that part of the metro, and that's the same storm that obviously moved across.
Jay, we got a Marion County, Greene County tornado warning now.
Okay, all right. So there you go, folks. That was around the metro from a tornado that went through eastern Jefferson County into western Shelby County. Okay, so the storm that we were talking about that looked a little suspect is here. This is Barron County, this is southern Hart County, and we were worried about that little spin that could shape up, and there you go. Suzanne, go back to the reflectivity for me real fast. And yeah, look at this. So there's the bowing segment. There's the apex of the bow. It's on the northern side where you're getting that little cyclonic curvature. Right there, southern Hart County, northern Barron County. This is all racing off to the northeast. So in addition to a wind gust that's going to be quite wide and cover a good chunk of Hart County, Barron County, and points east from there into Greene and Taylor, well, you've got a smaller zone that's rotating, and there could be a tornado spin up. And this is going to cruise its way across southern portions of Hart County. Of course, this is 65 right here. You got Northtown, and then as you move off to the east, you'll get into places like Greene County and Taylor County a little bit down the road there. So if you're in this area, please seek shelter right now. This is portions of Hart County on into Greene and Taylor. Suzanne, could you pull out just a little bit? Sure. Let's get the entire warning. And see
I'm sorry, I actually was trying to get, we have a camera down there. Okay. 65 right near Horse Cave. So what I was trying to do is get you a live camera, a live shot of what that actually looks like down there.
Perfect. Okay. And Suzanne, while you do that, Jay, I'll point out just west of Glasgow on the Kentucky Mesonet site, there was a 53-mile-per-hour wind gust. And so that's closer to, it's 11 miles west, so it's down there between Glasgow and Smithsgrove there. And that's on the southern part of the line. And I was looking, that's when the radar was indicating gust in the low 60s. So we can take about 10 miles per hour off of what the radar is indicating, and it's still in the 65 to 70 mile per hour range. So there could still be some severe wind gusts.
Suzanne, where are we looking here?
So right now, Jay, we're at 65 right in the Horse Cave area. So this is actually as the storm is moving over 65. You can see it Constant lightning here. Look at the visibility that is incredibly limited. I cannot believe anyone can drive through this, honestly. We're going to be dealing with those very strong winds and obviously a rotating thunderstorm here. We've got a tornado warning for Hart County right now. So this is Horse Cave, where we're seeing that storm moving over it right at this time. So this gives us an idea of exactly what's happening as that storm is moving through. And boy, I got to give credit to those drivers who are able to maintain the control of their vehicles in this, because it is tremendous lightning and tremendously heavy rainfall. And that storm is in fact rotating.
And Jay, immediately west of Cave City, I think, is the strongest rotation right now with this particular cell. Not overly strong. Looking at the correlation coefficient, I don't think I see strong indications of any debris with that, but I definitely see a scan that I'm going to keep eyes on for the next couple of minutes. But I think immediately off towards the east of Cave City, east and southeast of Horse Cave, right along that Hart, and I believe that's, let's see, is that the Barron County line with Glasgow, Kentucky? I might have that wrong. I think that is, let me see, I'll get it. Yeah, it is Barron County. So that's just something that we'll keep eyes on as it races along that southern Hart County line towards Greene County.
Okay, Matt, Suzanne, thank you so very much. Let's zoom in tight. And again, let's do some tracking here. We've got a tornado warning in effect for you folks in southern Hart County on into Greene County and Taylor County. This does include Greensburg. This does include Campbellsville. Please, if you're in this area, get to your shelter location immediately. A basement, perfect. Get there. Best spot to be. No basement. Lowest level of your house. Interior room. Put as many walls between you and the outside in case there is some flying debris. And from time to time, we've seen that on the radar scan. Our dual pole radar has picked up debris tonight in portions of the viewing area, including the metro, the east end, where a tornado did touch down and cause some damage. Well, right now, we have a potential tornadic thunderstorm cruising its way across central and southern sections of Hart County. A little bit of rotation showing up, a well-defined what we call bow echo, and it looks like there is some rotation on the northern side of the apex of the bow, and it is moving quickly off towards the east and northeast. You can see that chaotic wind field from Munfordville to Horse Cave to near Cave City in northern Barron County. Matt was saying that that's the rotation right there, the best rotation as far as this thunderstorm has to offer. And it looks fairly mean on the radar scan with the wind energy we have up there in the atmosphere. It's not going to take much to spin something up to get a strong wind gust down to the surface. And that's what we've been seeing so far early on this Thursday morning. So southeastern Hart County on into Greene County, Taylor County. Don't put down your guard, please. Tornado warning in effect for your region for the next several minutes as strong and severe storms cruise across our southern communities, and they will continue to do so over the next hour or two. Farther off to the north and also the northwest, as you can see, we're talking about just some light rainfall. Here's the metro, but off to the northwest from there, just some light rain, and the rain is indeed tapering off. What radar do we got there, guys?
I think you might be on Lynx 2. Maybe we could pull up Lynx 1.
There we go. Let's stay on Lynx 1 until further notice. Okay, as you can see, there you go. There's the tornado warning. And then farther off to the northeast, we have severe thunderstorm warnings. And this is for Mercer County and northern Boyle County, the far east central and southeastern tip of Washington County, which is in our viewing area, but that will soon be exiting. And matter of fact, it looks like the strongest part of that cell is already east of Mackville and Jenkinsville and moving out of Washington County altogether. Now, we do have another little Boeing segment that's moving from, let's say, the Bloomfield area, close to there, the Chaplin area in northeastern Nelson County through western Washington County, getting close to you folks in Springfield. This is kind of on U.S. Highway 150. There you can see on the debris, I shouldn't say debris, the rotation tracker that, yeah, we got a pretty good wind field down in that area, a wind field that could cause, you know, a little bit of wind damage, winds that could be around 60 miles per hour perhaps a little bit higher in a few spots. But nonetheless, severe thunderstorm warning. Getting ready to pull away from Washington County. Now all eyes on the tornado warning that's from southeastern sections of Hart County through Greene and Taylor counties. So again, watching from Hardeeville, watching from Greensburg, watching from Campbellsville, surrounding locations. Get to that place of safety, folks, and stay there until the danger is past. And it's going to pass through pretty quickly. Yeah. These storms are flying.
Since they're moving, of course, so quickly. And I wonder if we still have that live shot so we can just touch base back with that live picture. I don't know if that is still up and available from Jeffersontown to show some of the damage as we're continuing to monitor the storm down across the area of Greene, Taylor, and Dare County right now. We still have that severe thunderstorm. But right now we want to give you a live look because this is from Campus Place. This is in the Jeffersontown area, an industrial area right here where there are a lot of businesses out there. We are seeing a lot of damage. It appears that we have seen a roof that has been taken off at least one of the buildings. There is a lot of debris out there here. This was a storm, and please forgive, this is obviously live coverage, and we've got to clean that lens up. So we're going to be watching for, unfortunately, as the sun comes up, likely more damage reports coming in. But you can see the damage looks significant with a live look here. It looks like we've got the fire department on the scene here. This is Campus Place, a little bit closer over to Electron Drive, I believe, Plantside Drive, over into the Jeffersontown area, where we were pinging winds, I believe, at about 100 miles per hour. So certainly it was a significant storm that was very concerning to us as we were tracking it. And now, unfortunately, we can see that damage has been realized. This is just one spot that saw damage across eastern Jefferson County. We also saw what appeared to be a tornado across areas of the Gene Snyder and 64, moving closer over to the Beckley Station area. And then, of course, we also had damage reports coming out of Washington County as well as Floyd County, and reports of some mobile homes that were overturned and flipped over. So bottom line, a very dangerous night, and it continues to be dangerous out there for those driving with those power lines. We have a number of reports of power lines that have been down into trees. Obviously, we've got a number of power outages as well. So we'll be watching that closely, and obviously our crews are out there trying to do this job very safely, to be out and about in very hazardous weather.
And we're not quite done just yet. We still have warnings ongoing to the south of the metro and our far southern communities. That's highlighted by the tornado warning you see there from Hart County, Greene on into Taylor counties for the next several minutes. Eric, any new reports coming in that you have seen?
Not getting anything really new as far as reports goes. It just kind of looks like they're continuing to trim some of the severe thunderstorm warnings as you work to the east, just kind of catching up with the lines. But that's all we're getting as far as new updates.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. So, yeah, we're going to continue to track this cell as it moves out of Hart County. So, winds certainly in excess of 60 miles an hour in spots. And is it moving that quickly?
It's moving 80 miles an hour.
Wow. Okay. That little Boeing segment moving quickly off to the east-northeast. So just think about that. Just the sheer momentum itself with the movement going that fast. That's going to cause some wind energy to reach the surface, no question. And then you've got a chance for a little bit of a spin up as well. So chances for a damaging wind gust in the tornado warning zone, in the severe thunderstorm warning zone, running pretty high right now. And that's anywhere from Munfordville to Powder Mill, Summersville, Greensburg, Campbellsville, Hobson, down to near the Columbia area, just north of the Cumberland Parkway, for example. So we'll be watching that storm very closely, along with some very heavy rainfall.
I think heads up too, into Greene County. I know you were just mentioning it, Pierce, Greensburg, if this can hold together. And Jay, if you look at that storm velocity image, it's very erratic. There's a couple of areas that could put down a brief spin up possibility there, but nothing that has really held together too long. It's the one that's moving out near the Highsville area and along the Edmonson County line, I believe, and up towards Greene County. So if you're watching us in Pierce, be on the lookout there. I think that's one of the stronger parts of the storm that's moving towards you, and eventually it heads up towards Greensburg and Summersville here in about the next 5 minutes or so, because it's just racing off to the east and northeast.
Okay, Matt, thank you so very much. So again, these damage reports, they're going to be continuing to come in through the overnight. Of course, as Suzanne, as Matt, Eric have been talking about, as the sun comes up, we're likely going to see damage reports just kind of increase, as it's been a pretty stormy night for many, many folks in the WLKY viewing area, consisting of tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and very heavy rainfall. Even some flash flood warnings have been issued in spots. And I think going forward, the heavy rain threat is really going to become an issue over the next 2, 3, and 4 days. Suzanne, that tri-mark down south?
Yeah, so this is down south. So this is right at 65 and Horse Cave, where we were watching that really potent storm move through. And guys, that rain is still torrential in this area. You can see that right there. It is positively pouring, likely some very gusty winds. Let me just give you kind of a bird's eye view of what's happening across our area. This is a look at 64 and the Gene Snyder. It looks like we have some cars maybe over still onto the shoulder there. This is what it looks like at the Gene Snyder, right at Bardstown Road. Quick look here. This is 264 at Breckenridge. 71 near the Waterston looking just fine. The Waterston at Brownsboro Road looking okay. 65 at Crittenden Drive looking okay. 65 at the Fairgrounds also moving fairly well. This is what it looks like at 64 at that 264 split coming out of Shively. And a quick look here on the deck of the Sherman-Minton Bridge. This is from southern Indiana over into Kentucky. So just an idea. Obviously, you can see where we are still dealing with significant stormy weather. That is certainly across areas of 65. A little bit closer over to the Munfordville area. That's the area that we're watching for that severe thunderstorm warning and that tornado warning. The tornado warning is just a little bit to the east of 65, so it's a little bit east of this area, but this area is still under a severe thunderstorm warning, and you can see that lightning is quite vivid.
Yeah, no question about it. And meteorologist Matt Milosevic running a storm analyzer. Let's go to that real quick. Matt, give us your latest analysis on that warned storm.
This is now starting to move into Greene County, Jay. So this part of the tornado warning for Greene County is now, I would say, fully in effect. We're going to watch just on off towards the west of the Pierce area, or really right now it could be very much on top of the town of Pierce. That's where we likely have some of the better rotation. Strong wind gusts are out there too with this particular storm. So we'll keep eyes on that, maybe near or just north of town. Also keep in mind, this is moving so quick. So if you live in Greensburg, Summersville, let's go ahead and take this storm seriously. Although, you know, if we look at it, Jay, what's crazy is it doesn't look super typical, you know, of any sort of supercell thunderstorm. But I'm going to show you a couple things there's a little bit of hail indicated with it. I don't think it's anything too big, peas, maybe dimes at most. But if we look at the tops of these cells of the thunderstorms, they're still reaching 50,000 feet into the atmosphere. So this is still a very powerful storm and a very well-developed storm in these areas, especially right along the Hart and Greene County line is where the worst of it is. And so we'll continue to monitor this. So even though we may not see, you know, big hook echoes or even the type of squall lines and, you know, that we've seen recently, you know, with the bow echoes, this doesn't show that as much, but it still is a storm that's formidable. And at the very least, there's a pretty strong wind gust immediately off to the west of Summersville, Greensburg, that's going to blow on through. And I've been checking some of the latest gusts in this area. We did have a 53-mile-per-hour gust earlier down into Barron County, west of Glasgow, that was measured with this storm. So at the very least, and that wasn't even in the strongest part of the cell. So we still have the threat for, at the very least, 60-mile-per-hour straight-line winds. We've known with the winds that we've already had today that can topple trees and power lines, so we want to be aware of that. Suzanne's been showing you some of the traffic cameras down on Interstate 65 with the blinding rain. So this makes things pretty tough down there, especially for travel, even if I don't see the same signs of the strongest cells that we have tracked so far tonight, like what moved through eastern sections of the metro earlier in the overnight. This is still a formidable and powerful storm down into Greene County.
Yeah, no question about it. I see that a tornado warning has just been issued for the Lexington area. Is that in fact the case?
Yeah, that's it started up in Mercer County, near north of Harrodsburg. for that particular cell. And you can see the wind field on that is also very strong. And that's heading into southern Woodford County. And, you know, that could be very close to Lexington, you know, into town.
Right.
In short order here. That tornado warning, if you have friends and family in Lexington, goes until 2:45. So in about the next 10 to 15 minutes, you know, the worst of that storm, whether it be straight line wind gust or spin up tornado, is going to be right into the downtown Lexington area too.
Yeah. So as you were talking about, friends, family, students, kids over there at UK, give them a quick call, a text. I know it's late at night, but help us spread the word. This is just outside of our viewing area, but again, a lot of people have big time interest over there in Fayette County. So give them a call. And give them a text, tell them what's going on, help us spread the word on that.
And Jay, this storm system, you know, has gone all night. I mean, from Lexington
really
down to Bowling Green, Louisville, out towards Owensboro, Evansville, where they had reports of damage, Paducah down to Murray, Kentucky, where parts of near Murray, there were reports of damage too in some farm areas as well from what is likely was a tornado that moved through portions of there and into Trigg County as well. So this has been a very rough night of severe weather across Kentucky and southern Indiana and the WLKY region, and it still continues to rumble there into our southern communities. Still tornado warning there into Greene County.
And you know, of course, in the middle of the night when you get that tornado warning, there are a few things as scary as that. So for our friends that are in Greene County, you need to just hunker down. It's going to be through quickly because of how quickly it is moving, but obviously at 2:20 in the morning, 1:20 in the morning down there, it is very scary. So if you're in Greene County right now, Greensburg area, Summersville, heading into the Campbellsville area, go ahead, take cover. It should be a pretty brief time for you to have to just maybe head to the basement, head to an interior room. Obviously, it's, you know, your phone's going off. It's a very scary situation when that happens. So we understand that, and that's why we're here. Bottom line, this is going to move through quickly because it's moving at about 80 miles an hour. So we've got those very strong winds associated with that particular storm that's moving through the southern portion of the WLKY viewing area.
Yeah, Greensburg, Summersville, be in your tornado safe place for this, and Campbellsville, start making your way that way, because this is moving really quick, and it's going to be moving out of Greene County in just the next probably 5 minutes, and the next couple of scans of the radar. This is really zipping across.
Flying. It's heading right over into portions of Bengal, Black Gnat, a little bit closer over to Hatcher, Campbellsville, Durham Town, a little bit closer over to White Rose. If you're in Hobson, Willowtown, Findlay, Spurlington, Arista, over near Acton, near Yuma and Burdick, Roachville. So we're going to be talking about this kind of zipping into your area relatively quickly. It's a rotating storm, guys. We've had storms that have produced damage so far, and they have been storms that have weakened a little bit, then they have regenerated a bit. So we are taking everything seriously when we have an environment the way we do, especially for our southern communities, Jay, because we have temperatures that have been in the upper 70s all night long. Obviously, we had temperatures in the mid 80s yesterday. It was positively tropical out there. So unfortunately, now we're dealing with some very springtime thunderstorms as well.
Yeah, here it is, April 2nd, now April 3rd, and just a powerful storm system rolling through the Ohio Valley. The thing of it is, this thing's going to get hung up over the next couple of days, so pockets of heavy rainfall. Looking at the storm analyzer right now, meteorologist Matt Milosevic running this thing for us, and you can see there's Greensburg and Greene County, and a little bit of subtle rotation. It looks like more of a pretty strong wind gust that's blowing through central portions of Greene County and the Greensburg area, and this will soon be here in Taylor County, heading towards you folks in Campbellsville. So as Suzanne just alluded to, listen, just stay in your tornado warning shelter area until this thing has passed on through, and it will. It is moving very, very quickly. But yeah, a little bit of rotation showing up, very broad at this point in time, but still capable. A storm that's rotating, a storm that could tap into those strong winds aloft and bring them down to the ground and cause a damaging wind gust. So we have the tornado warning for the next several minutes, a little bit larger zone of a severe thunderstorm warning that catches the northwestern one half of Adair County. And guys, that's really the only warnings we have in effect for the viewing area.
And Mo Rose, meteorologist Mo Rose is here, and she has been able to pick some pictures out for us from our social media. So I don't know if we're able to pull up links 3 and take a look at some of the pictures that she was able to gather for us.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is going to be that same area by Campus Place, I believe, that we were showing you there, the blanket breaker crossing. And Jay, can you tell, are those cinder blocks?
Those are cinder blocks.
Okay, so those are, you know, those are blown apart. Those are outer walls. Whatever roof was on that structure appears to be gone. These are now I'll tell you, one of the things the National Weather Service looks for is they're going to look at, when they go and they assess how strong this tornado was, they're going to look at what the structure was made of, how it was made, if it was secured properly, how the roof was anchored to those walls, and then you look at the damage to determine how high the wind was. And as we look here, you know, Plantside Drive, so again, these are the same areas in that kind of bluegrass industrial park area that we're getting, and I'm trying to see there. Can you guys... Okay, so the Chick-fil-A is right there on Blankenbaker and Plantside, I think. Okay, so the roof is torn off of that there. And so if we think back to last April, right, when in Prospect and Jeff, where we had that tornado, that was an EF2.
Right.
With some similar looking damage and, you know, winds upwards of 120 miles per hour or more. And I think we're seeing, at least in these photos, some very similar, you know, damage to that we're going to have. You know, last go around a few days ago, we were looking at EF1s, and this looks to be a little bit maybe on the higher side. And again, National Weather Service will determine that, but that's a large tree down, you know, in Beckley Park. So that's going to take, you know, some crews to get rid of that and out of the way. And keep that in mind too for the morning rush. We're probably going to have some trees and power lines down in these areas. We're probably going to have some four-way stops instead of lights, you know, that are working. The good news is the LG&E outages, as I was looking, are not severe. In the metro, they've been around 6,500.
It's severe when it's you.
Well, of course.
You don't have the power. Actually, and, you know, I think probably, weren't we tracking that storm as it was going through Beckley Creek over by the park area? So I suspect there will be a lot of trees. As Jay was pointing out, the good thing is that we don't have a full canopy out there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate though to see the trees down in our nice parks too across the area. But we also, hopefully, and what has so far been the case is we have not heard any reports of injuries. So hopefully that continues to stay the case tonight, because we look at some of those pictures of damage and roofs gone from buildings and stuff, and that's, you know, it's a very scary thing across our area. But it's if it is indeed that level of tornado, EF1, EF2, if you're in your safe place, if you're in interior rooms and basements, there shouldn't be injuries.
Right.
You know, so hopefully everyone heeded the warnings that we've been giving you. It's been days in advance, and taking those warnings to heart, because you can see the damage that these storms can do. And here we are, we're just in early April. We've got plenty of storm season to go.
And just how quick hitting these storms were across the viewing area, and how rapidly they developed. It was really amazing.
Yeah, and that storm, when we were tracking it right through that kind of constant common area right over by Electron Drive, I mean, we were picking up winds of 100 miles per hour, and that looks like pretty clear evidence of perhaps damage that was that exceptional there. A lot of damage being reported there, a lot of damage into the Jeffersontown area, and we were talking about damage across portions of Floyd County and Washington County as well. Parts of Clark County and Jackson County also had really so many power outages as well, so in the thousands, unfortunately. So a lot of people, not only do you have the rain coming down, but you now don't have power. So, and I don't know, Mo, do you have some more pictures from there? I think Mo's got a mic up now, so she can probably talk to us a little bit more about the pictures she was able to get.
Well, those pictures, that, you know, they've been coming in on Facebook, and thank you so much for sharing those. And if you do have pictures, please do share, but only if you can do so safely. But also the power outages. I wanted to pull it up on links 3. you were just talking about it. We have, at this point, one of the monitors that we have with our on our platform, it says 6,000 without power in Jefferson County, 12,000 without power in Floyd County, and 6,500 in Clark County. And I'm actually kind of surprised that there aren't more, but I do feel that we're going to be getting more and more reports coming in, and we're still monitoring those storms that are out to the south of us. So as those roll through, we may end up seeing a few more power outages. At the moment, we're just watching the severe thunderstorm warning through parts of Adair County and Southern Hart and Taylor County. So we don't have any power outages there, and hopefully we will keep it that way.
Yeah, most definitely. Of course, we'll have to see, Mo, with those really strong winds moving through. We were talking about it. And Mo, that storm that you were tracking with the power outages had winds. The movement of it was about 80 miles per hour. And that is the only warning we have. Fortunately, we were able to cancel that tornado warning, which is some great news for us. And I don't know if we're able to hop back into that live picture. Do we still have that live picture up from Jeffersontown? Because I really think that that just tells us such a story of what's going on out there. I know our crews are obviously trying to gather a lot of information out there, so we may not be able to get that live photo back up. But no, we can't get that. But bottom line, Mo was showing us some of those pictures that we have had sent into the newsroom, and we always really appreciate the ground truth. And we're continuing to see down across portions of, it looks like into portions of Taylor County, Jay Cardosi is picking out a little cell that he does not like into the
it just looks like
Burdick area, right near Green River Lake. As soon as you just pick it out, and then they have to issue a warning real quick, right? It seems that that's always the case. So yeah, so that's and it seems like that scan, one scan was quite vivid, the other one maybe not so much. But
and it's from that cell that was producing a tornado warning. They canceled it, but it looks like the rotation is trying to come back just a little bit. So
they went severe with it, but it does have the tornado tag. So severe thunderstorm warning. It goes until 3:15 Eastern for the central and eastern portions of Marion and Taylor County. It also clips into Greene and northern portions of Adair County. That's going to go until 3:15 Eastern, 2:15 in the central time zone. But it does still, the Weather Service is still kind of keeping that tornado possible indicator here. So if you're watching us in the warned location, even though it may not be a tornado warning, know that these have been quick to develop so far this evening. So you may just want to kind of start to make your way into the center portion of your home. Maybe make your way down to the basement. I know my family did the same thing. It's like, we're gonna head down there, we're gonna spend some time, and the tornado warning was issued, and we're gonna get in the safer spot. And I think that's just where we're gonna have to be here over the next several minutes. These storms are still moving very quickly across the area. In fact, on that particular warned storm, the movement is still off towards the east at 60 miles per hour. It's come down off of 80, but still, that's a very fast-moving storm system. And we can see on Storm Analyzer, there's at the very least some indications of where we have some strong wind gusts and a very turbulent wind field with that line moving on through. So we've got to get this part of the nasty weather on through. Also, still a tornado warning in effect for the Lexington area. I was looking at that particular storm. It doesn't look any better or worse organized from when we last looked at it, but the potential is going to be there for that. So you can see on Storm Analyzer where that kind of curling line is along those yellows and oranges, those thunderstorms, and off to the east is where we still are going to have a strong to severe threat here through the overnight hours, and then farther off to the north and west where you just see the deeper shades of green, yellow, even some drier spots in through southern Indiana. That's where we are done with any severe weather threat for the night.
You can finally get some sleep, and we've got a track on that storm, Jay, if you want to track some of the rotation from some of that thunderstorm activity on our Lynx One product. We can show you where that storm is headed as it flies to the east at about 60 miles per hour.
Yeah, still a pretty good wind gust right there, no question about it. This is moving across sections of Marion County down through Campbellsville, Taylor County. Matter of fact, a very strong wind gust could be occurring right through the Campbellsville area. Nonetheless, this is moving off to the east very quickly. Green River Lake right about now, gravel switch 236. Same with Merrimack. The Feathersburg area 238 down towards Nifley. 240 and Liberty around 247. The leading edge of that higher wind field will be cruising across your area. So if I called out your community where you reside somewhere close to what I called out, just know this stronger wind gust is indeed working towards your region. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect. Far southern Washington County, eastern portions of Marion County, Taylor County, down through Adair County, and far southern Greene County for the next several minutes. That's it for the viewing area. And then we have the tornado warning that's up in Lexington for a stronger storm that is still showing signs of rotating quite decently as it travels through the Lexington metro area. You can see where the warnings are lining up now from the Bluegrass region down through south central Kentucky. Then we get into Tennessee, where we still have confirmed tornadoes on the ground south of Nashville. So the farther southwest you go, you get into those big supercells that are still alive and well and causing some problems west and southwest of Nashville. Those should stay south of us for the remainder of the morning. What we have to worry about are the cells that are getting ready to pivot away from the WLKY viewing area. And once this batch of what you see heavier rain, that's kind of curved yet, taking on that backward C, a large Boeing segment, once that clears the viewing area, that should be it for the severe weather threat for this day. Everything should settle off to the south. We're still going to be dealing with rain, no question about it. A little bit of thunder, a little bit of lightning, but the rain chances will continue to be quite high, especially across the state of Kentucky. And the rain will fill in again as we move through your Thursday afternoon as another batch of heavy rain, even a few storms, redevelops. And this is going to be the start of that very unsettled weather pattern we've been talking about that we will see for about the next 4 days. All right, so a large area of rain, some thunder, lightning, and still some strong storms ongoing in our southeastern communities. Over the past 3 hours or so, boy, this rain is adding up.
It has added up.
Holy smokes.
And you know, Jay, we did have a report that up into portions of Charlestown, there were some problems with flooding. So I suspect that is maybe because they had a pretty healthy amount of rain in a pretty short amount of time. Jay?
Well, Jay, real quick, in those two bands, that one you're pointing at and also the one south of the metro, there are flood advisories that are posted in there too. So mainly for your areas that tend to get, water the roads on them quickly. Those are going to be the ones that are going to be the most troublesome here through the course of the morning. Eric, what do you have?
Yeah, so Oldham County Emergency Management is reporting that some roads are starting to become impassable due to all that rain that is falling, especially at Highway 524 and Rebel Ridge at the 18-Mile Creek. That is completely out of its banks, and the fire department is kind of blocking some of the roads so people don't get into that area.
Where's that, Eric?
This is at Highway 524.
What county?
Oldham.
Oldham County already.
Oldham County.
Okay.
So yeah, there's rivers, creeks, and streams. The smaller tributaries have taken on a lot of water here in the last couple hours, and those are now starting to get out of their banks.
Hey guys, I noticed that that's the 3-hourly rainfall.
Yeah.
What's the last 6 hours? Do we have that product or can
I can get that for you. That's 6 hours. It doesn't seem that much different. Now, 1 hour would, you can see, obviously, it hasn't rained here in a while. So the 3 hour, I think, probably tells us the story a little bit better. Where was the creek again? Can you say that again, Eric?
It is Highway 524.
524.
And Rebel Ridge.
And Rebel Ridge, okay.
Okay, gang, so there you are, looking at the rainfall amount so far from this first batch of storms, and you can see what it has done. And we're not done. It's still raining out there, but some spots upwards of 3 inches. We've got some flooding going on already. And again, this is just the start of what we're going to be dealing with going forward the next several days with these occasional bouts of showers and storms and more torrential downpours swinging through the region. This could be one nasty setup when it comes to what could be some flash flooding going forward in time, and also river flooding, especially by the upcoming weekend. Okay, all right, let's take this product away. Let's go back to the real-time radar, check out what's going on with the reflectivity field. We're kind of reset here. Here it is, 240 on this Thursday early morning, and we're still talking about showers and storms across much of the viewing area. This is the live Doppler radar, just a wonderful tool that we utilized even earlier tonight when the tornado was moving through Jefferson County as well as Shelby County. But you can see here's what's going on. Widespread light to at times moderate rainfall, everything moving off to the northeast. Matter of fact, we've got the animation loop going on the other Doppler radar. And this is just, again, moderate rainfall, light rainfall across the metro, some southern portions of Indiana, and down to near the parkways. Then you get south of the parkways, well, you get into a little bit more substantial shower and thunderstorm activity. Still some pretty decent lightning ongoing in the storms across Washington County, Marion County, curving back off to the south through Adair County, where we still have reports of gusty winds ongoing with these storms. You can clearly see what looks like a large Boeing segment from Campbellsville down to near Columbia. So that's why the severe thunderstorm warnings continue in effect. Let's call it from Lebanon, Campbellsville, south of Greensburg, and then down through the Columbia area of Adair County. These storms moving quickly off to the east and really should be clearing out of the viewing area probably within the next 30 minutes, I would think. After 3 o'clock in the morning, the severe weather threat should really come down everywhere across the WLKY viewing area, and even our friends to the southeast can get some much needed sleep. But until that time, let's not put down our guard. Tons of wind energy out there. We're still, what, 78, 79 degrees just ahead of this line. So,
and you know, Mo was talking a little bit about some of the rescues that were done in some of the high water.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, over into Westport. And Mo, can you describe some of the video that you were talking about, that you were seeing?
Well, it's 18 Mile Creek where we're seeing the river, this little creek that's out of its banks, and we're just seeing rushing water along the roadway there. And at this point, we're trying to get the video uploaded so I can show you. It is the Oldham County Emergency Management shared it on their Facebook page. But yeah, it's dark, which is so frightening because this storm is so powerful and it looks rain wrapped. It's so tough to see at night. Spotters are having trouble seeing it, and everyone, well, not everyone, but a lot of folks are asleep. And so if you don't have anything to wake you up and you're just, you know, startled awake by these gusty winds and this rain that's just not letting up, I mean, it's very dangerous. But thankfully there are people, this is the Westport Volunteer Fire Department that was out there doing that water rescue, trying to get this video for you too. But either way, it's just something to keep in mind because this water is, well, this rain's going to be with us until about Sunday afternoon. We're going to get about 2 months worth of rain in the next 5 days. And so there's going to be a lot, I think, a lot of water rescues. And the best advice is just do not try and drive through any flooded roadways because there's going to be a lot of need for help over the next 4 or 5 days, and you don't want to be taking up resources because you thought you could cross a roadway with your car. So then unfortunately, I do think we're going to see more and more of these, but hopefully it's not going to be you who's doing it.
And you know, Mo, when you were showing us that video, and I know we're going to try to get it up on air, but you know, it just is an indication, if you're anywhere near a creek, a river, or a stream, if you live in an area that typically floods when we get really heavy rainfall, low-lying areas, you know, Matt was kind of joking around when we drive up on Melwood, right near the creek, sometimes the water comes up there, and it really is, it happens very quickly. And as Eric was mentioning, the road is out in that area up in Westport, Kentucky. So certainly something to keep in mind. It is especially difficult to see at night. If you cannot see the road, do not drive. So you need to turn around. I know we say it all the time, but it is the #1 killer during severe weather events, unfortunately, is flooding. So with the heavy rainfall that we're going to see over the next couple of days, it is going to be a very significant concern. And I know, Matt, you're continuing to track that storm. That's continuing. It looks like now we have a base velocity lock on there.
Yeah, but that looks to be behind the main line for, oh, well, no, I take that back, because that is, we are looking at links 2, I think, on this.
So, Eric, you're doing it.
I got it.
Okay, so so that's going to be up near Merrimack, right, in a far north and eastern Taylor County there, Jay. And so that's one area definitely to watch. There's also a couple more kinks in the line. One is also down near Columbia, Kentucky as well, into Adair County. All of these areas, in fact, for this line of storms under severe thunderstorm warnings, but with the possibility of a tornado. And remember, even under severe thunderstorm warnings, there is that potential that you can get these, again, quick-hitting spin-up tornadoes once again. So we'll keep close eyes on both of those areas. But yeah, a little low-level lock there on the radar coming out of far eastern portions of Taylor County, getting ready to move in towards Casey County here in short order.
Yeah, we'll watch those two areas. I mean, these are going to be moving out of the viewing area, but that one looks suspect right around Bradfordville, that little rotation detector. Notice how it's taking on that little S appearance, and that could be an indication that we've got some stronger rotation trying to form and a potential quick spin up. So we'll watch for that closely. Now that again is near Bradfordsville, and that will be moving out of the viewing area altogether. Suzanne, I saw another one the farther south you go. It was down, yeah, it was close to Columbia. This little, notice how it's taking on that S appearance again, and that's what we look for when the rotation tightens up a little bit and tries to produce something that spins up. So just a lot of chaotic winds going on across the region, especially near Nifley and Dunbar Hill. And this soon will be passing out of Adair County, and we can say goodbye to that. There's another one, guys, right there, right around the Garland area. That one actually looks a little bit stronger to me, just off to the east of Columbia. Suzanne, if you would go back to that, that velocity scan. And yeah, there you go. There's a decent little gate-to-gate shear holding right there, moving off towards the east. So a couple of areas that we still have to monitor, watch very, very closely, because we've seen similar, velocity couplets tonight that have really produced, not only a wind gust that came out of it 60, 70, 80 miles an hour, but tornadoes as well.
So really the only warnings that we have left are for the very, very far eastern sections and very far southern sections, our southernmost community of Adair County. You're still under a warning. Then, of course, for Marion and looks like Washington, and a little bit still left of Taylor County or Greene County. We've got a little bit, just a little hair of you left right there. So hopefully that's going to be moving out pretty quickly with those storms moving so fast, really.
Yeah, as we start to get into the 3 o'clock hour, a little quieter out there, but still plenty of rainfall. As Mo was talking about too, you want to be careful with that. We do have some flood advisories out. We've had some locations 2, maybe even close to 3 inches of rain with this, so it's going to be very soggy and soaking here through the early morning hours. But yeah, once we start to get this cleared here in Marion, as well as Taylor County, Washington County, you're going to be done in about the next 5, maybe 10 minutes most. It may hang on a little bit longer for you down towards Adair County and along the Cumberland Parkway there through our far southernmost county. But we're still watching that. And like you said, Jay, that area of rotation there just east of Columbia is still holding together. Yeah. It's still there. And like we've seen several times so far tonight, those are the areas that will have the highest threat of a brief spin-up tornado, or at the very least, some brief high wind gusts there. And those have produced damage across several areas in our region so far overnight.
Yep, no question about it. There is some good news to report. The tornado warning that was in effect for the Lexington area has been allowed to expire, has been canceled. So good news there. for any family, friends, and students that may be over at UK and in the Lexington area. Just about done, folks, with this severe weather threat for the WLKY viewing area. Just about done. And once we get this out of eastern Marion, far eastern Taylor, and Adair counties, that will be it for tonight's severe weather threat.
Yeah, and we did have some photos, I believe. Mo, do you want to show some of those pictures from that you were able to get from Facebook? And
sure, and thank you so much to any of the folks that were sending these photos. And I also wanted to show you the video. We were able to get this. I just pulled it up on Links 3 through the Facebook page, but Oldham County Emergency Management shared this. And this is in Westport, Kentucky. Westport Volunteer Fire Department was helping with this. And they were saying there's no damage at this point that was reported. But just look at the water, the rushing water. This is around Highway 524, Rebel Ridge, and 18 Mile Creek. And I was looking at some of the rain totals because we're just getting a lot of rain with this system. And just take a look at just in the last 3 hours, that area has received some spots have gotten almost 2.5 inches of rain. It's a lot of water in a short period of time. And along any of those smaller creeks and rivers, you know, those rivers can swell out of their banks very quickly, can cause flash flooding onto the roadway. So you want to be extremely cautious, especially at night, because it's tough to see the roadway already in some of those less lit places. And now we're adding river over some of those roadways. So you've got to be so careful this morning. So also some of the pictures that came in, now there was that confirmed tornado, maybe, what was it, an hour and a half ago by the Gene Snyder in 64. And we do think this could be part of it. This is it looks like the Chick-fil-A part of that roof was taken off there over on Plantside Drive. One of the viewers sent this in this morning. Beckley Creek experienced some damage. Well, look at this tree in the roadway from Mercedes Ball. She was able to send this in. And thank you to our viewers who are sending us pictures, and only do so, please, if it is safe to do so. One other area. This was over, not by Beckley Park. I wanted to actually update this, but this was closer to Shelbyville Road. And just look at the debris. I can't tell if that is the roof or not that is peeled off and laying across the building. It's really tough to see, but there's tons of debris on the lawn there, and that came in from Gabriel Larson a little while ago. So yeah, thank you so much for sharing. One of the other really impactful images that came in, this is over at Blankenbaker Crossing, where also I think this is pretty indicative of tornado damage. Those are cinder blocks. That's just a very powerful storm that moved through earlier this morning.
All right, Mo, thank you so very much. Yeah, I mean, I think the pictures that Mo has shown, I mean, it's just a start. We're going to get a lot more damage reports as the sun comes up and get a full scale as to what happened in the metro, what happened in southern Indiana and portions of the Commonwealth last night through this morning, certainly, as the severe weather has been working on through.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, as we put a little lapse on this, let's put a lapse for about the past 3 hours, and you can just see all of those warnings that were firing up throughout the night. So it has been just such a rough night, of course, for so many of our first responders who, you know, as Mo was showing us, so much damage reported across areas of Jeffersontown, across areas of, looks like St. Matthews, and unfortunately now we're having some flooding concerns, and that's one of the issues I think that going forward we're going to be most concerned about, because, you know, tonight was the first night of the event, and we had to have a road washed out. We had to have emergency crews out trying to help people, as Mo was showing us, unfortunately. And this is just the first day of a multi-day event that we're going to be dealing with rounds of shower and thunderstorm activity, likely some of it very heavy.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. So there you go. We're just about done with this severe weather. We still have the warning that's in effect basically for Adair County. I think it's safe to say Taylor County, Marion County, the worst of the weather is now off to your east, moving quickly in that direction as well. So once we get that heavier rain, the gusty winds out of Columbia, down through Adair County, that should be it for the night. Matt, as far as the analyzer goes and looking down in that region, what do you see?
You know, if you live off towards the north and east of Columbia, perhaps still a few broad areas of rotation. There's some high wind gust potential still out there across this part of our region. I'm going to put a little loop here. It's all kind of moving on off towards the north and east. Nothing, Jay, looks overly organized right now, so that's definitely good news in terms of creating any severe weather into Adair County. But you look off towards the east of Nifley there, just moving near the Adair and Casey County line. That's a stronger cell there. As we look at some of the tops of these thunderstorms, still going 42,000 feet. I mean, they're still very strong for this time of night into early portions of April. So still bear watching, as they'll still have the potential to produce those wind gusts, maybe up as high as 60 miles per hour. I will be saying I've been watching a lot of the reports from the Kentucky Mesonet, the local area airports that report as well, and I've not been seeing anything ping too high recently. Some 30, 35 mile per hour wind gusts have mostly been what's being measured. But in between those measurement sites, we can have some stronger winds. So we watch all of that closely, but at least so far, the reports coming out of these stronger storms in our southern communities have not been near as much as what we had further to the north earlier in the overnight.
As we pull out, guys, and take a look at what's going on in Tennessee, what's the general movement of that stuff? Yeah, down Nashville. Is that any possibility of that catching our southeastern communities? Looks like it'll stay basically south, huh?
Yeah, I think so too. If we were more so in, let's say, Somerset, the I-75 corridor, southeastern Kentucky, I think it would be a little bit more concerned with this in the next several hours. I think a lot of the rain that's coming in now, that's starting to cool us. We go from the 70s to the 60s.
Yeah.
Even though it's still a little humid, I think that's going to zap the energy for these storms and push it farther off to the south and east. May have to pay a little attention to this and how things evolve as we head through, tomorrow and the coming days. But I'm hoping, I think a lot of this rain is hopefully going to squash the strong and severe storm threat.
Gotcha. And if you notice on the Doppler radar there, look what's happening out near Evansville. I mean, the rain is just redeveloping. If you put it in motion once again, Suzanne, you'll see the yellows, the enhancement going on near Morganfield and just south of Henderson. Well, that's what's moving in our direction. So that tells me that this very unsettled weather pattern, the stalling out of the front we've been talking about, is indeed starting to happen. So some of those rainfall forecasts by our data, oh boy. That's going to be an issue. That's going to be a huge issue going forward.
It's already been an issue for tonight, and as I mentioned, tonight is the first night of a multi-day event, so we're going to be watching for, unfortunately, more chances for flooding concerns. Obviously, we want all of our emergency responders to be safe out there, so please don't drive through any high water because we don't want them taking any risks either. So looks like we have been cleared of all warnings, it looks like, with the exception of Adair County. So that's what we're going to continue to watch for as we make our way throughout the rest of your evening hours with still maybe some gusty winds right along the parkway there, the Cumberland Parkway. It's for our southernmost community, so certainly it's been a rough night for so many. And unfortunately, people who don't have roofs on their house that had tarps from the Sunday night's event, unfortunately now had to be hit again with some strong storms. We saw those moving throughout areas of Jefferson County, the southern part of the county, right along the Gene Snyder Fairdale, an area that was hit once again. We also had some reports from near that area of a mobile home that was overturned. So we're going to unfortunately be thinking about all of those people who are going to be doing a lot of cleanup over the next couple of days. I think, Mo, you've got something to add. Yeah, and I just want to let you know the Indiana Department of Transportation put out just an email about down power lines in Clark County. This is at State Road 60 and Highway 311, if you want to see on the maps of Lynx 3. And so that roadway is going to be blocked until they can get that cleared. But I suspect we're going to see more and more of these occurrences, the down power lines, because of those high winds that we had. So as you're getting up early this morning and heading to work, you may encounter this, a down power line. You just
some reminders: never drive over a power line or touch a power line. Even if you think it's dead, do not even go near it. And also, you want to not drive through water that has a fallen power line. That is electricity. You want to stay inside of your vehicle and also call 911 if you do happen to spot a downed power line. So just some reminders there, because I suspect we're going to see more and more of these types of things.
Well, you know, Mo, you were talking about all the power outages, and so